VOD viewers. Today, it's like a typical replay now. Hold on. Sometimes you like put a window in a weird spot and then, you know, Windows is like, oh, you want to minimize everything just for this? No, I was just moving things around. I'm going to pull everything up again. Get everything back in position. It's the usual replays, but I don't know if we'll do this for every single game. Maybe we'll see if it makes sense to the given questions. But we're going to try to compare it to a high MMR or a pro game. So like, hey, I have a question about this laning stage. We'll try to find a similar matchup and see how the pro is playing that part. Or like, we're starting with an Invoker late game question. It's turbo, but the question's about late game team fighting. So we'll take a look at your games, and then we'll try to find like a late game Invoker played by a pro at a tournament or something, and like how are they moving on the map, stuff like that. We'll see how it goes. I don't have an exact plan for it quite yet, but we'll see. Okay, let's get into it. Timestamp this Invoker turbo. Turbo. Okay, your question was about late game and itemization. Feel like late game decision making's where I end up throwing or feel useless. This was overall a good game for me, but Slark almost turned things around due to a stupid decision on my part. Was wondering what item to counter Slark with. Safer itemization, decision making,
Big
all
Daddy
that stuff.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Hyun0333.
Starting off strong. You got here fast. You just started the stream. Thank you. Let's see what you built. Okay, you're doing Atos. Sunstrike, right? Gleipnir with Ags is a pretty classic Invoker thing, and if you want to do it, I'm fine. If there was a game not to do Atos, this might be one of them, because Slark can dispel it. He can also pounce before it connects, so then he's like further than you want him to be. And then Legion has press the attack. So might be a rough game for Atos, but I do understand the synergy, and other games where this doesn't happen, this build is fine. So then you finish the Gleipnir, and then you do...
Big Daddy Gifted a tier 1 sub to accounts.
Didn't expect that one. Mixing things up. Thank you. I minimized the wrong thing while I was looking over. Okay, what else? Then we did Octarine, Lincolns for the Legion, I imagine. Then back to Kaya, bots, Shivas. This is maybe the weird one. Yasha, Kaya. This one's a little out there, but I'm open for it. I think you could skip this on Invoker as well. Get the shard, and then... we were eating moon shards at the end. Okay. So, that means your finished item build looks like this. So when I look at this, let's change it first. Invoker is a backline mage, essentially. You don't really get up in front of people except for pickoffs. So that's okay. But like in the late game team fights, you are really biding your time, choosing the right time to go in so that you can either land a huge wombo combo or, okay, this is the isolated target, I go help kill this guy. You don't really just like run in and tank, which the combination of Shiva's Lincolns is like, I'm going in, I need to, you know, deal with the duels, I need to have the armor for when they all hit me, and then I'm going to scout them all with Shivas for my team. That's more Nyx Assassin's job, the Queen of Pain's job, and in fact, she has a Shivas. So for Invoker to go with, let's say you want to be in the back line, but you want to jump in at the right time. So then a Blink Dagger is great, right? Keep your distance, avoid these heroes until they're committed to something, and then you jump in. You could do the Scythe so that you can run around invis in the late game situations. Death timers are really long. This is a pub game. People are going to be scattered around. You go find someone on their own, Scythe, Atos then, they can't stop the Atos or Gleipnir at that point, so they're stuck. Meteor, Sunstrike, Cataclysm, all that stuff. You kill someone on their own, then you don't have to worry about these people doing anything to you. Those are probably the two main things. Like, I would replace the Shivas or this Yasha and Kaya, if not both, with... Oh, sorry. I thought my fiance was talking to me, but I think she's just playing a meeting out loud. I would replace them with either that Scythe, the Blink, or BKB is another option. Because right now, looking at your build, and it's your question of, like, what should I do to deal with Slark? Yeah, you know, Slark jumps me. He uses, you know, maybe this Disperser on me. He pounces me. And then it's like, okay, so what item helps me now? He's got BKB, so I can't just tornado him, right? What item helps me deal with this? Either gets me out of that situation or prevents it from happening. And none of these items really do that for me. So we need the BKB so that we get pounced, pop BKB, run away. Blink to stay further back. He can't find me, or maybe I see him pouncing in, I can blink away. One of those two items would help you deal with Slark specifically. Yeah, actually, I think that's about it. I can't think of I'm trying to think of another item. Refresher would also be a cool choice instead of Shivas. If you want a Cataclysm Refresher, that's a classic combo. I would consider that. That's more damage oriented, but that could work really well with Nyx. Or when she self-stuns. When she duels somebody and she is stationary, you can double Cataclysm and kill her potentially. HR, good morning. How you doing? Colonel Pike, what's up? I'm sucked in, dude. Back in RuneScape. A controversial time. I can't believe they just did that price increase. I got in right before that. Now I'm conflicted. I'm glad I got in before the price increase, but now I'm like, ooh. How could they? How much damage does the Slark have, out of curiosity? Let's see. Where is he? He looks pretty poor this game. Oh, no. But the GPM is so high. What in the world? Oh, 17 kills. No wonder why. No wonder why. This is a gold from farming kind of Slark. 30k damage. I guess it's relatively high for the team. That doesn't seem that high for having that many kills. All right. I think that's the itemization at hand. Let's take a quick look at how you're playing the late game, because the other thing I would look for is how you are approaching the fights. Because maybe you're getting killed by Slark because you're just showing yourself all the time, so Slark knows to kill you. All right, let's see how you're moving. What was that, Nyx build? What was it? I wasn't even looking at other heroes. I was just talking about the Invoker. What a Nyx build. He's going for like that old right-click Nyx build with like 80 agility. I mean, this might kind of work with this being turbo. You get high level pretty quickly. Maybe it's not as bad of a build. I would never do that in a regular game, but I mean, like, you see Invoker's already 26, 16 minutes in, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe Nyx gets that agility talent late game. Maybe that's something. Wait, before we just blindly look, let's take a look at net worths. So where does this game go? Kind of south. Maybe around here, 20k drop, and then you guys pull it back. So let's, I guess we're about there. Let's just jump like 2 minutes ahead. What's the map look like? Still got to clear out the top towers. Yeah, and here's where you're starting to build the Shivas. But you haven't even died yet. Not that Shivas is like a horrible item on Invoker, but... I'm not sure it should be a common item. Combo. That might be overkill. It's turbo, so it's kind of whatever. But you mentioned you're like getting the hang of Invoker. I think that's a kill you can get with less spells. Because what you did is essentially a solo kill combo, right? Like you find Drow, you kill her with that combo. You had 3 heroes on an isolated Dawnbreaker, and then you're throwing that combo. Which you get the kill, and if she's an important kill, that's fine. But it means you can't get another kill on your own somewhere else. At least until your abilities are back up. But otherwise, I think like you cold snap her, drop the wall, and 3 of you just right click. I mean, she probably just dies. I just jumped here. I don't really know like the feeling of the game. So maybe she is really, where is she? she's dirt poor. She's not the one, you know. She's, I guess, a support Dawnbreaker or something here. So this is one where I think you can just like right click your way through. You don't need to worry about dropping the whole combo. And if it looks like she gets away, then you start throwing in some of the bigger spells. All right, we are working on those towers. You know, I'm working on. I'm burning logs in the background, distracted. The AFK scape is real. Okay, see, we're kind of up here. So, like, let's say we're taking this tower. You did kill Dawnbreaker. I wouldn't have strictly expected them to fight here. But, see where you're going? And this is where the way you're playing with the build doesn't fully make sense. So you are going to run in and scout. Keep in mind, though, Ghostwalk reveals that you're there because Ghostwalk affects people. So it's not like Nyx scouting someone here and just watching and they don't know. They will know that you're getting close and will be ready, they should, to use detection, to kill you, all that stuff. You do have the Lincoln, so that helps. And if you had the Shivas in, this could also kind of make sense. If you're like about to bait the fight, you're scouting everyone by moving in with Invoker. What would make more sense, I think, is if you had a Scythe here and you had your killer combo available, which is right around the corner, so that part's fine, I guess. Right? You run into Drow TPing in here. Maybe you catch someone TPing so they don't know you're there already because they're not affected by it. And you wait there and the TP finishes and you hit them with a Scythe and then you drop the combo on them, right? Like, that's really cool. With this build, though, what are we doing when we find someone? We're going to be at risk. Unless we're super strong, which I admit your whole team is here, so like it's kind of a good time to be doing this. It's like we don't have detection.
Double kill.
Yeah, this fight's been going on for a while. We have yet to cast a spell because we got hit by that silence. We were in a weird spot. He's BKB'd. So this is somewhere, partly we got really close to the drow, so we got hit by the silence. It was a little bit luck. I don't think she even saw you because you were invis. But that's where a BKB could help. The silence, as well as the Slark Pounce, as well as a lot of Viper's damage is magic, and you just don't care anymore, at least while the BKB is going. Invoker is also a very spell combo hero, so anytime it can be interrupted, you do want to consider the BKB. And silences are one of the reasons it can be interrupted. There's not much else. Like Duel, I understand. That's what the Lincoln is for. Feels a little weird to get BKB and the Lincolns. So if you don't want to do that, that's okay. That goes back to like, how about a Blink then as an alternative? If you're going to TP in here, you should TP like into the tree lines here or here, and then make this play. And then you might have found the Legion. TP here, zoo, or back here, invis, run up, scythe her. I'm seeing some opportunities for you with the scythe.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Radiant's bottom tower seen better days.
So he just BKBs, gets out, right? That's where the scythe, another case for it. I also see you running with your team, which defeats the point of Boots of Travels, but you need to because you don't have the scythe. So you're like kind of waiting with them, like, I need someone to lift or someone to stun, and that's true because you can't do it yourself at this point in the game. But even if you weren't doing that build, you would want to play the map a little bit more. That's like the point of Boots of Travels, right? It's like, hey, you guys go top, I'll push out bottom. And if I run into someone on my own bottom, I can solo kill them, even without the scythe. You could maybe do like Gleipnir, Tornado, some of the combos you've been doing. We mentioned it, like the solo kill combo, the Meteor, Sunstrikes, all that stuff. And if a fight does break out, I can either contribute with Cataclysm, Sunstrike, or Boots of Travel, I can TP in. And another value of it is that while I run around the map invis, I'm so fast because I have this move speed. But if we're just like sitting behind teammates, it defeats the purpose of some of the item choices, like the boot to travel. And then in the end, we still initiate on our own over here, but then without the initiation tool, because you thought this would just be like a quick Gleipnir or whatever. I guess this is the mistake you mentioned, like, I made a dumb mistake, and then Slark kind of started turning things. So maybe that's our dumb mistake. Forgot that, hey, he has multiple ways to deal with the Gleipnir, so he's not really a great person to go on until I have some kind of item that prevents him from using all of those. Maybe? No XP waste, you better be crabbing right now. The current game plan, I want to learn Colosseum. I gotta finish Expedition 33 first, because Colosseum is too active, you know? I started it a little bit, but I told myself, like, if you start this, we will not finish Expedition 33. I gotta finish that first. I'm working on my fire making, so I can do, what are they, the Urium Shades or whatever? So I can get the Zealot robes. So we can train prayer up. So prayer goes higher. So I'll have more prayer for the late game bossing stuff. Because that's what I kind of want to do. I want to go do like the complicated bosses. I like old school RuneScape for two things. The AFK, ADHD extra stimulation for when I'm doing like another TP like Insight. Do it like high ground, do it in trees, things like that. You're kind of revealing what you're doing. So there's no surprise factor here. I like it to be the ADHD distraction as I work on videos and all that stuff. Or I want it to like be challenging. I don't want to just sit there and do like click, click. That defeats the purpose to me. But my prayer stats are ass. So in the end, this kind of works out, but I would like to, again, mention the possibility of I am more conscious of how I teleport. I want to add an identity to Invoker for you. Invoker actually is a little bit of an assassin with the Exort build. Largoba Bash, what's up? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Invoker with this Sunstrike build is like an assassin, you know? You get found, and okay, especially as a support player, right? This is why I really feel this. There you are, just trying to ward, and some asshole Invoker pops out of Invis, sprinting 500 move speed. I just saw him top, and here he is in the mid lane killing me. Maybe he TP'd, maybe he just sprinted here with 500 move speed. I'm just trying to ward, and the guy hexes me, Sunstrike, Meteor, everything, and I'm dead. I'm like, okay, cool. Tell them, like, hey, he uses abilities. Guess what? He's bottom right away, because he's, like, zooming there, TPing, whatever. Deletes another here, and you're like, God, this Invoker hero, right? So it's part of his multifaceted identity of being able to do so many things. Like, a bunch of teamfight spells, sure, but also the mobility on the map while being invis, creating pickoffs, and having the ability to actually solo kill. Unlike other certain invis heroes like Bounty Hunter, Nyx without a bunch of, he's going to right click, God, Battle Fury, right? He's doing some kind of right click build so he can assassinate people, but he doesn't have it by nature. You kind of do as mid Invoker. You're able to assassinate people pretty early. And I don't feel you playing that way, you know, like the way you're teleporting, that you're not running invis in people, especially for turbo and late game decision making. It's one of the best things about Invoker. Talking about meta concepts, like how do I play this late game as Invoker? Got some OSR chatters? Yeah, we do, but first I'll finish my point. How do we play the map as Invoker? There's a couple things in the late game that you have. First, Forge Spirits. They're a summon. They allow you to push out lanes safely without risking your hero, and you can just send them in to like look for things, right? I know it takes a little micro, but it's not that much. Practice it in a lobby, summon the hero, A-click. Let's say well, I'll do it from here. Why not, right? So you summon the Forge Spirits. So that's the sound effect. Select them if it's not done by default. A-click. Press and hold shift. A-click. If you're like next to a camp, you may need to like right click them into the lane first and then shift A-click, shift A-click. But either way, that's it. Like it's about 6 button presses and then the Forge Spirits will just push this lane for you without you needing to do anything. And you can follow them, you can jungle nearby, you can do something else. Let's say you follow them. So you don't have to push the lane with them. That's what keeps it unclear. Is Invoker here or is it just the Forge Spirits, right? In a turbo and in a pub game, it doesn't really matter. people are just going to come farm. They're like, oh, Forge Spirits, money. Or like, oh, the creep wave is in the lane pushing towards me. I got to go deal with it, right? And you're in the trees jungling. You're over here jungling. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're over here. You built Boots of Travel. So then you're going to be like, oh, nice. There he is. TP to the next creep wave. Invis, run in. Get that guy, right? But I only get that information by pushing in the lane first. And that is something the Forge Spirits can do for you. And then as far as Invoker goes, with these Boots of Travels, you can do it to multiple lanes. So from here, you can Forge Spirit top and then go push mid. You can sprint bottom because no one on your team wants to do it. Push that out. Forge Spirits are going top. You're pushing this. You resummon the Forge Spirits to keep pushing here, and then you teleport back to your team. You teleport somewhere else. Multiple lanes are moving into the enemy now, and that's what lets you as Invoker see Drow here, Slark here, okay, Viper's here. Hey, there's a deep ward here that lets me know this person's here, right? And now you know where to go to assassinate them, or to tell your team, okay, let's go take Roche, right? Like, I got him to go top, we'll go get Roche, and you just TP in. These are the, like, how you play the late game to make use of your items, which is that you can kill people, where we've been talking about Assassin, Invoker, right? The Scythe, if you did that, the Sunstrike, the Refreshers. Refresher is especially good for team fights. So you force the enemy to split up. You teleport back to your team. You go take a fight. It is 5-on-4. Cataclysm, Refreshers, everything. You're throwing everything out, right? And it's more likely to work out just because you got them to split up. Yeah, maybe with that in mind, let's just play from here and just see how often you go on your own versus being near teammates. Moments like this, like see you're just like running by, this is where the Forge Spirit should be pushing that lane. You're scared to show because not a lot of enemy heroes are revealing themselves. That's fine. You see how you just like, right? Are you really looking like, oh, maybe Drow's in this area? Like, really? No, you're just not sure what to do. So Forge Spirit, you get like 100+ gold from the Forge Spirits pushing the lane, and hopefully they're getting last hits for you. And then you come jungle here. You get another 100 gold for this cam, like 80 gold for this cam, right? You just got 200 to 300 gold instead of just you. And right now, that's fine because I'm not sure where the enemy is. I'm a little scared. So I'm creating the situation that will let me know where they are as safely as I can. The Forge Spirits are going to push the lane that will give me information, and I am jungling back here. And usually that's not great for the team in terms of how active you can be. But I have Boots of Travel, so if a fight does break out somewhere else, I can show up. This is not a passive area for me, Invoker. I have Sunstrike or Cataclysm, and then the Boots of Travels. So, that way, this can be pushing up. Instead, you're going on your own without pushing the lane, which is... It is doable. It's just a little scarier. It's a little scarier, because I don't know... Like, let's say you run into Drow right here. Is Drow on her own, or actually are there more heroes behind her? I'm really not sure right now where the map is. But if I have pushed in the lanes consistently, and then I can see the other heroes, then I know whoever I'm looking for right now is or is not on their own, depending what we see. No specific topic. But what we're going to try to do is after you guys like ask your questions or whatever, like in this game, after we finish this, we're going to try to pull up a pro Invoker game or a high MMR pub Invoker game and see if we can see some of these comparisons, the things we're talking about, what they are doing right versus like what we end up seeing. So you were up here and then you got scared, you TP'd out. I mentioned the Forge Spirits. You also have a lot of long-ranged abilities. So you could have just thrown the tornado into the lane before TPing out. There's a little bit of risk to it. I get it that like someone sees the tornado and then TP's over. But pushing the lanes is generally very good on any hero, especially for someone like Invoker who is building to be able to do multiple lanes at once. So if we're not doing it, we're missing out on a lot. We're missing out on information. So to tie it into like what's literally happening right now. Drow, you saw Drow on a ward, and you guys are all coming back to fight. What am I fighting into? I don't know. I don't know what's in here because the ward just got killed. And I don't know that she is on her own because I can't see in here, but I can also process of elimination of it if someone is showing top. And I know, hey, that hero, how can a Viper who is here also be here? That's not possible. But if I don't see anything, if I haven't forced top in, Schrodinger's Viper, like, where is he? He exists in all these locations I can't see at the same time until I see those locations. So I have to push in top. Forge Spirits, Tornadoes, whatever abilities you want to use safely. You can Alacrity a creep. Like, when the creep wave is back here before it meets, you can Alacrity the range creep and then back away. Like, any little bit will push the lane for you, and that'll give you information to then feel more confident in this fight, which I see you running in Invis on your own, but that scares me. We talked about how Invoker is a backline hero, not like this frontline hero. Here we all are showing in this area. Maybe there was a ward here, maybe not, right? Maybe they just sentry'd it, took it out. Going back to earlier when I talked about your Boots of Travels, are we playing the map and then joining the team, right? You joined really early, which can be okay, but it leads to situations like this, right? Where what's happening, right? All of us are right here. We're not really making use of the rest of the map. And obviously you can't play everything because we're scared, but that's why the Forge Spirits are so good, right? There's very little risk to them. There's a little bit of gold. It's not you dying. It's very different. Tornado being so long range, right? We can push this in faster. They're kind of pushed in, which should be suspicious, but it's not as suspicious as when they're hitting the tower, when they're all the way here. There is a difference. This is weird because it is all on their half, but it's not that far on their half. This, like, when it starts hitting towers, that's when it gets really suspicious. Hell yeah, this is the best place to be. Welcome, welcome. All right, I see some of the mid, I see Legion bot. So pushing top sounds great. Invoker, Boots of Travels. Depending how much time you think you have, you could teleport to a creep wave that isn't showing. Like, if you teleport here, they'll know, because it's, like, in the wave. Let's say this creep wave is a little far back, but you could teleport here and then run the rest of the distance, or maybe it's, like, closer up here or something, you teleport to that one. But if you just want to run, because, I mean, you're already 508 move speed, right, with Ghost Walk and Boots of Travel, and then if you channel Wex, you'll be even faster, right? It will not take you that long to get up here, and then start doing the split pushing we have talked about. But you're sitting in the base with your team. Invis, Assassin, Invoker with Boots of Travels to play the map. We're just, like, with the team in the base. So we should be in the trees, shoving things out, letting the Forge Spirits be in front. We are behind them. So Legion's here, Sea Hero's here. So who's running bottom to go push out bottom? Run along here, get here, summon your Forge Spirits, have them push out. Send a Tornado through the lane, Invis, hide in the tree line again, right? It's going to be very hard to find you. They might find you, I admit, there's danger to it, but that's just playing Dota. There's always going to be some danger to these kind of plays. See you guys take this fight. I think after we see this fight, we'll go pull up a high MMR game and take a look at Invokers, and I think you're going to see the way they play the map is pretty different from you. I was gonna look at chat and Slark threw away his Aegis. What just happened? He used all his defensive stuff and then walked back into the meteor. Nice, nice. Okay, okay. Oh, yeah. This is where that refresher might feel a little better, throwing out those other ideas. Maybe you do this exact same build. Maybe you build the BKB, the Blinks, whatever, so you don't have refresher yet. But I would consider refresher over moon shards for yourself and for your teammates. Because you just got a sick cataclysm to get some kills. You know what's sicker than one cataclysm? 2 cataclysms. Hell yeah. It's a really good build for the late game. Because you're winning this fight, it's kind of fine just like running in the way you are. Otherwise, you want to be a little bit more careful of that. Oh, damn, you like just missed that. That's too bad. Ah!
Killing spree. Double kill.
All right. Well, I'll let this play real quick. Let me find... Let's see. What are the odds we can find an Invoker versus Slark, but otherwise just an Invoker who builds Hex? I think if we find one that builds Hex, that could be a good example for everything we've just talked about. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about finding one versus Slark, actually. I'm just going to find an Invoker that looks like he's done well with a Hex build. Boots of Travel Hex, which fortunately is a relatively popular build, except people I'm seeing do it and aren't winning. Maybe it's a shit build. I wanted it to be a later game, too. One that went a little longer. Okay, let's try this. I don't know if this will show what I want it to show, because this one's a actual like pro tournament game, which can be pretty different from pubs. I was kind of hoping to find a high pub game, but maybe we try this. Do we think did anyone watch this game? I was not casting this one. Did GBK play the way we're hoping he played? Late game pickoffs, play the map, blah, blah, blah. Does anybody happen to know? Let's just do it. Let's just find out. Mid Pro GPK. I'll do another timestamp here as well. Oh yeah, spoilers for Wallachia group stage. Between Dota, RimWorld, and Old School RuneScape, Zach's the perfect streamer for me. Yeah, let's go. Oh yeah, what were we talking about while this is loading? I want to do the Coliseum. Unironically, I think backpack management in Dota, I don't know which way it went. I don't know if playing Old School RuneScape and various RTSs casually made me good at backpack management, or if I got good at backpack management and that carried over to like Old School RuneScape and other stuff. But I do think it's one of the things I'm like decently strong at relative to like the other people in my bracket is dropping items and regenning and stuff like that, making sure to do all that consistently. All right, where's GPK? He really struggled in the early game. Let's find when he has the scythe. Okay. I'm going to start here because it looks like the scythe is being delivered. Notice he's back here farming this half of the map, and his team is up here. I know this is hard to coordinate in pubs, so if it's not perfect, I understand, but I'm just going to highlight the general trend. Invoker will balance being away and then being with the team. In that last game, we kind of saw Invoker frequently with the team at all moments, even though Boots of Travels was built. Now he's actually TPing to another lane. So he wants to push this in for his team. Well, let's see what happens. It looks like Shadow Shaman's actually also TPing up here. But it seems like he's pushing things in. He teleported before the creep wave met, right? He would have showed here. He teleported out of sight and is now waiting invis in a tree line. It's a little bit more aggressive than it could be. It looks like his team is winning pretty hard where we jumped in. So his read is that it's kind of a bait. Oh, we're pushing bottom. We're controlling this bottom area of the map. Let me do this, right? We're controlling this part of the map. So what is XG going to do to try to find farm? They're going to move top and try to push that out. So he's kind of guessing this ahead of time. He's teleporting here. Shadow Shaman is joining in, and they're going to try to find a pick-off of someone pushing this lane because they think it's happening here, and they've got a couple heroes here. There is risk to this, for the record, because obviously you're in two different places, but I imagine they've been clearing out wards, and if we look at what XG sees, this is what they see, right? So they don't actually know if these guys are all together or separated, except that they actually do have a ward that lived, so they do see this Shadow Shaman up here. One of the other streams, we had a question of like, hey, if I'm losing, is it still worth it to have deep wards? This is one such example where this could have helped whoever was about to push aggressively to see these kind of kills coming in. Usually it's not. This is pretty next level. This is like pro level stuff. But usually seeing someone like TP later, like the Drow is already pushing and then someone's TPing here, like that's where it could be helpful. I don't know why I threw out Drow. I think he was in the last game. Had her on the mine. All right, back to Invoker. Doesn't end up seeing anyone. Uses spells. Oh, sorry, wrong screen. Through the tornado, creates the Forge Spirit. Let's actually go back one more time. Let me see if he shift clicks this too. All right, the pickoff is not happening. Before I back off, let me make sure the wave is pushed. Throws the tornado, is moving back, summons the Forge Spirits. You see his mouse. A click down. There you go. Forge Spirit's gonna push bottom lane or top lane without me needing to do anything else. Now that I have revealed that I am up here, I threw the tornado, I threw all this stuff. They know Invoker's here. If they want to kill Invoker, they're gonna look up here. Where's he go? He goes backwards. He goes hides back here, and then just jungles. And he's got his boots of travel soon to join his team. And actually, it looks like something was happening maybe, so he uses Cataclysm early. Oh, I think he's just scared. The team was like nervous, so he used Cataclysm for scouting here. And now he just jungles back here, and his eyes are gonna be like on the mini-map. He's gonna be like doing this stuff and like, shoo, 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 look at the mini-map, look at the mini-map. Where can I go? Where can I be? And he is farming up here. Look at how his team is farming. They're pretty scattered. This is risky, but they're kind of trusting that they have control of the game and they have some wards down. This makes me a little nervous now that I just jumped here. I didn't see what else was happening, but I feel nervous just looking at this. Is there a queue for replays? Not right now. If you guys want to start submitting games, because I want to grab one from chat next. Once we finish watching a GPK push the map everywhere, we will grab one from you guys. Okay, he TP'd into the creep wave this time. That kind of scares me. He doesn't really have another choice because this creep wave is so far back, but this is a little scary. Blast the spells, immediately runs away. And I imagine he'll use Forge Spirits if he could. They were on cooldown, but he actually summoned it because he was planning to, and then he was like, oh, cooldown. Immediately runs away, backwards, to avoid death. Shows himself, doesn't run in, runs back, and then is gonna farm back here, but can always join with teleport. He has Boots of Travels, Octarine. And of course, he has a pro team, so he'll tell them it's on cooldown, I can't join. This is where you gotta be a little careful in pubs. Definitely communicate it. I just use Boots of Travels, I can't join you. Like, don't go too crazy. You gotta be a little careful in a pub game. No topic today, but we're gonna try to have a specific question to make it a little easier. And other than that, we're gonna try to compare it to a pro game after it happens. Another scouting cataclysm to play these late game situations. You're probably not gonna have to do this as much in your pub games. As soon as he knows that's happening, I imagine he'll make his way. Okay, actually it looks like they want to fight. I thought he could just go push bottom, and in a pub you might do that. It looks like they're thinking about fighting, so they're actually grouping up. Because he pushed in bottom, it's moving in, his team actually can make a play here. The enemy team went top, so they're like, let's force him back, let's go high ground. And if he hadn't pushed out the lane with the spells, it would be like back here. How does he do this fight? He should stay kind of far back. He's over here. Just letting the tanky heroes up front. I should be on his perspective, I guess. His team decides to back out, so he knows they're not fighting. He's going to use spells to farm this area quickly, steal the gold away, if you guys saw the gold movie, and then he's going to go deal with other parts of the map for his team. He teleports back here. This stuff you got to be really careful of when you do choose to like teleport to lanes and stuff, because pub games will not be as... Like, there's a lot of high-level thought process in these pro matches that obviously we can't really fully tell. But they're making the read like, oh, they would do this, we then do that, we do this, we do that. Pub games, there's some guy just like farming here, you know? It's a little chaotic. And it can go to your favor as Invoker because you can find pickoffs, but it can also be your risk where you're like doing things and you're like, they're not supposed to be here, and then he's there, you know? So keep that in mind when you do this in pubs. I was hoping we'd see him get a pickoff with the scythe, but what we've seen is how he plays the map and that he uses spells and forward spirits to push. Although I think he only used the forward spirits to push once. Okay, here's the second time. Here they go. TP's bottom, pushes that out, backs out. I guess that's the easiest lesson to take away. I hope we can see him find a pickoff, but it's harder in a pro match because XG is they're being very careful in the base. A little too careful, honestly. That's kind of why the gold lead's growing so much and they're not finding anything. Pick someone off for me, GPK. Do it for me. Forward spirits pushing in mid. Going to give them information on this smoke, because no one's gonna show in these lanes, and it's gonna be weird as the forward spirits get closer and closer to the tower. Why isn't XG showing? At a pro level, it's obvious they want to try to contest Roche, but in your pub games, when they're not doing anything, what are they doing, right? If you just look at this map, like, what is the enemy team doing? You then figured out, do I think they're a coordinated team and they're like making a play to do something? Or is it some pub and it's like, maybe they're just sitting in base, maybe they're scattered, who knows? That's, again, the tricky thing about pubs versus pros, but by setting in forward spirits, you get this kind of information. Mid's pushing in, bottom's pushing in. This will let him know where the enemy team is soon, and it will then punish them if they remain on the map. These forward spirits are going to start whittling down buildings. So he's kind of, I'm winning no matter what. I'm getting information or I'm getting tower damage. Turns out they did a big wrap around and they almost caught Invoker. He's TPing out, or blinking out. Safety BKB, pretty necessary. Let's watch one late game fight. So his carries on jeez. He's just two-shot the Wind Ranger. Oh my god. Alright, GPK doesn't actually need to do anything this fight. Wait, what is this network? He's the richest and Sven's just doing it all. Okay, there we go. We got one Blink Hex. There you go. You can try that. Scouting Sunstrikes. Alright, we didn't quite get to see him do the scythe kind of pick off, but hopefully you can learn a bit from the way he's pushing the map. Alright, I'm just gonna let this play out while I let me see what you guys sent in and we'll try to pick another game. Thoughts on the XG versus Bet Boom draft? They probably farm better, so not too incentivized to make plays.
Radiant structures must have been
I think you're kind of right where like Viper is dropping off. The scaling's relatively good for BB. especially the Invoker scaling and the support scaling. The Sven to Wind Ranger matchup is solid for Sven, but I do think Wind Ranger, like, if she gets too farmed, can manage. But I mean, they were winning, so then they weren't that worried about it. I think one of the big things, though, is being scared of going high ground, because high ground is scary. But then also, you've got Disruptor, so it's like, if you mess up on high ground, you're getting punished hard for it. And then Shadow Demon and Viper are really good versus Sven, so they had to be really careful about going high ground. And that's plus Roche was like in the midst of respawning, I think, when we were looking. So they weren't like, they didn't feel they had to end the game and push too hard, because why do that when you could get Roche first? Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Best vibes on Twitch. Less than 3.
Mensanity, thank you. We chill here as we also play old school RuneScape. Man, in this screen, my fire making should go in the... Where should it go? Top right. Nah, I can't replace one of the Waddle Dees with it. Think about that. I don't know why I paused here. I guess they're about to win. I'll let that play while I continue reading through everything. Winter Tot. I was doing Winter Tot for trying to get the outfit. I think that is impossible to do while streaming as like a background thing, because the stupid winter interrupt. Dude, I hate Winter Tot, actually. I feel like when you play Winter Tot, what you're actually doing is trying to play Winter Tot. Like, the whole mini game of Winter Tot is to, like, just interrupt what you're doing. It's not about, like, playing or having fun or doing anything. It's just like, you thought you pressed that button, but actually you have to press it 4 more times. I can't stand it. But I was doing it to try to get the outfit. I have half of it. Who's an Iron, who's a main? I mostly just have the main account. I think an Iron Man could be interesting. And actually, I was doing a free-to-play one just for funsies when I was like, I didn't want to have the membership. But I don't really... If RuneScape was the only game I played, I could see myself doing an Iron Man. But as a secondary game, like Dota's the main game, I just don't think I have time for an Iron Man. I'd be willing to do a group Iron Man, I think, with some friends. But I don't have the friends who want to do that. Okay, let's try this. A lot of you sent in good questions, so I was trying to figure out which one to do. But with the theme in mind that we're going to try to compare to high-level pubs, I think Treant Protector, position 5, we're going to have a lot to choose from. Like, whatever issue we see, we're very likely to be able to find a pro match because there's so much Treant Protector going on right now. So let's start here. No, I get it. I think the progression... The funny thing is like for an Iron... Oh, Krish, thank you so much for the donation. I'll do yours right after this. I wanted to grab one from chat. I want to try to make sure we mix them in. I can definitely see the appeal of the Iron Man, because it's funny, like with other games, like let's say like Skyrim's a classic, you know, it's like, oh, I want to go play a new Skyrim account and just like see how it goes, experience it differently. You would, like, I get it. I think I would enjoy that a lot with old school RuneScape, and I think it's why I like Leagues, because it's like it's that with the accelerated version. But without that, it's just too long for me. I just don't have enough time to do it. It's time for Stealth Archer number 5. Still no Bofa. I just bought one. See? Not main account. I was trying to do the Corrupted Gauntlet. I have like 100 plus whatever. And then I'm just like, I don't want to do Corrupted Gauntlet. I'm tired of Corrupted Gauntlet. I want to try the Colosseum. I want to try the Inferno. I never did those. I just bought one. I have gotten to like wave 5 or 6, I think, on the Colosseum. I tried it in Leagues where you can just brute force it and just like eat sharks out the ass, you know, endless food and healing. So I didn't have to learn anything in Leagues. Now I'm actually like trying to learn some of the mechanics.
Better get ready.
What are we doing? Oh yeah, Treant.
The battle is ours.
Okay, you mentioned that your lane went well, and then like mid to late game,
In the bag.
you're either, oh no, sorry, wait, that was the wrong one. Oh no, it's kind of the same. Win lane, lose game scenario. Would appreciate just someone else had a similar issue to you. Okay, let's well, let me see the graph actually real quick. Where should we start? Let's start at 20 minutes. See how your team throws. And I realize it won't fully be in your control. Just as much as like, hey guys, all my trees revealing they're all here. Go make a play here, right? And then it doesn't happen. What can you do? But let's just see it, call it out, and then go from there. Okay, you got the 4 staff for Ricky. I think that's pretty reasonable. Who do we have? Medusa, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so the way I would be approaching this game is that we're going for a Medusa timing. I don't know if I agree with her build, but whatever. You are going to play behind Medusa, and you're going to keep her alive. That's your job this game. When it comes to like the mid to late game fights. Before that, and somewhat during it, we also look for pickoffs. So as part of being the Invis scout, pushing lanes, placing these wards, the trees, we are looking to see them scattered and trying to make it happen by split pushing the map. And then Spirit Breaker, Queen of Pain, like Skywrath, they're pretty good at assassinating heroes. So I push top, I get information, hey guys, the carry's here, ask them to come. They do or they don't, right? I don't know for pubs, but you just keep doing that. They'll listen eventually. Like, you know, every 5 times you get 1 gank. Then make it happen 5 times, get that 1 gank. That's our goal here. And then once you have a lead, you're in a good spot. You then play behind Medusa and you scout for her, and she takes the lead because that's what Medusa does. She's a tank carry. She goes in front, they jump her, you protect her, she does all the damage with split shot. So saving Overgrowth for when they commit BKBs and they're trying to kill her, that'll be huge. Your itemization, I like the 4 staff. We can maybe think of things like Solar Crest, Glimmer, things like that, depending on the game. Whatever you think is necessary to keep your carry alive is what you would go for.
Double kill.
All right, pretty good fight. 0 for 3, solid. You have a ward, we got trees. So as this fight breaks down, Mission 1, make space for Medusa, success. Mission 2, look for pickoffs and setups. This is now the time to do that. So let's make sure we go play some kind of deep ward somewhere in. We just jumped here. So also Tormentor could be good. Roche could be good if you have like the right drafts for it. This game, Roche would be a little hard. Tormentor is probably doable. You guys are all a little low though. If Medusa comes through the Twin Gate, which she should, like who cares about this tier 2 right now? She should come through the Twin Gate, help you guys do Tormentor. And you need to make sure you go invis, because once you get spotted by these trees, it becomes obvious. It should have been obvious, like, yeah, we lost a fight, they should try to ward up here. But as pub games go, surprisingly, people don't think about it until they literally see it, right? Like, oh, Treant is in the creep wave going this way. He must be warding top. If you didn't show, there is a good amount of people who just won't connect the dots. So you want to make sure you stay out of sight. Let nature's guys come back up. You know, stay in the trees. Make sure the creeps go by. All that stuff. You're a support player. You know the pull timings. So, hey, I would usually pull at like 17, then... creep wave's coming through. I'd pull at like 47, 50, then a creep wave is like really close in this area.
Dire just couldn't save that bottom tower.
We go invis now. Better late than never.
Dire's bottom tower.
Okay, this tree's not too bad. Okay, I gave this advice in a coaching recently as well. And I'm going to pass it on to you because it's the same thing. When it comes to getting a pick off, when it comes to playing these mid to late game situations, I don't need to know the carry's exact positioning through here. That's not important to me. What I need to know is if I look top for the carry, if I look for the carry in the jungle, if I look for the carry over here, if I look for the carry down here. What's important to know is the carry actually alone up here? Is the carry alone in here? Is the carry alone in here? Like, that's what's important, not the exact positioning. You just need to know the rough area, and then you are the invis scout. You will then go find the exact position. But if you have to check this entire map to find the drow, that's too much for you. So what you do, you just need one tree up here. Like, it doesn't even matter which. Let's say you do this one, but let's say it's like up here, right? I see Legion go through top. I don't need to know which camp she's at. I don't need to know any of that. I tell my team, hey, she's top. Let's go. Get us to gather here, smoke, and go here. And then I'm in front of them, invis, finding where Legion is, and then we gank her. So these two trees are overlapping. They're doing the same job, and it means other jobs aren't happening. So I only know if people come here or not. And I don't know if they're in this jungle. I don't know if they're in this jungle. You actually do have a tree here, so we have help there. But maybe I see Legion here, and I just don't know. Is the rest of the team, like, nearby, behind? Oh, but if I have trees everywhere, then I do know they're scattered, and I can choose my pick-off. So it's better to have scattered vision rather than heavy vision in one area, especially in a line. Because, like, if they're here, line being like along the farming path. You can have a line like this way. You can have a line this way. You don't want a line of vision like this way typically. Because like if they farmed this camp, let me tell you what, they're going to farm this camp. And if they farm these two camps, they're going to farm this camp. And if it's not this camp, then it's going to go this camp, right? If someone farmed here, they're going to go here. Or they're going to go here. There's only like, you know, once they start going, they keep going. It's very rarely like view, 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 view all over. So usually a line of vision like this is better, like infinitely better than a line of vision like this. Make offensive vision. Yeah. It's kind of like you want to fence them in with the wards. So it should be in a like, what's the right word here? Concentric? Some kind of cone? I don't know. It should go, you know, it's got to go like this. I don't know the correct word there. In arc, yeah, that's probably a much easier way to put it.
I trust everyone.
And we probably could have done this faster. So like run in, tree, grasp, out. The team maybe shouldn't have fought anyways, but don't worry too much. But let me just show you this again. So off of that winning team fight. Oh, actually you did place this one. Oh no, this one's from earlier. So off of that winning team fight right here, what you accomplished was 2 trees and then like 1 more creep push. But you probably could have gotten a little bit more. You could have gotten deeper trees. You could have made it like all the way over here. And after placing 1 here, you could have also placed it here, which I would say with that 1 team fight, you would have then given yourself vision of 2 zones instead of like 1 zone. So a little bit, well, I'll adjust my language because it's not a little bit. It actually is pretty significant. A significant improvement to cut down multiple sections of where to go. Some of these are pretty shallow. You know, if we want pickoffs, I want to see them entering the area. This is like, they're done farming, you know? Same like up here. This one, they've already farmed these and now they're making their way through. But sometimes you farm these and actually you go somewhere else. So actually this tree, a little further in, might be better for you. Not that these are bad, like they're slightly different purposes, but a lot of your trees are a little further out when you had a chance to put them deeper in.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help. Dyer's mid tower. Invisibility.
This is great. This is Treant gameplay right there, right? So how do we know we can do this? 1, you scout this guy. That's kind of scary. But then part of the reason this works is because, okay, I know where they are. Now, partly it's because they were killing your teammate. Oops, you know, what can you do? But you can imagine where it's because I have a tree here, because I have a tree here, whatever. You do have like pretty decent spread of vision now because I see them around the map. Now I know I can pick this guy off, and so we kill him. So that's kind of what you want. And on this kill, it's not that you had a ward and a tree constantly seeing Arc Warden. You are the tree who is like watching the Arc Warden. So you just needed to know he was in the area. You go find him, you root, you set it up for your team. You're like a bounty hunter, but a tree.
Dyer's mid tower's having technical difficulties.
I will note your proximity of trees once more. 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. So it's very compact. That can be good, especially around like big Roche fights, around pushing high ground. A tier 2 is like, do you really need to be that committed to getting to this tier 2 that you need like, this is the fight that's like gonna win the game, so we need like all the vision right here? Probably not. So you can scatter these wards a little bit more. You're only ever going to play one side. In fact, this might bait your team to be like, oh, we see everything, so I'll stand here, and one guy will stand here, and one guy will stand here. That's bad formation. You guys should all stand one side. Like, oh, we're pushing this tower, we all stand over here. So actually, having vision here is almost redundant. Not bad. Like, I would always love more vision, but I have to choose where things go. And if I've already got vision here, it becomes redundant to also have vision on the bottom side that I'm not going to play.
Dyer's mid tower. Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight. Radiant's bottom tower.
Fuck that clone.
Trouble brewing at Radiant.
They're worth a good amount of money. Why not? Oop. 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 This is what we want. I see them. I see them. They're scattering. And now you can choose where you go, because no matter what, they're split up. And it'd be great if I had a little bit more over here, because then I know where another target is.
Balance the scale.
Where's Medusa's item at? She's almost got her butterfly, and I would say that's a really strong timing.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged.
So if you do want to start consolidating trees, consolidate them around Roche. I was AFK so long I got disconnected. XP waste!
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight. No breaking down.
I'll be honest, I wasn't paying attention if you lost these trees to time or if they killed it. If they killed it, I wouldn't put the trees there anymore. But also, pick which objective you're going for. Medusa came top. We're trying to make a play with Medusa right now, right? She has her butterfly. So what are the things up here that I'm interested in? Taking this tower and getting Roche. So then let's think about this tree that you just placed. This ward is generally good, right? Because it could be a ward as well instead of a tree. Vision here is generally good, but what does it really help with? It's to see people passing through this area as they farm through here. So this is really good for pickoffs. If I'm pushing this tower and I'm looking at this draft, what am I worried about? I'm worried about Legion getting blink duels. I'm worried about an arrow coming from somewhere. I'm worried about Ricky sneaking up invis and getting us. Tusk maybe waiting, getting a snowball save, whatever, right? None of them are going to be waiting in this area when we're pushing this tower. I mean, maybe, but like probably not. The main danger is this tree line and this tree line where people are going to hide. So this doesn't really help me with this tier 2 push. This helps me with playing the map and finding pickoffs, but if I'm actually trying to take this tower, then I want the tree further in. I probably want it like here would be great. I would see like all the teleports in the back. Putting it back here to see people like waiting in the back looking for stuff. If I came over here and put this tree, right, I get to see all this stuff, right? One of these trees is a lot more useful to you if you're thinking about taking this tower. Now, what if we're thinking about taking Roche? Seeing in the Roche pit can be good. If they're contesting, then somewhere here is great. So like this tree you placed way earlier, this one's actually great for Roche, right? Because it sees into this area. And I'd love to see in here too. So getting a tree through here or here, anywhere back here, all of these could be good. This one could be dual purpose. Putting a tree here would help me see the tier 2. But then also, if they're coming to fight Roche, the top tower is one of the places they teleport to. So then it could help see that. Here would be another, which I got this one for. So then here and then like here gives me insane vision top, which is really overlapping. But if it's for Roshan, that's kind of worth it, right? Because we understand how valuable Roshan can be and that it's kind of the... it's like the game changer, you know? So it is worth... Well, you don't always have to overcommit wards for it, but like it can be worth it.
Like this. Radiant is one of them.
Furiously taking notes. There we go. There we go. So see, like this guy just showed up out of nowhere and that scared me a little bit. I mean, I expected someone to defend, right? But that's what this isn't helping me with. Oh my god, that bounty rune just moved. That's actually so funny to see. I can't remember the last time I saw an arc ward in my game. I have not seen a bounty rune move like that. That's so funny.
Might want to mine their top.
Okay, in terms of protecting Medusa, 2 ways to do it. 1, see the danger coming preemptively, and then 2, react to the danger. So which do I need to do in any given situation? Treant usually likes to wait for the danger because it used to be reactive armor, but living armor, but you would react with living armor. You can also put it a bit proactively. Overgrowth is really powerful, but it can be dispelled. At the start of the game, using it to initiate's fine because no one has dispels. But as the game goes on, using this after BKBs come out is really good because BKB is usually the dispel, and now you waste BKB time because this pierces BKB and disarms. So it's really good reactively. But I can't stop duel is one of the big issues for you. And if she gets dueled, I kind of have a problem. Maybe. Depends on your draft. Do you think you have a problem? If you think you have a problem because of something like duel, then I need to see the duel coming to prevent the duel from happening. So that goes back to either wards in this area, or if you were an invis here, like let's say you were a bounty hunter instead. How do I react to protect Medusa as bounty hunter? I don't have the abilities to really protect Medusa. I might have an item to protect Medusa, but ability-wise, it's not like overgrowth, you know? So someone like bounty hunter, he would be more in front looking to find people to let Medusa know, like back out, or maybe we go kill and we jump them first. Treant can kind of do either, so it's up to you to decide like which is more impactful. This game, And the nice thing about trees is that you can do both, right? If you walked up here earlier, treed, and then walked back, now I can wait reactively, but I'm also providing the proactive vision.
Radiant structure.
Is Drum worth it? The same with Vlad's when the carry is the only right click. I looked away and the fight happened.
Dire's top tower.
It would really depend on the carry, but I'm gonna say no. Vlad's and Drums are typically the best when multiple heroes will benefit from them. That's kind of true for any aura, but the other auras are much more generic, right? Like, who doesn't enjoy being healed? Who doesn't enjoy more magic resistance and a barrier? Who's not gonna like the Crimson Guard protecting them, right? These help anybody. But Vlad's only helps people who right-click a lot. Drums only helps people who either right-click a lot or need to chase with move speed. So someone like Leshrac actually benefits from Drums. He's pretty fast on his own, but if he's even faster, it's easier to do his thing. He doesn't benefit from the attack speed as much, but the movement speed helps him a lot. So Drums, if like one person right-clicks and others would need the movement speed, that can be okay. But Vlad's is like, it's only right-click, and then like Armor Aura, like 2, you know? So it's like, it's not that impressive. So if it's only the carry, I don't know, your carry needs to be some super carry for that to be worth it. So this one, again, this one, good for pickoffs. Not so good for actually taking the tower. Better than this one, because you would see people coming in to defend. But when it comes to taking this tower, any of these trees, way better. This is the kind of thing you want to see. The Legion teleporting in. Nature's Grasp, right through here. She wants to TP, Blade Mail, Blink Duel. You see her coming. Nature's Grasp through. Her blink is instantly canceled. She has to slowly walk out Nature's Grasp to get to the target. Maybe you punch her. Maybe you're still waiting. But huge impact. You did kind of see it. I don't think we quite hit the Nature's Grasp in time, but... Where did this guy come from? I don't know. Somewhere in here, right? And now he's canceled my Medusa's teleport. Maybe she wouldn't have teleported right here if she could have seen him. This is also kind of a sus place to be fighting, but all right. I think we have talked through that, this idea of the trees and the positioning. So now let's see if we can find... I guess we need a late game Treant example. Well, not really, because like everyone gets the shard at 15 minutes at the pro level. Funny enough, a lot of these Treant protectors are actually losing. I think pro teams are figuring out how to deal with it. But also, I think he's starting to get picked too soon because he's being banned so much.
Radiant's top towers.
Unstoppable.
Them dire buildings are tough as nails for now.
But would a pub game have what we need? Oh wait, let me see position 4 Treants. I know you played 5, but it's not like you do anything different in these late game situations.
I think we can pretend that never happened.
No one's letting Malady play Treant, huh?
Killing spree. Double kill.
I guess we can try this.
Radiant's top towers taking hits.
I don't know if this is gonna be what we need. This lineup doesn't look the best. Well, whatever. Let's try this. Starenza, thank you for the prime, for the sub. Not even the prime sub, the full sub. Thank you. I mean, they're both full subs. Whatever. Sorry, I was zoned out thinking, looking for the pro replay. Thank you so much. Let's see if this one. I don't know if this will quite be what we're hoping to find, but I imagine some case of it will pop up. It's kind of like how you play Treant. I was hoping like a real Treant-y Treant player would have one in a good game, but like it's being banned versus all those players. Do. Thanks for helping me out of Herald. I've improved a lot since watching your video. Oh, that's awesome. I was just thinking about what video to work on, because I'm kind of easing up on videos for a little bit. I'm still going to try to make some, but not as in-depth as like that movie one. Easier videos for a little bit as I resolve my life busyness. I was thinking the Get Out of Crusader video could be one, but that's actually another like pretty in-depth one, but it might still happen. Maybe we'll have a future video for you to continue that grind. All right, let's, he got shard pretty early. Let's just see shard placement in general. Not that early, but, okay, here. God, they're on the line. But this one's for Tormentor. So this is the big objective that's coming up. So good spread of vision right here, and then in here.
The dire best
all for Tormentor. Let's just speed up. I don't actually care about watching the Tormentor fight. Alright, just scouting. Just seeing what's going on. You don't have to do this as much in your pubs. Alright, one tree down here. And then he knows people are here, so he's just providing the vision if his team does want to go for the kill. They decide it's too far, so he backs off. But like his hero is the one that scouts the exact positioning of people. So we got a ward, a tree looking for the... Tree looking at people pushing the lane and then maybe like running up here, right? Running top side. So now you'll know someone's going to be after pushing the lane if they're like in this area. Or maybe if you don't see them, then they're bottom area. They have this ward. Generally, you know, cliff ward type stuff. Then they have a tree here to look for the rune. Invisibility. The Who's Fault Anyways ones are one of the longer work ones is the problem. But also it's hard to find like the hard part is like finding a good one to make the video out of. That's the tricky thing. Are they gonna get Tormentor finally? Oh, it happened earlier. I didn't even notice. I don't know that this is what we were hoping to find. I mean, we're kind of seeing trees get placed around. But his team is not actually a pick-off team is the thing. His team is like super farm. So it's like really passive type play. That's so I wasn't sure if this would be what we wanted to see. And that's kind of what's happening right now. Seeing rune spots is always good with the trees. fight bottom coming over here. Scouting Roche with the tree.
The dire best.
Trying to find a pick off. He didn't even make it in time. I think he did a slow.
The dire best do something about that bottom tower. Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
All right, so this kind of thing, it's actually from their like regular ward, but just to explain my concept earlier, whether this was a ward or a tree, the idea is you see the enemy scattered and you kind of know where they're going. And now if you need your hero to be the one in the front looking, they can be. And it doesn't matter that in a moment, oh no, I can't see Treant. Or sorry, I can't see Timbersaw, right? I'm going to look. You know, I'm going to be the hero in the front finding him here. The important thing is I know he went this way. But if all my wards were down here, then I would have absolutely no idea, like, that this Timber was in this area going this way at all. I would have never known. I just know that people are here and where exactly they are, or they are not here, and so then the rest, like, who knows? It's by having this, like, spread that you get an idea of where to go, and then you see... I was too slow switching, but... You get an idea of where to go, and then who goes in front? Treant goes in front with his invis. Pops it, right? So his nature's guys and smoke are going. They actually break, so they now know someone's here. And then they find the kill. But he didn't need to know like the exact spot of Timbersaw. He just needed to know Timbersaw's going this way. There actually is a video on how to watch your own replays. I don't remember what I titled it.
Mega kill.
Let me pull up. Let me see if I can find it real quick. The problem is review and replay analysis and stuff is all in my my live stuff. It's probably in one of the playlists. Let's see. Not that one.
Radiant's bottom tower is a pretty sight right now. Bottom tower seems better. There goes Radiant's bottom tower.
Ownage.
Found it. Now, actually, I don't remember what I put in this video. I remember making a video about this topic. Can't really speak to if it's any good in hindsight, but there it is. 2830 is a prime example of setting up trees to take objectives. I missed it. Let me go back. All right, looks like they're pushing the tier 2. Here he comes in. Tree in the back. Tree on the top. That is a good example. Yeah, so now this gives his Weaver the safety to do it. This, plus the fact that then this is all happening, it's like, okay, I can leave. You know, I TP out ahead of time. And then Weaver is unlikely to get surprised because the trees got placed here. There might be a teleport. He could have maybe placed a tree over here, but he was here, so he didn't feel the need. Like, he was filling this role, so then he put his trees further up where he doesn't want to be. If he stands here and catches heroes, he's close to like immediately work together to do something. If he sees heroes here, he can't really, like, it's too far for these guys to join. So there's more risk to him with less payout. Here there's risk, but better chance of payoff with the people nearby. So you put the trees in the more danger, and then the main hero closer to the regular heroes. Thank you for calling that out. Well, I missed that. Thank you, thank you.
There goes Radiant's bottom tower.
Ownage.
Did you see the new video someone made about BKB not blocking pure damage, even though it clearly says it blocks pure damage in the tooltip? It depends. BKB blocks pure damage that does not pierce BKB. But BKB piercing abilities that do pure damage will still do pure damage. So, for example, Queen of Pain... Sonic Wave pierces debuff immunity. And that's why I think we've kind of seen what we want to see from this pro replay, specifically those trees in the bottom. Maybe we'll come back to one. But like if we load in Queen of Pain, I didn't watch the video, so maybe there is a bug on top of that. But I know it's confusing. But actually, there are some actually intended mechanics, like, are not intended. It's not, some of them are not bugged. It's like how they're actually supposed to work. Like this is supposed to do damage because the ability itself pierces.
Blood.
What's a pure damage ability that does not pierce? The thing is, many do. Sunstrike pierces, right? Yes. Yes. Timber spells? That might be right. I think so. Yeah, so then Timber... Timbers does pure damage, but does not pierce BKB. They redid all this, and I get confused now. So you see, that one does not pierce the BKB. This is intended. I don't know if in the video what came up, like maybe there is a bug and something's not working, but this part is like as it's meant to be. In the same way, some stuns, they're debuffs, and then you're just like, I'm supposed to have debuff immunity. Yeah, but this is a debuff that pierces debuff immunity. And some damage, some pure damage does the same. Is it a placebo for doing better as soon as I change my mouse DPI from 1600 to 800? No, I don't think so. Everyone's different, so what you prefer is like totally up to you. But for example, I used to play with like 8,000 DPI on PC, like 6,000, whatever. My mouse would barely move, and it's like zoom everywhere. When I started to like take games more seriously, I lowered it a lot, especially as I played shooters, but more importantly, played Osu, which is a rhythm game about you know, moving your mouse and like clicking things in rhythm and stuff. And I lowered my DPI, and that helped me a lot to be more precise. Some people can play with super high DPIs and are still really accurate, but for a lot of people, a moderate amount, for example, around 1,000, is pretty good middle ground. I feel like standing in the tree line is too dangerous. Guess I need to grow my balls. Here's the thing. It is dangerous. So you do need to weigh the risk of, can you do this or not? And the reason you're doing it is because I think I can get the jump on them more than they can get the jump on me. Or that someone does need to die, and it needs to be me instead of my carry, you know? So, like, I find the Legion blinking, like, teleporting in to blink duel, or I see her setting up. I will die in her place, but that's important, you know? So that Medusa is free to then win the rest of the fight. So it's like, it has to be done. But maybe you think if I Like, my overgrowth is more important to save and wait, and I got to make sure I'm alive. Then that can be more important to, like, make sure you're in the back and not risk being up front in the tree line. It depends a lot. You'll give him a couple more shots. I will say the new Treant Protector does rely on more map play and team movement. So it's up to you if you want to lean into that. It is his strength. It's why the pros love him. His strong laning stage into being able to play the map is what the pros love. But it does give a weakness in pubs, which is like, you do your part, but your part is a sub-step. Other teammates need to act on it to, like, really get value. So that can be the iffy part of Treant. So if you don't like that, I understand, and you don't have to play him. You have to understand, like, even without teammates, you need to know how to mess with people with his invis and being on the map. So, like, split pushing a lot, finding people, and you react. Like, okay, my team's not making the plays. I will go to where needs to be. Like, I will scout top and then teleport bottom with my team, like, whatever, right? You have to take more responsibility on yourself for the way Treant currently works in pubs if your teammates are not frequently coordinating. If people just run into 5v5 fights, he kind of sucks. So then my advice to you, so Treant player here, right? That does kind of suck. What you need to do is try to make the enemy be split up, because you can safely split push a lot as Treant Protector. You need to do it ahead of time. Not like, oh, my team is going to go fight when they shouldn't. Like, better go split push. You have to already constantly be split pushing so that the enemy is scattered. And when your team randomly decides to do stuff, it's in your favor because you have preemptively split the enemy up. You respond, you go join your team, and then it works that way. Or you don't go and you, like, take a tower, I guess. But that's harder on Treant now. Asha, please, thank you for the Prime sub. I'm missing all your guys' subs. Sorry. Thank you. Have I checked out the new Dota content creators like Dota PowerPoint and Rognix? I haven't heard of that second person. I've heard of Dota PowerPoints. I've watched a couple here and there. I am inundated with Dota from me playing and content creating and casting. So watching even more on top of that has dropped a lot, I will admit. So I don't keep up with everyone else nearly as much just because it's like so overwhelming for me. Which is why I watch like RuneScape and play the other stuff, you know, because it's like it's a different game. Like that's actually the break. I know a lot of people for Dota is the break, but now that Dota's the job, you know, at the end is like it's not as fun to be like, oh man, tired of Dota. Let's go relax with Dota. You know, I'm reaching that point where it's not. So I haven't watched as much of these new people. I try to watch a little now and then here and there just to like roughly keep up with what's going on, but I admit I'm in a gap right now because pretty busy with where the wedding's getting close. We're gonna have to move after that. There's a lot of like stuff going on, so Dota is slipping a little. Did you watch the last season of Gillinor Games? No, not yet. I watched the one. I almost spoiled it. I watched 4, the one before this, and I enjoyed it, and I was like, oh, I'm going to watch the next one when it happens, but I hate waiting, so it started, and I was like, I'll wait till it's done, and I think it just finished, but I haven't gotten around to watch it yet. We have someone donated for it. We're going to do that one in a second. Let me start the download, and then I'm going to go get more water. I didn't press the timestamp for the Pro Treant. I'll have to go do that manually later. Okay, I'll be right back. 1 second. how much Dota theme in the wedding. I am gonna make a thumbnail. You know, like the welcome to the wedding of like X and X are getting married, whatever. I'm gonna make a thumbnail for the wedding in like real clickbaity thumbnail, like we're getting married type thing. You know the meme where I don't even know what it's called, but one guy, there's like, it's the shit ass drawing, and one guy is in like over here. It's like, and the that I'm gonna have us make those poses. I'm gonna print out a thumbnail type thing for the welcome side. Besides that, I am not putting in much Dota theme into it, though I jokingly thought about printing my logo as like the napkins or something, but then I'm not going to spend the money on that. My friends who are coming, I don't know, maybe they'll throw in some Dota stuff, like in speeches or whatever. Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa. Hey, Beta Bits, how you doing? I feel like it's been a bit. Thank you. Oh yeah, Ricky and I usually start on the second half. When I post the link originally, like the casting ping, it is when we start. So if you watch live, it's like whenever that is. But yeah, if you're watching the VOD, it would always be like whatever the later half of the day is when we start. Let me type in this stuff. Or we watch. I downloaded this, but I wasn't even looking. I fed a lot mid in the game, but I felt like I could kill the Viper. At what point should I have given up? Which means you are Sand King. Process of elimination. How does he do it? What was this? Herald. Nearly Guardian. Right there. Right at the edge. Best lane duos video with the wedding clickbait thumbnail. That's pretty funny, actually. That could be good. I'll think about how to use that. Best lane duos is another video topic that constantly comes up. I do prep for, and then I never get around to the video. Something always distracts me. Something always comes up. Reception table layout should be in the Dota map. That would be kind of funny, actually. But we're doing a pretty small wedding. I'm not sure if we have enough. I mean, I'm sure I could make people scatter in that way somehow, but I don't think I could. I don't think I could do it. Can I ask how you farm as Razor carry? I find it hard to clear camps fast enough. To be honest, I help my Razors win the lane and then I leave and I never see them do it. That would be a good one that is educational for me as well if we watch some of the carry Razors and watch them farm. I know they're very efficient. Like you always hit 2 camps with Plasma Field and stuff like that. They'll use their ult to farm things. Beyond that, I don't have particular tricks. So maybe that's one we could watch a pro match of a carry Razor, probably a Crusader game. He's like the best one out there. Check out how he chooses to do it. More food for those seated in the triangle. Really determine who I like more, where they get to be. That's funny. No, I don't have we have no plans of it. You guys are making me think about it now if I can sneak it in somewhere, but I wouldn't really be sneaking it in. I would just do it. If I thought it made sense and it was funny or something, I would stick it in, but there's nothing that like really called to me to do. All right, before we get too distracted, let's do this. When we talk to the DJ, I haven't been really telling the vendors that like I do all this. I usually don't like bring it up too much in my personal life, but we mentioned to the DJ that like I play games and like I mentioned Dota and he knew it and he knew the song, so I don't know if the song will end up in the wedding in some way or another. My friends might request the DJ to play it. Honestly, the song was before my time. Like I know I know of, I was alive when the song came out, but I wasn't really playing Dota. I wasn't doing any of that. The song has no meaning to me, like no personal connection to it. It is cool that there's a Dota song, you know, like the bass hunter thing. Like I recognize that, but it doesn't really like, it doesn't stir up nostalgia in me because I wasn't playing at that time. Okay, Sand King mid. You felt like you could kill the Viper. At what point should I have given up? So, actually, I would tell you to not even try. If you told me about a Sand King versus Viper matchup, what I would say is, okay, that'll be annoying for the Sand King to start because the Viper will harass him. But once Sand King gets more points in Sandstorm, you'll just shove out the lane with Caustic Finale. Your AoE damage that Viper doesn't have as much. And if Viper chooses to match you in AoE damage with like Nether Toxin max, then he won't be able to harass you as much. But your farming, your AoE farming is better than Viper's, even if he does Nether Toxin stuff. Maybe that's not fully true anymore. Maybe that's something I'm still adjusting to, but I'm pretty confident Sand King would farm better than a Viper. So I think what you would do is you would just play the lane to start, get to the point where you can start jungling and just start shoving in the lane and then stack. Shove, jungle. You know, have someone else stack for you. Have the support stack and then say like, hey, you cover the lane, Jakiro. I don't want to lane versus Viper anymore. Skywrath Mage, I guess, position for like, hey, Skywrath, like, if you can stack for me, at some point you can take the mid lane because I don't want to be there versus Viper. Skywrath's like, oh, yeah, I'll do that. I want mid lane. Please, let me have some farm. Right? You just do that. Sand King's mid timing is usually the Blink Dagger. It's really hard for you to make plays without that. So you're usually more farming oriented until then. If you get a good rune, you can sometimes get a kill for Epicenter. But otherwise, this isn't a hero that you are constantly looking for kills with. You kind of have to have Epicenter to like get the kill. In a pub game, maybe, because people are like standing in creeps, you might be able to get away with it. How much to request Botan Anna? I would have to, I gotta go listen to that song. I don't think I know it off the top of my head. Are alerts off? They're not supposed to be off. I didn't hear it though, now that you mention it. We hear the regular ones. We hear the subscriptions. Why did the donation not happen? It's supposed to be on.
First blood.
Yeah, like this is fine. I'm ignoring the exact last hits and everything, but this trade's actually pretty good for you, and then we chill. Like if you're not getting wrecked by Viper, you're winning. The bottle was almost there. What did I say in my video? That was like 180 gold you just threw away. If you sit there with the bottle, charge up, and then pick up that water rune, you get more value. I know you're pretty healthy, but it's the mana. The free mana you would have gotten is like 2 more sandstorms pretty much. If you leave your seat at 0-0, a new guest will spawn there. Some of my cousins that got me into Dota are coming. They would appreciate some kind of Dota joke type thing. I was gonna try to get second water rune. That is fair. There's no guarantee you make it to both water runes. I would be pretty happy with one. Okay, so this kind of thing. Anytime we are not directly dealing with Viper, I'm pretty happy. There are a couple heroes that are meant to win lane. Like, that's their whole shtick. They crush the laning stage. Viper has evolved a little bit beyond that, but it's kind of still his thing. Anytime you are just doing fine versus Viper, Razor has kind of ridiculous scaling nowadays. Huskar, you know, they're supposed to win the lane. So if you're even, you are winning and you don't need to push for more. You don't have to try to kill them. That's kind of what this is to me. Like, I'm in a perfectly good state. Your equilibrium is really solid, and then you're going out of your way to go fight him. But you're not strong. Like, you're not going to fight him that well. If he has vision of you, he just stands and attacks. And then he will win this trade, right? You're kind of seeing it. He even backed up a little bit, and then he's like, wait a minute, I'm Viper. Holy shit, it's me. And then he just attacked you and you died. So all you do is nothing there. You just chill at the top of your stairs, wait, aggro creeps back, last hit, farm. You're good to go on the Sand King. What would you say is a good amount of games to play in a week to improve and instill learned behaviors? Ooh. It's hard to say. It does depend. Some people are better about it than others. Like, they don't need to play a lot of pubs to learn and implement, and some people do. They, like, really need to grind out games. So there's a little bit of you know, personal, like, what are you good at? Another situation just like straight up kills you, right? So I think you're seeing like that he is strong. So it just goes back to like all you do is chill and shove the lane. So here, pretty happy with what's going on. Sand King is a hero that's really hard to hold a lane because of Caustic Finale. But for the amount of creeps you have, you could just run them in circles a little bit and then pop them. Or look, it's getting close to 437. So maybe you drag it back here, farm it, and then you can easily come over and stack this and then come to the lane. So why does it matter if he has a sentry in the lane? Because he can hit me in Sandstorm. But to hit me in Sandstorm, I need to be within attack range of Sandstorm. These creeps are meeting at equilibrium right here. Going back to like maybe I could have held that last creep wave and done some kind of trick to make sure that it meets out here so then I can be further back. But without doing that trick, the lane's meeting here. What if I'm standing here? Where's Viper? Is he standing here with me? Probably not, because he's going to draw the creep wave if he tries to fight me. So he's probably over here. So the only reason he's attacking me is because I'm walking up. So you want to wait for the right time to kill the sentries. As you see, this was pretty costly in the end. For killing that sentry, we still ended up getting killed. I guess he got another sentry somewhere down here or something.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
Yeah. What the hell is this? Look at this Viper. What an asshole. Every ward for me. Sand King wants to hit level 6, and then you kick most people out of the mid lane. Anyone who can't get away from Epicenter is then scared of you. So your job is just to get to level 6 and then scare people out of lane with Epicenter. But some people can tank Epicenter or they can deal with it. Viper could be one if he's having a good game. So then your job is to just farm up the Blink Dagger to kill other people with Epicenter, or you can now initiate on mid with people helping you and kill him. But on your own, you can't really do it. Or you get a good rune and then you can do it. That's really the game plan with Sand King. And I think I'm just going to speed up a little bit and then show you we'll see. Sand King mid's not super popular right now. We'll see if we can find one. We can probably find a pub version at the least.
Double kill.
My experience up to this point has been that if I just deward the sentry, I win. That is kind of true for a lot of pub games. But as you are experiencing, as you do climb, you're going to find people who are smarter with their sentries, will hold the sentry until they need it, and then they'll place it, and then they'll fight you. It's not an end-all, be-all. But also, we still want to be smart about when we do it. My tip to all Invis heroes, it is a little bit of a crutch. It's kind of true, but it is a crutch to say, like, oh, it's a pub game, Invis is invincibility, and so I will simply walk through the lane because they're not going to have a sentry here. And it's often true, and you get away with it. But good play is to have the sentry, is to see you. And so it's actually a really good mentality as an Invis hero is to assume you are not Invis. I am visible right now. I am always visible. There are 15 sentries around me. The guy's carrying a gem, and they dusted me. I am as visible as possible what is still safe? And if I play like position this way and there's a sentry, I'm safe. If there is no sentry, I am still safe. So it's fine. Sand King mid into scary matchups like a Viper, especially once you start losing, is the same. It's like, yes, I have a sentry, but what if my sentry missed their sentry? What if he has another sentry ready to go, right? Like, is this safe? Is it okay for me to walk here versus Viper? If I can be invis, yes. If I can't be invis, no, I die. That's just too much of a risk. You know, it's like, I'm not willing to go that far. I'm willing to do like, okay, if he has no vision, I'm good. And if he does have vision, I take 100 damage, right? Okay, that's acceptable. That's okay. That's what you want to get a feel for. This could maybe help you get an epicenter somewhere. Had to use it for regen, though. I usually pull creeps against Sniper. Should I do the same against Viper? You could. You could do that versus Viper. You, actually in particular, drag the creep to the camp, farm both at the same time. That's another trick you can do. Just be careful not to lose them in the invis. But yeah, now this Viper's kind of bopping you. Let me see. I don't think we'll be able to find a pro match that does it, but I'm pretty confident we can find a pub Sand King versus Viper. That feels like it should happen enough. I think this guy might be laning against Kunkka. Let's check. Oh, it is mid Viper. Great. Let's see how he plays this. This looks good. This looks like a Sand King that's just farming and ignoring Viper. This is not a pro player. This is just a pub. I'll just put Immortal for that. Oh, to go back to that question about how many games do you have to play. Like anything, the more time you can put in, the better to improve quickly. If you can only play a couple games a day, but you have time to, for example, tune into streams, watch videos, like you can do that passively. If you think about the game in other times, and then when you go to play, it's like a very concentrated effort. I mean, I know people who can only play a couple games a week and they find a way to improve. It is possible. I think the fastest improvement is when you play... I don't really have a number specifically, but it's more than a couple a week, you know? It's like a couple a day is pretty good. Or like at least a couple days of the week, you're able to play more at once, like back to back. When you play, if you have limited time, when you play, you'd be really working on mechanics and putting in the game knowledge that you have thought about already. When you can't play, you're thinking about the game knowledge. Like, what should be... Let's say I'm Sand King and I play against a matchup that's tough. How should I approach that, right? You're looking into that info. When you can't play, you're thinking about it, theory crafting, so that when you're in the game, you're not doing it then. You're just like, okay, I said I would just jungle, you know? Then I'm going to act on it and try. I forgot to mention, but versus some of these heroes, getting boots really quickly can be good.
First blood.
Get to first blood. A little unfair for you. He's gonna have an easier time. I guess it went to Shadow Fiend at least. Maybe the mid lane's not that different.
We look at the time. We look at the map. We all chat.
That's a good addition, Chungo. I like that. Ah, I thought he was gonna body block. I don't know what happened there. I think he should have body blocked. All right, let's see how much he engages with the Viper. Uses stun to secure the range creep. Walk forward to Sandstorm and then come back so that the Sandstorm zones out the Viper a little bit. Works on the range creep, works on these creeps, goes for some denies. No fighting of the Viper so far. Should have his bottle. I don't know, he didn't queue it up. All right, there we go. Creep aggro, back. Bottle, bottle, bottle. Get the water rune. Stun to get creeps. Only after, like, doing all the creeps does he maybe even think about moving forward to this side. Otherwise, it's all avoiding. It's just getting his farm. Now, Viper, I don't know why Viper is just not buying more sentries. Sand King is of... This Sand King is of the same opinion. If I win the sentry war, I'm golden. And Viper is not fighting him on it. I don't know. I don't know why not. Pudge. That... I don't know about that, Pudge. That was not the time to throw the hook. What was that? Some shit-ass time. Maybe my hook will phase through the creep wave I can see. Where's he at? Only with the Pudge do they then go for a kill. This feels a little unfair, a little different from the last game we watched. I hope you get the idea, though, which you never saw him, like, stun into Viper. If there's a good chance, because pub players are going to mess up. So if you think you have a good chance, like, I'm going to pop some creeps and stun the Viper and get the damage in, like, that's okay. But, like, one time you did it, that was not the case, right? Like, he was just out here and you stunned into him. He should start jungling, I think. He has Epicenter, so we can threaten mid a lot more now, but... Okay, gonna use the illusion to stack for himself, at least. One more stack, 8-minute rune. Deal with the wave, deal with the next wave. Sandstorm. Get out, go clear his stack, I imagine. Oh, once one more wave. Okay, I guess not. I guess he was just waiting to see. Stack again. Going for that blink. Stack time. Oh, is that 4 stacks? Is that the magic number? Creep juked into the hook. South spawn on that creep. Unlucky.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's
Double kill.
Herzog, I appreciate it. No, I am in Texas right now, so I am not near any of that stuff. But I appreciate the warning. If anyone is in that area, I guess there's a tornado forming. Everyone be careful. Get home if you can. Tornadoes do happen around here, but I think later. Next year, maybe I'll have to be worried about that. Looks like he has his Blink Dagger now, and now he's going to look for something. So at this point, all he's done is farm. And he did get some assists from like things happening, but he really just focused on his own stuff.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
Yeah, sorry guys. The new player experience in Dota is not all that friendly. It's unfortunate. There are some really nice communities and people, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of toxic people. I guess it's not that crazy to, like, you know, if you play any kind of online competitive game, you're probably familiar with some toxicity. But Dota is no exception. All right. I think we get the idea of the Sand King versus Viper laning. Why don't we pick up some new match IDs from you guys? Anyone who wants to add one. Damn it, I forgot to do the Immortal timestamp again. Ugh, I gotta manually fix that one later, too.
Tower, you know the drill. Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you for the donation. What if Viper spams placing sentries? I don't think it actually changes that much. So, like, what you would do... So let's say Viper has a sentry here and is playing really aggressive with it. At some point, Viper is going to want to leave. You know, Viper will slow down his own game if he keeps trying to sit here protecting the sentry. Maybe he puts a more defensive sentry. As a defensive sentry, now you can play back here, kind of like invis, and you're safe, right? At some point, the lane moves. The lane moves up and down. You can drag creeps a little bit left and right to a small degree in the mid lane as well. So you kind of figure out like where you think the sentry is, you play away from it, and at some point, when you have shoved in the lane, when the guy is somewhere else, then you take out a sentry. And then you're back to being in the lead with the sentry, you play, okay, he brings another sentry, repeat. Okay, I'll be more careful until I get it, and then I do it, and so forth, so on. The danger, yeah, pushing the waves is an important part of it. Because if you do it before that happens, and I actually think the Sand King before, it happened to him once, right? Where there was a sentry mid, the Sand King went to go kill it as the creep waves were coming. So Viper had nothing to do. He's like, oh, I'm here for the creeps anyways, and there's a Sand King. I'll just attack the Sand King and I'll kill him. But if you shove the lane first, Viper either tanks the creep wave protecting the sentry, and that's okay for you, or the Viper backs up with the creeps, and then the Sand King walks in, kills the sentry. Same thing applies in the side lanes as well, guys. When there's invis heroes, be patient with when you do it. Don't just drop it, because who knows? Who knows if you're actually going to go get that sentry or not. So make sure you wait for a good time to do it. And usually the lane being pushed out is a good time, because the creeps are helping you. Oh, the camera movement. As the number one thing is that you are comfortable with what you use. I don't like edge panning personally because two things. One, most important things happen here in the middle. Visually, you need to look here quite a lot. But then when the team fights happen, you want your mouse here. So I don't like edge panning because it forces you to move your mouse like way to the edges, and like to move to the right, I have to keep my mouse to the right. But then if something happens, like I pass the thing that I need to do, I gotta like snap back here. Or maybe I overshot and like people blinked over, then I gotta go from here, then I gotta go here, and then I gotta go back to the middle or like wherever it is. So I like middle mouse grab, or whatever you want to bind it to. Mine's middle mouse, camera grab, camera grip, whatever. Because it keeps the mouse near the middle. Like even as I move the screen, it stays near the middle. And if I have to move really far, I click on the mini map. And there's also like a map overlay. You can choose to do it this way. And that keeps your mouse in the middle. So I like that in a theory standpoint. If you play save heroes specifically, you can target your allies through the top bar. This is really important when playing with illusion heroes or when people are really clumped up. If you come, like the easiest way to do it is just shove your mouse up here to like the right portrait, you know? But to have the accuracy to like stop right here and not bump the screen a little bit with edge pan is kind of a lot. So when I would play like Dazzle and I'm trying to do this, the camera always moves, and then I have to like, it shoots up, the camera bumps up, and then I gotta move the mouse down to like bump it back. I didn't like that. Sometimes you like move to the corner to like click the mini map if you overshoot, and then you're like, gotta move it back, like whatever. I just didn't, it was too much for me. I started with edge panning for like 1,000+ games, whatever. When I switched to camera grip, it felt a lot better to me. And then I disabled edge pan. You'll notice I can now move the mouse at the edges and it's not doing anything. This is all under, where is it? I think it's under hotkeys. Yeah, camera. Some people use the mouse, or not the mouse, the keys. They'll do like WASD. I kind of like it in theory, but I think Dota needs a lot of hotkeys, and if Dota needed less hotkeys, I would be up for that, so that the mouse can just focus on being on heroes and stuff and not moving the camera. But because there are so many hotkeys to press, I think it's too much. But if you like it, it's fine. If you're used to it, as long as you can execute everything you need to in a timely manner, you can do whatever which way you like. You have a 60% keyboard? Yeah, you don't have a lot of extra buttons then. Yeah. I like the idea of the 60% keyboard, but I love buttons. If I could have, I almost bought a keyboard with more F buttons on the side because I like the F buttons. In the end, I bought something that had some like extra macro buttons so I can use stuff. I don't use them for Dota, but I use them for other things. My dad has one of those old IBM keyboards that has, it's got everything. It's got all the F keys and then another set on the left side. The arrow keys, it's got 8. It's got the corner diagonals and everything. It's got the keyboard. I love that thing. I'm gonna steal it I told it that's my inheritance. I want that keyboard. When I finally move and I have space to bring it along, I'm gonna go steal that keyboard. Call game and let us know when the next patch will be. Let me think. When will it be? When's like the least convenient time for me? Probably in the middle of my wedding, right? That'd be bad. So around May. Expected in May. Huge patch in May. Game changing. 7.5 in May. I'll do a live stream patch reading from the groom prep room. I'll be standing at the aisle like, guys, we have time for one more hero to read. Go through it. Okay, let me see. Let's grab another replay to do. This one could be nifty. We actually might be able to find a pub game of that. Could be good too. Let's do... Okay, first we'll do this. This could be interesting because you actually can do Beastmaster carry, but I know it's not very common, so I'm not sure how useful this will be in general, but it actually is a thing pros do, and we might actually be able to... Not Herald, what am I doing? We might actually be able to find some comparisons to show things that are different for you. Maybe we'll do it quickly since, like I said, I don't think you'll actually see this that often. I saw another one I want to do after this. Ah, dang. Forgot to download before doing the timestamp. Timestamp, people. You guys are used to it. Just tap on the screens, plus 30 seconds, skip ahead. You guys know how it goes. No, my fiance doesn't play Dota. We're actually on very different ends of what kind of games we like. I'm like a real sweaty tryhard. I like really hard games, and she's more of a cozy gamer. She doesn't play as many games, but when she does, she likes like cozy stuff. But we meet in the middle on some stuff. We play like what we play. We played Pal World, Outward. We played that. Some Stardew. We're playing this like. She started watching. I forget what it is. Morgan Freeman is, I think, doing the voiceover. It's about like prehistoric dinosaur times. It's like one of those like life documentary type things. So we've been joking she's in like this dinosaur phase. And I saw a game, what's it called? Co-Ridden or something on Steam. It was on sale. And it's kind of dinosaur themed. It's like top down, split screen co-op type thing. So that's our recent game we've been playing. Oh yeah, we tried It Takes Two and the other one, Split Fiction. Haven't tried the getting out of jail one they have. I forget what that one's called. I do want to play Baldur's Gate. I don't know if we should stream Baldur's Gate because that feels like 20 streams worth of content, which is hard to fit in as a Dota player, Dota content creator. Also, I would need to look up the rules because I know there's some like M-rated stuff in that game. I gotta look up the rules on what I can show on the stream or not, figure all that out. That's part of the reason I don't want to do that one on stream, but I feel like it could be fun as well. I think she will not fully enjoy Baldur's Gate. I think she would play a little bit with me. She'd probably like watch over and like, you should do this. I'm interested in this dialogue, but I don't think she really like cares that much to get that in the depths of Baldur's Gate.
You can call this one.
You got a smaller form factor keyboard. I miss having a numpad. That's why I got this. I got a keyboard attachment because my old keyboard did have the number pad, and I wanted to try. When I don't use it, okay, you guys can't see this part. When we play Dota, before, because like the keyboard's like here, and then the old keyboard had the number pad all the way to the side, so my mouse hand had to be like here. It was always stretched out a little bit. So I wanted to get a smaller keyboard so my hands could be like more normal, but I missed having the numpad when I needed it. So I bought a separate attachment to have it. I kind of like having it, but I'm still getting used to it. I habitually come to press the number pad where it used to be on my old keyboard, and then I have to be like, oh yeah, my thing's up here. It's really strange. Baldur's Gate 3 has explicit content filters, so I'm good to go. What if I want to see the explicit content, though? Then what do I do? But also stream it. I can't have everything. Okay, that's good to know. Game is long. Yeah, that's kind of my worry. As a relatively small Dota content creator, I don't know if I can like shoot my own channel in the foot with a super long variety game.
30 seconds to go.
Even if going variety would be like the dream one day. Kind of tough. Okay, we're finally doing it here. Wait, let me... Noob. Okay, I made myself a note to adjust the timestamp here because that was like 5 minutes of rambling since we did the actual... I did the timestamp and then did this. Okay, first, this is unrelated to your Beastmaster carry, but when everyone is not showing, don't stand here. You're relatively safe, but like actually be in this tree line. Be really far back until you see anything. You're like right here. So anyone here can just see you. They are perfect. They wait for you to stand still. They hook you. They kill you, right? This is super easy for them. Or you walk up into them, right? Very dangerous. That's actually what happens. Your team is down here. They're looking for this stuff. Don't risk your life on this. This is true for any carry. Beastmaster carry is going to be momentum based. You can't afford to be slipping up and like, oh, I fell behind. I'll recover. There's no recovering. Right? You're supposed to win the lane. You're supposed to play fast compared to many other carries. Your scaling is not like so bad there's no chance later on, but it's not like Spectre where it's like, we fed 8 times. It's okay, guys. I'm Spectre. We're still gonna do it. You know, it's not nearly that good. I don't usually do it, but for whatever reason, I went up the hill this one time. That's when it gets you. That's actually such a perfect situation, because that's what Dota is a lot of the times. It is cutting down these fringe cases, right? Like how many times you might say, like, I don't usually do that, but for whatever reason I did. I have the same thing, you know, I'm not immune to it either. But that is a lot of what improving at Dota is just, yeah, I stopped making this random mistake 1 out of 10 times. Oh, this thing that happened 1 out of 20 times, like I stopped doing it. And it sounds like minimal, but it adds up. Dota is a very long-term thing when it comes to improvement and getting better. Lucas, thank you so much for the donation. We'll make sure to do yours. Oh, dang, there was another one I wanted to do after this. Let's see how long this takes, and I'll see if we either do the other one from chat, or maybe we'll do yours first and then wrap back around to the one in chat that I was thinking of getting. Okay, I'll fully admit. I don't know if you're supposed to start axes or boars. I don't always check this stuff. Even though I see, like, the carry Beastmasters, a lot of times I don't actually double-click to check what the exact first skill is. Looks like boar is pretty common. Occasionally axe. Maybe if you, like, can't secure creeps or something, or the lane's, like, really bad. Okay, Pudge over here, so put your boar in front. Our support is AFK. I see we have a problem there. So our goal is just to play safe now. This is the unfortunate pub reality. Checking in. Uh-oh. All right, where's Pudge? Somewhere over here. So when you're standing like this is prime getting hooked territory. So if you see Pudge go on this side, make sure you, like, move over here. Farther away so you can see the hook coming, you can sidestep, but also the creeps will be in the way on some of the angles, so you can't get you. Not related to Beastmaster. Though, with Beastmaster, you can put the boar in between you as well. You see how there's moments you're moving? See how there's, like, a window for the angle? Beastmaster solo laning's better than others because you can use the boars to do your own pull if you have the micro for it. I don't think some of those axes were required, which would save you some mana. Okay, so this guy, internet issues, I don't know. He's not gonna be that useful. So we're gonna play not expecting him to help us. And Beastmaster is a pretty independent hero, at least. I know it'll be micro, but send a boar over here. Play the lane, do your own pull, be pushing the lane so then you can walk over, be here. Have the boar stand here. Make sure they don't pull, or drag it into your camp to complete your pull and, like, farm this stuff. And you're just gonna do that on repeat without the, like, if he's not helping us, that's just something you can do. If Witch Doctor lands the Maledict, you should try to fight. If it doesn't pull you too far out of the way, you should try to fight. I think you were a little slow in joining. It did work out in the end, but that's something you want to... It helps you, you know? Because Maledict is such a powerful spell, you need to compound on it. You need to throw in the Wild Axe's damage, because that's a multiplier for you. It's like, 1 Wild Axe is sure. 1.5 Wild Axes every time I cast 1 Wild Axe? Okay, sure, why not? Right? More value than usual when you're hitting a Maledict target. All right, looking at this, the lane is pushing. I don't know if Witch Doctor's going to help me. You don't even need the boar here, actually. You have enough time to just kill these creeps and then walk over here and do your own pull at 417. If this is too scary, you can use the axes.
Technical difficulties.
Okay, I think you had the idea just a little bit too late. Literally 1 second there is now going to make the difference of you farming here safely for 20 seconds and then fixing the lane here versus, okay, well, I'm stuck up here. Risk of dying. It's not only the 60 gold of the small camp, now Witch Doctor is getting dead because we're laning here instead of back here. And I see you being scared, you know? It's like, ooh. So I know you were even trying too, but I just want to highlight, like, that is pretty impactful in terms of what will help you in the lane. It may have paid out because looks like the Maledict and the double cask, it was all a debate. It was all part of the plan. Worked out fantastic for us. You're really low on mana. I wouldn't mind a Clarity as well. You can buy Belt of Strength and then throw a Clarity in here. I actually don't even... Well, Power Tread should be fine. Quick cast or normal cast, either one is fine. Again, it's like player preference. Just be comfortable with what your settings are. I prefer quick cast. And if you use quick cast on button up, then you can still have range indicators. This the way normal cast does. There's a setting that as soon as you press the button, the ability activates, then you can't have it. Unless you hover over your ability, then you would see it. There's also the permanent range indicator, which you could turn on under the Dota Lab setting, so that when you alt-click, this circle just stays up. That could be another way to go about it. Alright, this is usually okay to do. What if Pudge hooks you back here, and there's people teleporting? That would be scary, right? There's a situation, you want to be, like, behind the creeps, so that we reduce the odds of getting Pudge hooked. Or if you have the mana to spare, chuck the axes, cut all this shit. I will mention tread swapping. It is a good habit to build. Especially a spell spammer like Beastmaster. It will add up. You should roar this sooner. Alright, he should have left instantly. As soon as this happens, he should be backing up. You should roar him because Witch Doctor's coming in with Maledict. As soon as you can tell Witch Doctor's on the way, just roar this guy. He's not reacting at all. You're point blank to him. This should be a roar, and then just start attacking. Witch Doctor will follow up. He'll get the Maledict. He'll get the cask bounce between these creeps and Doom, and it'll be a very straightforward kill outside this tower. It ends up like way back here. And you kill him, but you just have to tank a lot, right? So it ends up costing you. Maybe you wanted the Maledict to come out first to get a little bit more value, but one stun to set it up, to set up the Maledict, is fine. Even if it's like the roar. You can build the muscle memory, brain memory, I don't know, for cast range indicators. That's also fine. This axe didn't matter that much because of, yeah, this is what I want to see. I want to see the double axes. Because you came from the fountain, it was fine to throw that, like, free axe, essentially. Otherwise, I do want to see the double cast. Now here, I see you coming to the lane. So, thinking about what do we need to do as Beastmaster carry? The first power spike is Roar. The second power spike, the true power spike, is the Aghanim's timing. So with Roar, you kind of want to kick people out of your lane. And then with the Ags is when you start doing more stuff. In between that, we are power farming the Ags, and when people show in the lane, we kick them back out. Repeat. This is pretty far, though. I don't need you to take the tier 2. I need you to get the Ags quickly. So when the lane goes this far, you just let it be that far. And you jungle this stuff. You jungle this stuff. And then as the lane gets closer, you come back, you push it out for your team. And if it's coming back here, odds are it's because a hero pushed it out, which means then they're in the lane, and now you can come in and roar someone. So now we are not walking as far, we're getting a kill, and we're farming creeps. Here, you're choosing, I imagine, to come down here, which means I have a lot of dead time walking here. The time it takes for you to walk here to here, you'd already have been farming these 2 camps right now. You could pull them together, do the axes, right? We're already farming another jungle camp by the time we get here. We farmed this creep wave. Okay, now where do I go? This and this are quite dangerous, even with a ward. This is just really close to the enemy side. It's pretty scary. Beastmaster is a strong carry, right? That's why he's like semi-carry. But it's still kind of scary. This is still kind of scary. This stuff is easier and there's a lot of money, and you just like cycle through this to get to your Ags. It's a lot of indecision there. In and out, back and forth. Where are we? All right, there was like maybe a dive attempt, but now I see people coming in. I'm getting scared for you. You are farming these camps, but now as Pudge shows, unless you kill these people, right? You're going to have to take this fight behind their tier 2, multiple heroes coming in. We need to kill them. We need to get out for it to kind of pay off. As I retreat, there is no farming. Even if none of these people were here, but I just got scared, I would have to retreat, no farming. This whole time, no farming. But these camps are all so close. Farm, 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 kill. Farm, 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 kill. Farm, farm. Like, this cycle is way better. This is, like, too far. This is almost too aggressive, too soon, even with someone like Beastmaster. That's what we're kind of seeing. You almost killed him, too. But,
Thanks. What's with all the scribbling?
who's it say? 0-3 something. This is where, when they push up, this is where you would fight them, if you think it's a good fight. Otherwise, you're just jungling the Ags. I said 3 top. I wasn't sure what the second part said. All right, we deal with the catapult wave. Now, if you saw a bunch of people bottom, maybe we push forward. But really, after you finish this creep wave, I just want to go jungle. Where are we on the Ags, right? We're over halfway. You will be a different hero with the Aghanim's. This way will be harder. Where you are moving into is just a lot harder.
Radiant structures must have been dying.
A lot of danger. Risk, reward. Risk, but get rewarded, right? So this one will work out. Maybe he sees you coming in. People start TPing. He dooms you as you go up the high ground. The people have TP'd in. They kill you. That's the risk. And you see, like, as you are deciding to retreat versus run in, there's a whole lot of not farming. Which means by that point, the kill we got, we then lose in farming speed for putting me in a weird spot. Because I'm scared to stay there. So these will respawn. You could wait here. Let's say we finish this a second or two sooner. You could wait here. The question is, what are you going to do once you finish farming these after they respawn? Maybe the creep wave will get close. You'll farm it, and then you will walk back through empty space. So rather than wait for this to respawn to farm again, unless this is like closer, you can just start heading to the next camp, farm that stuff, and then you either make your way through here and have this to farm plus the creep wave. Maybe you never come back. Maybe the wave isn't coming back. So you just like farm more stuff, shove out now, and then this is still here at that time.
Regeneration.
We're walking forward to meet this creep wave, and then we're gonna walk back again.
pretty sight right now. I'll take that as trouble brewing.
See all this walking time? Because I had to go from here all the way here. I only want to go here, then I want to go here. Maybe up to like here. Once the creep wave is moving forward, your job's done. You don't actually need to kill this stuff. You don't need to kill here. You don't need to like escort it here. As long as the wave is moving forward, you've done your job. And only if you think you can actively farm this area and get kills, do you really want to push up here. Otherwise, there's just going to be risks and times you have to be like, oh, it's not a good time, let me back up. And every time you do that, that's a lot of dead time.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? Can't do nothing about Dire's structures right now.
Free kill! On who? I thought for sure you would kill him, actually. Damn. Oh, that's the Ags nerfs, I guess. Old Ags would have killed him for sure. You could have maybe fortified right here if you had it. It's unfortunate. Damn, I really thought you'd get him. Oh, you don't have the Ags yet. I thought you had the Ags. I saw you buy it. Okay, that's why it wasn't a free kill. We missed our own power spike. I got the healing ward though. All right, make sure you don't get too excited. Get the item first. Okay, I think this is some of the most important part about playing the Beastmaster carry. So let us... The guy himself, wait.
There goes Radiant's bottom tower.
I don't know what they added to the Dota 2 Pro Tracker, but now you can't see... I have to like peepo wide my stuff to be able to see the copy link. Okay. I'm pretty sure Ame is like the guy that made this popular, but I'm not 100% sure. Either way, he will be a really good Beastmaster for us to compare to. And I will learn a little bit from this as well, because this is one of the things when you're casting, you're like watching everything. So you actually don't see the specific deep dives of what people do. And because I spend so much time watching like the replays of you guys, I actually don't then watch as many pro replays as I should. So let's see if he farms in a similar way to you. But I imagine what he'll do is he'll put more emphasis in farming the jungle that I mentioned. Like he won't feel the need to push as far. Now at a pro level, maybe he'll do some more like team stuff that you don't have to do in a pub game, but we'll find out. Are you an Ame TI 2026 believer? Let's see how it looks as they get closer. The team right now is kind of, I don't know, very hit or miss. We're reaching the point. How do I say this without sounding bad? For the record, guys, nothing personal about any of the players. It doesn't really matter to me who wins or loses. From an outside story perspective, someone who got so close to... This is why I wanted him to win, because he's gotten so close so many times. Not just him, but like other people he's played with, LGD and all that. He got so close so many times, like, damn, you want him to win. At the same time, storytelling-wise, it is like a classic tragic hero type story. If once again he makes it so close and does not win, that's almost like, it's almost better as a viewer. I don't know. He's reaching that point now. So now I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. Okay, he's doing arcane boots because all he wants to do is farm faster. I do think power treads is fine. He does a lot of power treads. He actually is starting the axe. Doing early spamming because it's Slardar, and the Slardar matchup's tough if he doesn't keep up Slardar low. And he has the Sage's Mask, so he can use a little bit of mana a bit more. Good sidestep, knowing the power shot was going to come in. Make sure he's not in a line to take the damage. Did I do the timestamp? I think I did. Yeah. This early lane, I think we can speed through a bit more. Farming, uses the axe to secure the jungle camps to make sure he's the one getting the last hits. Axes on heroes occasionally to zone them, like to build up the damage amp, so they have to start respecting him before it gets too bad. I would say in a pub game, for your rank, you probably also could do arcane boots if you want to like axe spam more. Especially because you weren't tread swapping. I think if you're doing power treads, it's to min-max on auto attacks plus intelligence stuff. If you're not doing that, you're going to have more mana problems. Now, arcane boots might actually be easier for you. He's mostly, they haven't gotten the kills, but he's in a very similar state to where you were, which is like this lane is fairly free at this point, and it's just on him to now farm. There's a team play going on for the Wisdom Shrine. Beastmaster's pretty good at that, but if your team doesn't try, you don't have to either. Alright, we'll ignore this stuff. I mean, it would be good for you to help steal Wisdom Shrine if you think you can, but don't risk it on your own if you don't think you can. How do I get on the replay reviews? It is free. It's random, though. I can't guarantee any promises. But people just put them in chat. I pick some from just randomly, things that sound good, all that stuff. For $5, I will do one guaranteed. I'll add it to the queue. But I do try to balance it with picking some from chat. So, for example, this one's from chat. And then after this, we have a donation from someone earlier we got to get to. And then we'll be back to picking it from chat. And we do this on most Mondays and Wednesdays, so we usually get through a good amount of people. Okay, use the roar to get the kill. And because he has the roar to get the kill, I think they can do this. Since they just got the kill and some heroes are top, he can push up like this. So now here's where one of us is right or wrong. Let's see if he continues to do this, or if he will stay in this area more. So right now, I would say he can stay in this area more until the lane gets further in. Okay, he's gonna get the Lotus. There's two here. Oh my god. 2 Lotuses here. I think that is worth going. That's like 300 plus. That's worth the money. He actually did walk up here. Is Zach wrong? He didn't go that far forward. Ame, am I a fool? No, okay, here he is, jungling back here. He didn't come up here. Came up to help get like Phoenix was nearby and they had the roar, but then it didn't present itself, so then he fell back. Now he's gonna be here as these respawn. Still waiting for this camp to come, this lane to come in closer. It never quite got there. Pushing it in. So there was only one instance, really. Well, he did walk up here more than I thought he would. He didn't go as far as you did, which is like to farm this stuff and like go into here, things like that. And the times he did go up, he has vision and he had like Phoenix nearby. He had the roar timings. He's not going as far back as I thought he might to make sure he hit the Ags. Kind of a middle ground. I feel like I might be correct, and even if I'm wrong in this game, it's more the exception. Maybe, but I wouldn't, don't put me on a pedestal too much, you know, I could be wrong. We're all learning. I think, if nothing else, at least, for pubs, you can get away with what we talked about. Like, even if, theoretically, it's the wrong thing to do at a high-level game, for a pub game, which is chaos, right? I think you could greed out a bit more. Tell you what, he made sure he had his Ags before he came into Roar. That's one thing we can take away. They have a little bit more team play going on, which encouraged him to get more involved. I think for your pubs, that stuff will happen less. You could maybe make it happen. Like, let's say you're 6 and you don't think something's gonna happen here. You could shove the lane and then twin gate yourself to like make the team play happen and then come back bottom. Is BM good enough for +1 to outweigh the drawbacks of your team thinking you're griefing by picking Beastmaster Physician 1? I would do what Logan did. Let your team know, hey guys, I want to play Beastmaster 1, it's good. And then if someone like really pushes back, I'm willing, because I'm with you. If the team's going to tilt, it's like I don't even get to play the hero because they're not playing the game. I do this when like something new comes out or like a buff happens and I kind of want to try something, but like, oh, am I gonna get flamed? I will hover the hero, and if someone goes, God, no, please, I'm willing to do something else. If people stay silent, or if I really want to do it, I just lock it in, you know, before it can be said. I don't know. Dota's a video game. It's if you believe in something, give it a go. What does fake MMR points really even mean? You know, for most of us, it is not a living as much as people complain about it, right? It really doesn't matter, the average pub game. I'm not saying go out of your way and grief, but like if you genuinely believe it's good and you think you can do it, you know, do it. What's the difference between losing with Beastmaster carry because your team is griefing versus playing your best on PA and losing that game? It's the same -25. And it's the same +25 when you win with Beastmaster carry or you win with Wind Ranger carry. Like, you know, whatever. As long as you're trying to win, like, that's fine by me. Whatever wacky-ass heroes and builds come up. I will silently judge. I'll be like, that's an ass-tier pick. But, you know, if someone really believes in it, I'm like, okay, show it to me, you know, prove it. Yeah, sometimes people get really mean, but that's why... I guess we can't see it here, but boop, report for toxicity, mute him up. I don't usually play with music, and while streaming, I got you guys to keep me cool. When I played more by myself, and I had to deal with more of that toxicity, I don't usually listen to music when I'm tryharding. If a team is tilting me out, if they're getting really toxic, and it's actually getting to me, I mute. The music comes on, we got some chill lo-fi, and I'm playing my own silent PvE game, you know? If it gets really that bad. All right, let's switch to the other one we gotta take a look at. I know we didn't maybe get as far into your game as maybe you would have liked, but I do think if you want to play Beastmaster carry, that window is really important to be consistent. I think if you miss the Ags time, like from the games we saw of you, you slowed down your own Ags time by constantly pushing forward. You did that one play where the Ags wasn't actually there yet, which I know is just like such a small mental slip up, but it is hugely impactful to like miss your timing like that. I'd say those two things are really big call outs. You mentioned that you don't usually like walk into your death at level 1 like that, but it did happen that game, and like that will be another big thing, right? That's like 3 different things that slow down your own timings that will hurt your chances of pulling off a Beastmaster carry. True. That's another thing. If someone is going to... I mean, some picks are pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. Some picks are bad, and you will have a worse chance at winning because of it. But... someone who would tilt really hard over just you picking a certain hero will probably rage out at something else. Like, okay, I pick a normal carry. I play Juggernaut carry. Oh, you didn't teleport to this fight. You idiot, you know? okay, like, they were gonna get mad about something. Like, the problem is they are toxic more than, like, I'm playing something weird, I'm doing something different. And the team breaking down will more likely come from that, so I might as well lose with a hero I'm enjoying. Classical music's good for detoxing games. Yeah, I love a good classical song. It's a broad question. It's very situational, but as position 4 or 5, how often will you be clearing waves defending a tower by yourself? In a pub game, quite a lot. Especially in the early to mid game, it's very common that the cores will AFK jungle. It's a common complaint and meme for a reason. So you will likely defend towers. If you watched the movie on gold, keep in mind that an alternative option, let's say bottom. The enemy team is pushing bottom, and you are not someone who can really defend it. If you can, that's great. But if you can't, don't feel required to. Pushing top is probably better for you if your team isn't doing it. Invading that top area. Keeping the gold lead close and generally pushing out lanes and defending, those are all great things to do. So choose the one you are actually able to accomplish to the best degree, and don't feel like, I'm a clockwork, I'm going to try to, solo defend this bottom tower. Bro, there's no wave clear, man. What are you going to do? You're just going to die. They're going to kill the tower. They're going to kill the creep wave. They're going to kill you. You're just speeding them up. So you can go push an empty lane somewhere else. That'll be better for you. In the mid to late game, it changes. There's a lot of support players who listen to what I just said, who listen to the common advice. Oh, you want to climb in pub and play support? You have to just ignore your team. You have to split push. Just never stop. Play Shadow Shaman, ward every tower. Don't play with your team. You got to play with your team at some point. The early mid game, you do have to split push. I see a lot of cases where supports, they are in position to win. There's a Roche fight. We're about to go push high ground, whatever. And support's like, I can't let that creep wave hit my tier 1. I got to TP out of here. Carries do it. Cores do it. Like, at some point, you have to let farm go and don't try to defend everything. It's okay to lose towers. It's okay to waste some creeps. Picking when you have to do one or the other is the hard part about playing Dota. And there's that part, there's no quick and easy answer. I have an 80-minute movie for a reason to help go into it, because it does get into like some specifics. But hopefully that helps give a rough idea. Okay, wait, real quick. We have one from Lucas. Do I know who you're playing here? I was playing 5 with a higher ranked friend playing 1. I'm not sure what I could have done differently. Are you maybe the Dazzle? Dazzle to TA is low rank to high rank. And over here, they aren't in a party. They call me, I don't even know what they call me. I was going to make some kind of detective joke, but anyways, I'm going to assume this is Dazzle by powers of deduction. I don't know if this is interesting to anybody. Do you guys know there's like this old classic anime that is actually still going, I think, called Conan the Detective? Do you guys know about it? My fiance laughed at me for this, and we watched an episode. I don't know if this is a spoiler thing, but this is like a 30-year-old anime plus. I don't know how old it is. For like the 2 people out there that know it. Hold on one second. Let me finish typing this before I tell the story. It's a very short story. All right. Hard support Archon. I did the time. Oops, I'm gonna have to fix the timestamp again. Conan the Detective. Wait, when did Conan come out? Oh, it's called Case Closed? I didn't even know. Case Closed, also officially known as Detective Conan. Original run, 1994 to present. Okay, it started before I was born. I know very little about this show, but I've seen the guy. It's like, it's common in anime and manga and stuff. If you're in that scene, I've seen him around. I didn't know anything about the show for how prevalent it is. I just knew of it. I thought he was some kid detective I thought it was a kid show who solves like kid crimes, like who stole my gummy bears out of my locker, you know, or like, oh, the neighborhood cat's missing, like go find it. I thought it was like a kid detective show. And then apparently there's like some adult Conan, and then I didn't know that, and that blew my mind. And my fiance, like, she like scoffed when I said that. She's like, she couldn't believe I didn't know it. We played the first episode. Guys, it's not like violent. That is not a kid show. There's a guy decapitated. There's like blood on it starts with a shooting. I was like, oh my God, what kind of kid show is this? They would do this to children? What is this? I didn't know he got like turned into a kid. What the hell? What is going on? I had no idea. Completely out of left field for me. I had no idea. Blew my mind. 1994 was a different time. True, it might actually still be a kid show. It was kind of interesting. We only watched one episode. I actually was intrigued by it. New timestamp. But yeah, I had no idea. I mean, there was a genocide in Avatar: The Last Airbender. That is true too. That is true. A lot of the violence in Avatar though is like brushed over. You know, it's like very kidified. It's like, oh, that person, we don't see them again. What could have happened to them? Oh. You know, they really brush over it. Oh, we're not violent. We just knocked them into the Arctic Ocean. They're probably okay. We didn't just kill them. They can swim. Back to land. 70 hours of swimming in frigid water. That kind of thing. But the Conan stuff is like, no, that guy's dead. He's super dead. They showed it. Okay, timestamp a little off, my bad, guys. I'll even try to fix it later. But we are looking at a support who's playing with a higher rank friend. Not sure what you guys could have done differently, or what the mistakes exactly were. Thanks for in advance. How long was this game? 35 minutes. Did you guys get wrecked in the lane? Because that's where I would start. I did okay. So usually if there's a rank disparity, the laning stage is where it is the hardest. Especially for like the lower rank support, the higher rank core. That's the classic duo queue.
30 seconds.
So I guess I don't have a specific place. If you're still here and there's like somewhere you want me to look, we can do that. But this is where, that's what I would focus on. Because it's the hardest for him, for the higher ranked player to tell you like in the lane, like I'm doing this, you got to do that, I'm doing this, you do this, like position this way, whatever. Later on, like let's play here, let's play there. It's easy to do the team play. I would not start Mango on Dazzle. I'd get a Fairy Fire. Fairy Fires are hot right now. You're going to right click a lot on Dazzle. You're only going to sometimes use spells. You're not even going to heal TA very often because she has Refraction. So you're mostly just using Poison Touch when it's a good time to Poison Touch. But it's only sometimes a good time to Poison Touch. You don't throw this ability out for free. So Dazzle is a more right-click focused support than a spell casting support. So it is very unlikely you're going to blow through all your mana to need a Mango very quickly. Now, if there is a lot of fighting and you get to level 2, level 3, we start throwing out more shadow waves, you will need mana. You can see, did I get the Lotus? Did I get the Magic Stick? How much mana was I using before this? Oh, I do need more mana. I'll buy the Mango. I'll bring it out now. But level 1, you are doing something wrong if you're like, I need the Mango before the courier can get here. Like, man, I'm churning through mana so fast. That's a Dazzle mistake then. You should be fine the first 2-ish minutes without a Mango. But you can buy one a little sooner depending what happens. Are you that caster guy or a lookalike? It depends what caster guy you're thinking of. I am a caster guy. Could be a lookalike for a different caster. Have you ever seen a username of a duo and you're like, what are their names? That's me. That's me and Ricky. Got a little distract there. Let's talk about laning. We are right clickers. Let's keep that in mind. So swap this in. And then if you had the Fairy Fire, you would like place your Observer Sentry already, and then your Fairy Fire goes there. So then you have 4 extra right-click damage between 2 Iron Branches and a Fairy Fire, versus currently we have 1 extra damage, 2 extra damage when that Iron Branch goes in. But it adds up because we're going to right-click a lot. Since you walk to lane, typically if you're going to do that, place your sentries. You're duoing with a carry. Your carry even bought Quelling Blade. You guys are in the Dire safe lane. You are missing out. Have your buddy cut one of these trees. This tree, a little easier to work with. Cut this tree with the Quelling Blade, put your sentry there. Pretty much no pub is going to find it. Actually, that may not be true because you're playing party games. You're more likely to play versus party games. And I feel like party game players tend to be a little bit more up to date with this kind of stuff than like solo queuers. That spot's really good. You can also cut one of these trees and put it up here. Another possible spot. This one's actually better if you want to do that. You pretty much will always have this camp open. I mean, you'll have to like kill the sentries, but it's really hard to find this stuff, especially if you don't know about it, which I have taught you. You will always know about it. Will they? Who knows? So you can do that sentry ahead of time. You can even give it to the TA. Hey, go do this. We're going to go fight. You don't want to join? Go cut this tree, place the sentry there for me ahead of time. If you're going to block, you can place the sentry as you come through, then swap stuff in. Since you started with the Observer, you should place it earlier so that you don't walk into lane with it. Because now you pretty much can't place it. They'll always know. Now we're just going to have to hang on to it. You want to be careful about walking into these areas. They split up kind of okay right now. You see them creep aggroing this way? Hit this creep as you kite backwards. We're just trying to... This is true no matter what. Just trying to give a very smooth experience to our carry, especially with the lower rank to higher rank kind of thing. I just want to focus on that. Positioning got a little too close here. You guys are both ranged heroes. TA, not yet. Still melee without more points and side blades. But you have more freedom. Good attack range. So don't get too close for a melee stun to be able to hit both of you. How come I can't see it? I guess we gotta go to him, right? It's kind of peepo wide, bigger than it looks, but you two are pretty close together. So we want to avoid that. Now you keep an eye on this range creep. It's getting low. TA does not really have an ability to secure this. Dazzle does not really have the best abilities to secure it either. You have Shadow Wave, but then that nukes the whole thing. Sometimes not, though. Like, sometimes it's 3 creeps on just the range, like they've split. You can use Shadow Wave that way. This, you would take a lot of farm while shoving the wave, so it's kind of tough. Could be a chance to use Poison Touch, because he wants to run away from Poison Touch, and that means you can then secure this with just right clicks. This could be a good time to use it. You don't have to. You can just look for the right click if your carry can't go for it. So keep in range of it. If it's not in attack range, hit Centaur right now. This is actually an amazing time to fight. He is in the middle of your creeps. They also want to fight right now because from that earlier stun, they got TA pretty low. Now they are looking to do more, but you're behind the TA. That could be bad. Like, maybe you should be taking point, but it's the situation we're in, so let's go from here. I know they want to fight. I need to respond ahead of time. Poison touch this Centaur and start attacking him so that if he does commit, he takes more damage for it. It may also save her because he's getting slowed ahead of time. It will also let you get the trade. So even if TA dies, you'll do a bunch of damage to Centaur so that when she comes back, she's in a good spot. If you had Shadow Wave, this is also a great time to use it. Even though we are stealing farm, but they're clearly trying to like kill TA right now. So actually getting the creeps to be free to attack the enemies is great. Anytime the enemy heroes walk into a lot of creeps is typically a good time to fight, especially for ranged heroes, because you're not drawing anything. Look at where you are. None of these creeps are going to aggro to you. But when you're here and he's like clicking TA to walk to you, to walk to the TA, and then what a lot of people do is a bad habit. They want to get to the Dazzle. They're not right-clicking to like move to Dazzle. They'll actually like attack the Dazzle, like as the Centaur here. He can't attack the Dazzle, but he's just giving the command to get closer. But that same command draws aggro, so it's really bad. You don't know if people are going to do that or not, but just bait it. See what happens. So we should have Poison Touched a lot sooner. Oh, look how much damage came in. So let's go back to that. The more you play, it's easier to commit to this stuff. So I think there's several seconds of poison touch that could have happened already. And if you think you can get him, you would blood grenade early. That's hard to know. So if you don't do that, I get it. You also don't need this kill. So like he stopped the aggression. Always reevaluate. Is my carry farming? And you're in a duo, so you can ask Heroes like, hey, are you good? They're like, I'm good. If you're good, we don't need to do anything. We will do as much as we can without too much danger. So he's still near creeps. If he fights, it's good for me. So this is fine, right? He's got poison touch, still fine. Now, as I get here, I no longer have the safety of creeps. Nothing's going to aggro to them if they fight me. I have used poison touch on the centaur. That's part of what's baiting you in. But another way to think about it is I no longer have an ability to use. Like as I fight, it's just my right clicks. And I'm good, I'm annoying, but I'm not like, I'm not an Ursa right clicking, you know? That's like very scary as it adds up. I'm just Dazzle. If poison touch is not available, it's no good. Centaur is still affected, but he's about to go around a tree line. I'm going to lose sight of him. So it's not like, oh, for one more attack, I go from here to here. That's not that bad. One more attack is here. That's really different. Especially because most of this trade, you were the back, TA was the focus, right? So TA took the damage into refraction, you were good to go. Now, you are the focus. Ancient Apparition is only attacking you as I move into a worse and worse position. So this is where the risk is too much and we just back off. Especially because I look at this and I go, oh, we're good, right? Like we're actually fine. Your TA, give this advice to your TA, clip this part. Actually, TA should aggro these two melee creeps forward. This is in deny range, so she can deny that anytime. This creep's about to die. These three are going to run forward. That's actually bad for you guys. And then she's going to have to run these two around, but you actually are pushing 3 creeps forward. If she aggroes these 2 creeps to this range, denies this, you can then deny this range. These 2 will focus the melee, and you'll stay here. And with both of you attacking, you'll be able to kill all the creeps and fix the lane here. The way it's currently going, it's about to push creeps forward. And then that's okay. You could come do a pull. Yeah, he got you on the tree. Circle tech. Whatever I named that video. Iron Branch in. Mango doing nothing. Q. Yeah. Q him. And then I'm good. Is he waiting here to turn and kill me? I don't know. One more attack. Is it here? No. It's all the way here, but he might be going. So it might be like, where? Who knows where, right? Look at the lane. Are we farming? Yes. Is it good forever? No, because actually our next creep wave is showing up. It's about to get messy. It's unclear where these creeps are going to end up. We're going to have more creeps, but they have more creeps fighting our creeps right now. So it might be okay. To make sure it's okay, attack our own creeps. This one right there can be attacked. AA can be attacked. Shadow Wave, this one's okay. TA's not in range, you secure it, you do a little damage to Centaur. This Shadow Wave's good. This Poison Touch, not that good. You can literally see why, like, in this exact moment. Can you chase Centaur? Poison Touch level 1 is terrible damage, actually. If you cast it and back away, this damage is so bad. It's one of the worst in the game. You have to refresh it so that it has about 3 times the amount of duration is when it starts becoming really good. So can I attack Centaur once every 3 seconds? Or can I attack him for the next like 4 seconds, I guess is a better way to put it. If not, then my use of Poison Touch is not going to be very much value. So the next creep wave is coming up. I know Ancient Apparition was somewhere here. can I chase probably up to like here to get that 4th auto attack onto Centaur? Because it's probably like 1 auto attack, 2 auto attack, 3 auto attack. And in that time, what's going to happen? I'm going to pass that creep line, so they're going to aggro to me. Ancient Apparition's going to hit me the whole time. Feels bad. We're probably about to turn around right now. Which is the right call. The other right call is not using Poison Touch on Centaur. I feel I should go back and talk about that, but we're not going to. The issue here is the lane. I've been trying to think about how to phrase what I'm feeling. The lane has not been very stable. Like, how I'm like looking at this and seeing Centaur somehow get into melee range so many times to stun for a follow-up. And the issue is because the lane keeps moving into like through trees and all that. So then balancing the lane comes down to like the 2 of you, maybe more TA. I don't know. I don't know who to put it on. But the lane keeps moving all over the place, which is why they keep stunning TA. But TA should be bullying the Centaur. I also don't play a lot of TA, but I'm pretty sure she should take Meld. Because this guy has 1 armor and didn't build any armor. And I'm pretty sure Meld plus Poison Touch would decimate this guy. At this point, you're just stacking and pulling. Okay. Haha, debate. All right, don't show in the wave. All right, what? Chungo donated earlier. We get a kill. We look at the time. We look at the map. We all chat. Don't all chat. That part's just funny. So, look at the time, 6:11. You guys came for the Lotus. We're not going to make her power runes, obviously, because we chose this. Wisdom Shrine could be good to go for, but it's, you know, a little bit away. So, time-wise, nothing huge I need to do. Pulling could be a thing, right? If I want to make it over here, I got to think about pull timings, get over there. Look at the mini-map. What do we got to do? Anything, any opportunities? Yeah, maybe this. They're kind of pushed up. Maybe I could TP. Maybe I could Twin Gate, wrap around. This could maybe be something. Mid, 2 super fast heroes. All I have is a slow. Probably not doing anything there. I am reaching the point TA can start to be left alone. She'll push the lane. She'll jungle. How do I make sure she's okay? I need to ward for her. Especially if I want to go do any of this other stuff, I need to ward. If the enemy sees me ward, I showed up in the lane with the ward. They're going to know where it is. They're going to de-ward it. That's going to defeat the purpose. They are now dead. So, I am here, and they won't see me for the next minute. Where did I ward? Here's pretty common. In the lane's pretty common. Here's pretty common. In 1 minute, all right, let's do a little less. Let's do 20 seconds because they're dead. I could walk here and I could ward, and then I could big loop around. I could actually Twin Gate. Let's do that one first. Twin Gate out. They won't know. Maybe I just Twin Gated right away and waited here. Maybe I warded here and then went this way. Maybe I do a big loop around. I pull. I could have warded here first and then looped around. I could have looped around, pulled, and then while free, I could have warded over here. I could also not ward. I could hold that ward. As part of coming through here, I could Twin Gate drop the ward in this area. I could drop it in the lane from behind a tree. There's a lot of places I could put it as long as they don't see me. When you show here, it becomes... I start to cross off places that could have warded. So you couldn't have warded here, right? Because you have it. You're helping her like hit the lane, but like this lane's empty. I don't need to help her at all. So this is all redundant and unnecessary. She'll push without you. You're denying creeps to no enemy heroes. They're getting 0 XP and you're making sure they get 0 XP. Yeah, you know? If the lane can be fixed, you can do this kind of thing. But at this point, you just shove the lane and you fix it through pulls. So we can go do that while we get clarities, right? Because if a fight does break out, I don't have enough mana. I could use my stick charges, but will I have enough for multiple shadow waves? Maybe not. As I'm over here, I can ward without them knowing where I'm warding. And by being off the map, he will ping his bottom lane if he's any good and be like, wait, Dazzle might be coming to you guys. You guys might need to be careful. So by being off the map, I am hiding where I'm warding. I'm hiding what I'm doing. And that's actually affecting multiple lanes if they're any good at the game. They may not be because it's a pub, but, you know, that's fine. If I'm showing, I'm not actually doing that much, which doesn't help me. And then it doesn't help my team either. You're trying this pull, which could be good, but you'll also notice they respawn in time to compete. So what's gonna happen here? Did we deny anything? Actually, I gave him 100 gold. He's now gonna farm the creeps because we're low from the fight, and then they farmed this. What we could have done and should have done is TA shoves the lane, and maybe you can help her with that. Shove the lane so he has to farm it here because it's too big of a way for him to do anything with. And then you guys do a pull with the next wave in the hard camp. Or you just do a small camp pull. That could work too. Just leave this free. Will he walk this creep wave here? Maybe. But in most pub games, no, he won't. He'll just farm it under his tower. And that'll give you space to go do other things. All right, Spear Breaker's coming up. This is pretty good. Let's see what you do after what I assume is a kill. Should poison touch either of those heroes before running away. Fortunately, we still get it. All right, once again, stay out of sight. Place this ward. Decide where to go. Time, minimap. 7:27, mid-rune. Gonna spawn. These are weird mid-heroes, but still good to get the rune. So me, walking this way, warding probably like over here, waiting for the rune. There's a pretty good options for you. You could also try to kill Centaur because he's now on his own, but then I see what he's doing. Gonna be pretty hard to kill that guy. So you're gonna wait here for a pull, but TA should do her own pull. Look, she finished that creep wave. She'll walk over here. She'll still have time to do her own pull. You'll also see where Centaur is. He's actually over here, which means the lane is about to meet here. There's actually nothing to do a pull for. A pull is to fix equilibrium. There's no equilibrium to fix because Centaur went here. Pull is to get extra money, but TA can actually just farm this, so it's not extra money. In fact, I'm just taking the money that should have been hers. TA should just jungle until the creeps get here, kill this. She should do the pull here, farm all of it, then come here, do the pull on the next wave. All by yourself. You're impacting another lane. You're warding. I've now held this ward for 9 minutes. 9.5 minutes is how much vision this ward has given me. It sees my pocket. And what does it see? It sees 3 other observers I just bought.
Have fun.
We must place it.
Radiant structures now.
Ah! Living.
Towers getting banged up. No breaking through the dire structures for now.
Yes, we burned almost 1,000 logs during this stream. This is in the gold video. This is actually slowing your carry down because you're just absorbing all her XP. And the pulls you're doing are the things she's supposed to farm. Because bottom's not bothered, Treant's coming up here. So now TA can't farm because she's being run down. Even if she lived, she has no health. But now she actually died, right? Now you guys are coming up here. What's happening over here? There's a solo Pudge attacking this guy, and he can't. So Wraith King, he's happy. Look at that. Solo farm. Maybe he's missing some CS. Ping's missing bottom. He doesn't really care. He's happy it's missing. Oh, TA came here. That can sort of be okay, but it's more dangerous for her here. Now Wraithkin goes from farming to join what looks to be a good fight. So his game plan, very easy, because he's being left alone. You've had multiple chances, though, to leave. So that's something to look for, whether you're playing with a party or not. After kills, put the ward down, out of sight, and try to walk somewhere else, and TP back when necessary.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down. Dire's top tower's gone. Them Dire buildings are tough as nails for now.
Wondering how we lost control of mid game so fast? Okay, let's take a look. 1k down, so it's not, or 1k up. So technically not too bad yet, but we did just lose a tower. Okay, you put one defensive ward. I think they saw you put that though. Okay, we come defend mid. Make sure you are letting Pudge be in front. Don't block his hook. Oh, nice grave. Very good. All right, forget this guy. Stop chasing him. He's worth 200 gold, 300 gold. We got creeps, all worth more. A lot of jungle farm. Your job, we just got kills. We have to go ward. This is technically still the early game, I guess. I don't know. It's not really set in stone. But we have to go provide vision to know what they're doing, know what we're doing. This is the time to do it, right after we kill heroes. If we chase Treant too long, we're not going to get to do it. All right, we didn't chase that long. So let's see. What do we do? 3 observers. We're deciding. I think you're deciding what to build. In daytime, we just walk to their half and place it, but you didn't have a sentry, so I have no idea if they just saw you stick this. We might lose that. The idea is good, though, is to, like, get something over here. But you do want sentries to make sure you can check before you place that stuff. All right, now the little fight breaking out. Kind of a big fight, actually. Okay, the grave spell casting is good.
Dire's bottom tower.
Keep building Orb of Corrosion.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom
It's kind of funny.
tower?
You don't need this. Don't build this. It's a funny idea, but it's not gonna work. It's not gonna be worth it. Build like a Solar Crest or something. Glimmer or Solar Crest are both really good this game. Solar Crest for your TA and your Wind Ranger. Glimmer for Ice Blast. Both of those are very strong. 4 staff to move around is also good. Run! Ah! No!
Killing double kill.
Oh, they just smoked in vision. And then broke their own smoke.
Radiant's top
All right,
tower.
TA starting to farm.
Mid towers having Radiant's toughened up their structures. Top towers hurting.
Took another tower. And I don't think you guys have really hit any towers. A little bit of chip damage, but not much. Which, if you're playing Spirit Breaker, I mean, like, someone on the team is playing Spirit Breaker,
About that bottom tower.
this means it's harder for you guys to make plays, right? Spirit Breaker wants to move around the map everywhere. The less towers you guys have to rotate with him,
Best do something.
and you guys have no towers, right? It's hard for him to dive things when they can respond, like, to so many places. And despite us having the Spirit Breaker, they're actually the ones who, I have the feeling from watching this, like, they're the ones making plays all over the map, right? We barely manage one thing, and then suddenly another play is happening over here, and then, oh, another play, like, going on. And maybe it's our turn, we smoke. But you're over here. Remember, we're a support. We should actually be with them right now, right? If my team's going to make a play, you want to try to be there. That's not always 100% true, but what else is so important right now? I think you were thinking about de-warding, maybe. That whole move was actually very funny. I don't know. I think you wanted to de-ward, but then didn't have the sentry and the stuff for it. So now this fight has happened and we're not here.
Dire's top tower. You know the drill.
kind of okay. Unfortunately, you lost your TA. So not strong enough to feel good about deep warding, so you guys back up a little bit. I understand. Where are we going? We decided to hang here. Wind Ranger was coming for the creeps, but he still kind of showed because you were also going to go for it. Try to stay out of sight if you're not needed. Okay, so now we're going to walk top. I see you doing a lot of walking. Your team's a little undecided on where to be, and it's affecting you.
Mega kill. Double kill.
Could use a hand.
Part of the reason you're not sure where they're going is because we have no wards on their half of the map. So I don't know if they're farming or when they're like teleporting to like go places. And they're actually using smokes because these are party games. So all our like defensive wards, they're not real because they can actually be smoked through. So we need some aggressive wards. This kind of goes back to like the lane where we were looking at. If you are like the first one to make the moves after the double kill, it often stays the same. Like whoever is proactive first remains proactive. Whoever reacts first remains reactive. I don't know if that's true or like a self-fulfilling prophecy, because maybe the team that was always going to be more proactive are just the people who are more proactive. But it's often how I feel about my games. Like when I can get my team to do stuff and I myself do stuff, it's like more likely to happen because like, oh, we got kills, things are going well, I'm free to do more things. If everyone's too passive and then you're the receiver of the first gank, now it's like, oh, I'm behind, I have to recover, I can't do things even when opportunities come up. I just gotta farm. And then it happens to another guy, it's like, oh, I gotta farm. And then no one wants to do anything. Now, I feel like that's kind of happening. You guys are trying to fight, but it's always them starting things and then us reacting.
Double kill.
Which is going to be more efficient for them, right? Because they're choosing, we push this, we farm this, then we go do this. You guys are in the middle of farming, and then we have to go respond. And then, okay, we scatter from here, we push things out, but we didn't want to be here, so our plan's a little thrown off.
Dark light. Radiant tower.
All right, this one, we've already taken the tower. You need to judge how long a tower will take you and kind of guess. So like, if you think you can take this tower in a few seconds, this type of observer doesn't pay off. This type of observer is good earlier in the game when it's like, oh, I think this is like a 4-minute push to take this tower. We're going to be here a long time. Then something like this works out. This kind of ward is not that bad now that this tower is dead, but something further in would help you more to make plays. This is pretty...
The dire might want to find the radiant tower.
In pub games, this is most useful to help you take a tower. Let me put it that way. At a high level, there's other uses for it, but usually it'll go more over here. Okay. Low ground wards, instead of using cliffs, are fantastic, but make sure they are outside the typical cliff sentry. So the enemy may have already put one. Not yet. When they put a sentry on this cliff, they will kill your observer. So at that point, your observer should have actually just been on the cliff. But low ground is generally better. Just make sure it's outside a cliff sentry. And then you have to go next level beyond that, because Ancient Apparition has a high ground checking spell. So if he's any good, he will put his sentry on the low ground and then ice vortex the cliff. So you need to go a level beyond that. Like usually the cliff sentry's here, so it's like, okay, maybe I can place it here. Against an Ancient Apparition who can put the sentry here, I now need to put it like out here. I need to go an extra level further.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
I wonder if we're going to be able to find a high-level Dazzle game. It's probably going to have to be a pub one. I'm going to pull it up and start looking. Right now, my rough feeling is the warding has slowed us down, and then our opportunities to leave the lane that we didn't take slowed us down. Oh, Malady and Tofu are actually playing Dazzle. What in the heck? Maybe we can get a pro game. Is there one with a TA? No. One with an Ursa, though, which is kind of like a TA. All right. right, let's see if we can compare this to Pro. Oh, this kind of looks, maybe this is too much of a stomp, but maybe that's even better. Maybe that's all the more what we're looking for. The way they ward will be a little different than the way we need to ward. But what we can show is like how they are working together in the lane. Even though Ursa is different from TA, the time you would use Poison Touch to either protect Ursa or because Ursa can go aggressive, the same way TA with Meld could go aggressive. I think that part will be similar. And then general lane management, like he's doing this, I'm pulling, this guy's doing this, I'm doing this. A couple times you were pulling or going to pull, and then like the TA's taking damage on her own, stuff like that is stuff you guys can coordinate to fix a little better. Maybe we can show it here. Go a level deeper. We gotta go deeper. Use my Dazzle as a third bracket of comparison. Maybe we could. Potentially as a like this, we're doing a hero and then one comparison. We could have a dedicated day the next time we're doing a hero guide, which I don't know if I want to do right now. I feel surely there's a patch after this tournament. Surely, right? I don't know. I don't know if I should just do a guide and then have it be invalidated right away. But maybe if we were like Dazzle guide coming up, we could, you know, Herald, Guardian. Oh shit, I was in this game. Wait. Do I know how this lane went? Let me think about this.
Take your pick.
Oh shit, he's got a mango, guys. Tell me he didn't start with this. Oh my god, Malady. You're making me look like a moron. Why does he have this?
And here we go.
Is he gonna use this more? I don't think he will.
First blood.
Free first blood.
On one side, Dire on the other.
Him and Ursa versus Mars +1. Oh, I remember this. And then they killed him again. Or like they dove. This one's kind of wacky. Hold on. We skip this part. This part's not as important for this part's not as important to the comparison of the lane. So he comes to lane late. All right, let's start from here to try to compare to your laning stage. I see you want to use this mango. So the pros are going to fight over the pull camps more than you will have to in the pubs. Hey, Dazzle right-clicking from the trees solo. Doesn't chase too hard.
Didn't make it.
I know neither of them are close to dying. That's what kind of baited you to do it earlier. You see, just poking safely from afar. That's just Dazzle gameplay. If Ursa gets really close, he could maybe go for the poison touch. Ursa actually tried to zone him, right? Because his pull's happening. He like ran aggressively like that for that reason. Point blank, and this guy wants to stop the camp. That's when he uses poison touch to trade right now.
So does ZQuixotix
and he's really close to safety. Moonfish, thank you so much for the prime sub. I agree. If Bezos already has it. Oh, I lost his career. That's so sad. Then I will get a tiny fraction. What percentage of that? What 0.00001 is that relative Bezos to me? Did you not do Battle Fury? I feel like they could also do the trick. It probably matters less at the pro level anyways, but... Maybe the idea is that he knew he was going to be harassed. I don't know if they knew the lane swap was coming, And he's like, I'm going to have to use Shadow Wave more, and I want casual regen versus Warlock. I don't know. I'm a little... He still got the mango, so clearly he did not need the mana in the first few minutes, like I said. I'm a little blown away by this mango.
Give me more. Dark light.
I don't know how comparable this is actually to what we watched. They're never really going too aggressive, which is what I think could be useful to learn in pubs. Because people will slip up, but people aren't slipping up. So really what they're doing is Dazzle is maintaining like pulls and Ursa is balancing waves, which wasn't really a factor with what we saw. The most comparable thing is that Dazzle was harassing Safer without overcommitting. Maybe they'll get a kill and we can see him rotate out. Maybe we can see him do the warding concept. He's coming for the rune. He's out of sight. Place an observer before he gets too close. I guess. Sort of relevant, but not fully. I don't think I've seen anyone take this facet. It's been buffed a couple times, so I think it's fine now. I think it's actually better to do this one by default, and then only when it's a really good poison touch game do you go this. If you're taking the other facet, you're maxing poison touch. So if you don't think that's gonna happen, then you do this. It really has been an HP regen mango.
Radiant's top tower's hurting.
Anderkent, thank you. Big fan of the farm video. Nice.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom
For
tower.
Phoenix, 20 minutes. We'll fail to do anything. We'll come and done different map wise or timing. Okay. I will get to yours. I actually wanted to grab one from chat. I was about to pop this up. I want to grab one from chat just to make sure we're balancing it a little, and then I'll do yours right after that one. It's the comfort mango. He did eventually use it. I think I kind of stand by what I said. I don't know. I still think this mango wasn't really necessary to start with. All right, I don't know if this pro comparison, this one really paid off as much.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
I guess the other thing to note is how many times he has left Ursa.
Trouble brewing at
In your lane, you were kind of with the TA for quite a while.
Radiant's
But there, you do have to like leave the carry to get other things done. It'll look a little different at the pro level than in pubs though.
Radiant's bottom
In pubs, my rule of thumb for you guys is, you know, leave a ward here or here, good default spots. This spot, this spot, twin gate maybe, and then walk away. I only vaguely remember this game, guys. I cast it and I don't remember. I was sleeping really poorly this event though. It's a follow by schedule, so technically I start like a little at a normal time, like let's say 8 a.m., 9 a.m. But what if I don't? What if it's like 2 20-minute stomps, followed by 2 more 20-minute stomps? So I always, anytime we're doing this, I always wake up constantly to like check. And because of that, it throws me off, and at some point I can't sleep. Then I do wilderness stuff if I have to, guys. My RuneScape players out there. In the past, I did, what's his name, Vedion? No one's awake. Old school RuneScape players all asleep. This time, I don't think I did too much wilderness stuff. Oh, I got a master clue I had to go into the wilderness for. I did that in the middle of the night. And then I do this every time. Last time I really got into old school RuneScape, I started merching things a little bit more.
trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
I have a spreadsheet and everything. odium wards. I have smithing at 99, so I look for things to make and make use of that. Usually it's just like Darox and stuff like that. I tried odium wards, even though it's not smithing, just to see if it worked. Each time I do it, I forget that you have to go to the wilderness to smith it, and I buy it, and then I look it up and I go, ah, shit. I have to run into the wilderness with like a shitload of money. So I do it at like 5 a.m. when I'm waiting to cast. And then this time I deleted it from my spreadsheet. I wrote wilderness on it, like, so I remember to stop doing it. Hey, Sapper. Yeah, I was gonna ping it later to you again, the timestamp, but I'm glad you saw it.
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
Okay, guys, keep submitting games. I'm just gonna let this play out for a little longer. I'm gonna refill the water, and then I'll be back.
Mine. Radiant's top tower is taking hits. Radiant structures must have been fortified. Radiant's top tower is hurting. Radiant swooped in to disown their top tower.
Let me see what you guys are up to. Zach's a freak in the Excel sheets. You know it. Glad I'm not the only one who goes hard on them gaming Excel sheets. Bro, I think I like making the Excel sheets more than I like playing some of the games. I get so into it. That was one of my favorite things about engineering too, was when I got assigned spreadsheets to make. I'm like, yeah. I think in another life, maybe it's this life, who knows? If I worked in data analysis, I think that would be, I'd probably have a decent fit there. Just give me a spreadsheet. I know, okay, wait. A common complaint. Granted, I didn't really, clearly I wanted to play video games more than I wanted to engineer. But a common complaint that you'll see in like engineering is like, why did I study engineering? Like, all they have me do is like make Excel sheets. This isn't what I like became an engineer for. And I'm like, oh my God, that's me. Give me the, like, I'll do that. Give me the Excel sheet. I don't want to think that hard. Just give me an Excel sheet to automate. I'll play RuneScape in my free time. I am fit for that. I am fit for that. Oh, Nightwind. I haven't heard of that. That's interesting. Maybe I'll have to look at that. A spreadsheet game. Oh, I gotta check that out. Let's see. I started Long Live the Queen. I think I just did not connect. I wanted to. I was not making progress, and I did not understand what I was doing. I didn't even know I needed to make an Excel sheet. Maybe I gotta give it another go. I think I was absolutely missing the point of what I was supposed to do. My company uses Smartsheet, and I was assigned the task of learning and building all our automation tools. Truly a dream. This is what I played RuneScape for. I'm ready. All right, let's try this one. I gotta figure out what we're gonna play on stream again, like variety-wise when we have time. After RimWorld, I don't even think of we just play RimWorld when we're queuing for a long time. I don't even really think of it as like a full variety thing. What about? Well, this is another long game, and there's also not really an endpoint to it. I was interested in playing Path of Exile, and then Path of Exile 2 came out. But I don't want to pay for it. I don't think I'm that into this type of genre. And also, people are saying, like, Path of Exile 1 is different from Path of Exile 2. I don't know. For people who play Path of Exile, does that seem like it could be an interesting variety thing? I'm literally playing right now. Does that seem like interesting? I know there are Path of Exile players. Like, the content's out there. I know that. So it's not that it isn't interesting, but, like, for a mostly Dota stream, I don't know, would that be interesting? I only tried the game like once in the past because another friend really liked it, but I didn't have time to get into it at that time.
Places, everyone.
It's fun when the new leagues launch. What just happened? Bug out? Oh, here we are. Okay. Oh, thank you. Cheers back to Brazil. Hope things are going well. Balatro stream. I enjoyed Balatro. I got it on my phone for like airplane entertainment. I feel like some people love Balatro, and I feel like I'm missing something. Because I just like Balatro, and I don't really get what more there is to like about it. I don't understand the depth of the game, perhaps. Or maybe I'm just not that much of a card game person. I liked it, though. I like doing the different decks and stuff. But I feel like I'm good, you know, like I'm done. I didn't connect to it as much. Maybe Path of Exile's the same. I know people love that game. And maybe I'll try it and I'll just be like, it's fine. It's fun. A new league just dropped on last Friday. Well, maybe we try it. I feel like you can only watch PoE if you play it. Less viewer friendly for variety folks. Yeah, that's the thing. I think we need one that is like interesting to multiple people. If we're going to do it for like variety. Something that is, like you said, beginner friendly, like just interesting on its own. But I think I do want to try the game again at some point. Just because I know it's so popular. And it could be one that's like fine to pop on stream for a little bit and then off, you know? Okay, anyways, let's do this Shadow Demon 5 game. What was your question again? I picked it for the question and I forgot. Oh yeah. Game felt like a storm from the get-go. Wait, is this the right one? Yeah. How to recover and stop the bleeding. This game made me realize that I do not know how to play against NS, especially when NS is already winning. Okay. And then you add a little more detail here. You thought we went into the game thinking you would buy drums and Vlads for your Visage and go around killing people, but I never got to that. Actually, I'm glad you added that, because that's I guess that's the mistake for us to learn from. Because looking at this draft, I kind of know you shouldn't. You'd like to do that, but you're not going to get to do that. So, I'll just let this play a little bit while we talk. Drums Vlads are great for Visage. So that part is correct. What you're thinking of is like the synergy between Visage is good. Anybody can do that though, right? Vlads and drums are just items that anybody can build. So the question is like, what does my hero do in the game? And if my hero can do what it needs to do without items, then I can also build drums and Vlads. But if there's things that I need to do, and I might need items for it, then I need to get those items. Shadow Demon is a very utility-based hero. Your ultimate wrecks certain heroes, people who hate getting kited, and then Disruption's almost the same because it's a save, and there's no answer to it besides to get you. There is no nullifier for Disruption. There's no like, oh, stun the guy and then do it. It's like, no. If Disruption goes off, it has saved the guy. It has wasted time. So they have to find Shadow Demon. In this game, you destroy Ursa. Ursa hates playing against Demonic Purge. So that's one of your biggest jobs. Night Stalker, which I'm glad you called out, his job is to stop people like you. Because he has great vision when he pops his ult. He has a lot of mobility. He has the AoE silence. And then he can buy a blink. He's just super fast. He will look for you to prevent you from doing your job. So that's how you need to itemize. Your abilities are very good versus those heroes, but I will not get to do that if I don't build items. So then thinking back, I have to weigh that. Is it more important for me to stop these heroes? You also wreck Wind Ranger, by the way. I totally skipped over her, but if she is a core, you also wreck her. My abilities are so good that I might need Force, Blink, Aether Lens, those type of items to stay really far back and only join when needed. Or I can do this Drums Vlads. For Drums Vlads, I have to be really close to the fight for those auras to have value, which means I'm going to be really close to these heroes. And then which of those items will protect me from a Night Stalker killing me? Maybe I drums walk a little faster. Like, that's all I got, you know? So that's part of the problem here of trying to play that way with those opponents. When it comes to Night Stalker and you're any kind of like backline save hero, you're the number one target. So the first thing you have to answer is how all these backline save heroes are naturally useful. Like, that's your thing, right? Through whatever spell, you are naturally useful. So the item typically has to answer, how do I keep myself alive and use abilities? And in this case, Night Stalker is number one. Blink Dagger and Force Staff come to mind. Force Staff to get out of the AoE silence and cast the ability. Blink Dagger to stay really far back and only join as needed.
Very well. I'm very proud of you.
I do see some people do Disseminate start like you have here. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of it. It kind of paid out here, but that's kind of more on the Pudge hook than anything. I think Disruption is a very strong tool for the start of the lane. Because, for example, you're not being contested on this, so it worked out. A lot of times you do get contested for it, or someone's trying to do this or that or whatever. Disruption, great tool for blocking both camps, for blocking one camp, keeping another camp open, all sorts of things you can do with Disruption. You can trade with it, disrupt, and then just fight with the illusions. That's strong. I'm a big fan of the utility of Disruption level 1. Can also set up for kills. It can disengage.
Dire's mid tower is having technical difficulties.
Osu. I I would have to look into the music copyright. I mean, people stream Osu, so I guess it's a thing, right? But I don't have to deal with the headache of like, oh, you got flagged. That's not a song you're supposed to play. Let's skip over this lane. The things I talked about are actually mid to late game, so let's jump forward. Arcane first is good. You don't need the Yules.
Dire's top tower.
The aggressive Yules is your ult. Defensive Yules, you don't quite have, unless you get a shard later. That's okay. You want a Force Staff or a Blink. If it's not you, it could be a teammate that you're saving with the Force Staff. The Force Staff is also good versus a lot of their heroes want to kite. Like Ursa chasing, for example. The Force Staff would help there.
Dire's got one last top tower.
See if we can find some of these fights where Night Stalker kills you. This farming pattern is really weird, by the way. Let me show you that. All right, so you're poisoning here, so then Drow goes pushing top. So she walked past you and slaughtered jungling. Now you walk past her to go push the lane. Now she walks past you to jungle. I don't know, you're taking turns doing things beyond each other. It's really inefficient. You should just leave her top on her own and go make a play somewhere else. Or if she's doing this, then you move into the enemy's half of the map because they're over here. So go set up deep wards right now. Go jungle, any of that stuff. Set up wards right now. I think you're trying to farm up the Yules, but it's not that close that, like, you're going to have the jungle for like 5 more minutes to have it. 5 is kind of long, but... Okay, there's the ult, Wrecking Wind Ranger. They're all pushing mid. So you guys killed the Wind Ranger here, and the rest of them are all pushing mid, and notice everyone on your team is sitting in the base and no one's moving this. This is not strictly related to Shadow Demon or anything. This is the movie that we made, right? Their team is losing right now because of this. They're losing the tower, getting no gold. If it wasn't for Wind Ranger dying here, literally no gold, right? This is all empty. This is all empty. This is the map. All the gold everywhere else is available. The lanes aren't really pushed in that far for this team being all here. Unrelated to playing Shadow Demon, but playing support in pubs, that's what you want to address. So like earlier when you and Drow were leapfrogging each other, you want to see like, where's the enemy? What can we do? If they are all mid and bottom and you think top is what needs to be pushed and Drow's not doing it, then commit, you know, shove top really hard. If Drow is farming top, you see them mid and no one's bottom, then you go through the Twin Gate, you start cutting bot, you drag creep waves around. Whitemon is doing it all the time in this tournament. I'm sure other players are, but I just happened to see Whitemon do it, and I was thinking like, damn, that's a good video topic, but I literally just made a video about Whitemon. Should I do another video about Whitemon? We love Whitemon on this channel. It's true, but how many Whitemon videos can there be back to back? I don't know. But he's doing it a lot with Warlock. So it is very doable with these like unconventional heroes who don't have the greatest fast wave clear. He is on the enemy's half of the map, stealing farm, cutting waves. Ghost Scepter. You can eventually get Ghost Scepter. I would do Force Staff, Blink, and then after that, consider Ghost Scepter, Yules, Aether Lens, those type items. Okay, this is a combo mistake, but... So you came to ward. Now you placed it here. We haven't cleared this cliff. Like, they were recently here, so they might have wards in this area. We are on the back foot, so we need our wards to live, but you're not centering first to, like, check this stuff. So there's a higher than usual chance that your stuff's gonna die. You're Shadow Demon, so even if you're too scared to walk up here, you can, like, sentry here and then Shadow Poison over to at least check this super common area. There's a chance they saw you do this and then it's gonna die. let's move past that now. Separate issue. Okay, I am backing up Visage. I am worried about being killed by some of these heroes just jumping and getting me. I want them to jump Visage, and then I will save Visage. So, this is my cast range. This is my save. So, somewhere back here was good. Now I'm in the middle. Let's say they're smoked. Let's say they're over here looking. They were about to kill Visage, and they were saying, damn, if we jump Visage, but what if Shadow Demon's there and he saves him? Oh, here he is. Let's kill Shadow Demon, and then we'll turn around, and then we'll kill Visage. Or, he's a support, so let's just have one person go kill him, the Night Stalker. Night Stalker, go kill Shadow Demon, and we'll kill Visage. Right? And they can do this because you're walking out in the open. Now, maybe you're trying to cross over to go do something. I'm pretty sure I remember you, like, just waiting behind Visage. So the idea is correct, but you should be in the tree line to increase the odds that if they are looking from over here, they're not seeing you just in the open. You're hiding behind a tree. This is really important for save heroes, which Disruption counts as a save. Dazzles, Oracles, Omni-Knights, Abaddons. You will be the #1 target. And if you can't be the #1 target, look, you're like hiding in front of the tree, you know? It's like supposed to be on the other side. So we will always be killed first. By any good player that sees this, they will always kill us first because we're letting them kill us first. We had to be in the trees. Night Stalker's a little unique. He's going to pop ult, see all this. I get that. But most other heroes will not have a mechanic like that. And even versus Night Stalker, he will not always be in his ultimate form. And if you hear the ultimate form, you go, oh shit, and you run away, right? You blink out, you force staff, you sprint out of there. Everyone run until you figure out where he is. Map, they just did Roche. Let's see if we avoid and split push. All right, we're currently positioning to fight around a tier 2. I see a lot of them here. I actually know 4 heroes are here. So, need these guys to shove in bottom. And need potentially someone to push mid from this side. Shove mid, get out this way. It'd be really worrisome because this is still up. But someone has to push mid. Otherwise, they're going to do this. And they're going to push these 2 lanes. We're going to be stuck here. Someone's got to push this out. The birds could do it pretty safely. Summons could do it safely. Long-ranged abilities could do it safely. This is farming, but not really helpful to the team. Slardar's doing great, right? Someone's going to have to respond to this. Here's Night Stalker. All 5 are up here. The whole bottom is empty. The ward surviving is very important because it's what's letting us see here. Okay, Night Stalker TP'd out. Start the fight if you want, depending how far behind you are. Night Stalker's gone. You guys are 6k behind. Night Stalker's 9k. You guys are 3k up in front of your base. This is a really good place to fight. Jump this Wind Ranger. Killer. Jump whoever, right? This is the time to fight if you're really far behind. You've been stuck in your base. We are only just starting. Like, they just got roached. We haven't been trapped in the base that long. But this is one such opportunity. They've kind of screwed up. This is what these wards are for, is to see people straggling behind. This is where we want the smokes already in our backpack. Pop them, use them, go for a kill. Someone's got to shove out mid, so Drow nuke mid, and then you guys go fight. Night Stalker, this will take more than 10 seconds at the least. Even for a fast hero, sprinting from bottom to top, over 10 seconds.
Top tower, you know the drill.
Have a lot of information to target any of these guys if someone makes the call. Now I see them moving away, so now the play is to go shove out top. These 2 areas. One person shoves the lane, someone is like jungling through top. Maybe we like jump in and disrupt if we have the tools for it. Probably not. All right, so they're all in our base and we never got the lanes out. So now they're gonna keep us in the base for as long as they want. Now the window's a little bit missed. Now someone's gonna have to take a really big risk to get out. They might throw. Look, the game looks quite long, so I guess they do. Ruh-roh.
Double kill.
So in this fight, going back to our own itemization and positioning, we're just kind of running in. We're getting it. Now you gotta run away. This fight has been going for a while. Let me go back. We're actually gonna use this mini-map. All right, we're trying to kill Wind Ranger. As soon as we try to kill her, she knows she's trying to be killed, right? So her team can respond as soon as that begins to happen. So looking at the minimap, where are they going to come from? Well, I know they're actually in this-ish area. I have wards here, so that helps. And then I know, I literally saw them like walk away, right? So for you, when you use your abilities, every time you're waiting, you default to moving top, because top is going to be safer for you. So then, in this fight, see what happens. Trying to get close, don't have the blink, don't have the force staff. Moving top originally, pretty good. But then, that was actually a pretty peepo-wide RP. I thought you would be safe. But he came from down here and ends up catching you guys. So you actually were default moving to the right spot. I think you should have gotten out of that. I at least want to call it out, I guess. Because I know sometimes people do go in the wrong way. And then they get killed.
Mega kill. Ultra kill.
Can't do nothing about dire structures right now. So much for the Radiant's courier.
How does this game go for like 20 more minutes?
Dire's mid tower's nothing now. Dire's mid range ain't doing so well. Dire's mid range didn't make it.
The Fall of the Fountain.
Radiant's
I was trying to get my team to split push. I felt I had to be behind cores for Magnus Blink. That is kind of true. This is where your items might help, so you can react a little faster. Otherwise, this is how close you got to stay to your cores, and it's quite tricky. This is a great pickup though, the Tumbler's Toy and the cast range. Your Shadow Demon, you got to use Shadow Poison. Make use of your strength. So like this is behind Visage, but notice you're actually also too far to use Disruption. So at that point, it doesn't really like help. You have to be able to press it like instantly.
The Dire I want to find no breaking down the radiant structures like this. Dire's top towers getting beat down.
Ult the Night Stalker. I think you should ult the Ursa. I don't know. It depends on the exact moment, but Ursa is ultimately the carry, and he had used a lot of his defensive tools, so I think you have a decent shot at actually killing him.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. And sweet. Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
I don't even know what to look for in the pro version. If we look to compare, I guess it's the general positioning of how he stands behind like people in the trees, and also how the Shadow Demons may be involved in the split pushing if we happen to see that.
For me, it's for all of us.
This kind of thing is really dangerous. You don't need to kill this creep wave out here. Where you two are is easily within like blink RP range to kill you. Smoke, get closer, blink RP. If you guys die right here, it's like the end, you know? You need to be back here. You'll clear the creep waves when they get closer. I know you're getting, like, your buildings are gonna get chipped, but I mean, that's what happens when you lose, you know? You need to delay it as long as possible. This is way too dangerous where you guys are. Especially as you throw out Shadow Poisons. Like, they'll know you're there. Little thing here. Little but big. This is as close as we want to be to Drow. And then thinking again about where people are going to come from, this is the most likely area. If they're going to jump over, it's from down here and here. This is a lot less common. It will happen sometimes, but if I had to pick, I'm going to default to being over here. Same distance away from Drow, but on the safer side, the top side. For some reason, I walk real close to Drow. In case there's a ward here that I don't know about, and they're like looking for a blink RP, blink anything, I want to get real close, right? Real close, and then back away again, back away, back away. But this is what we want to avoid in general. And now, like, I'm in front of the Drow, right? I know these seem like really small moments, but I encourage you guys to build this habit where you're always in the best position. Because you never know when you're under a ward, when the enemy is smoked, when you're being looked at. You just want to passively do the best thing possible all the time. I mean, maybe that sounds obvious, but it's like it shows up in moments like this where it's like, I'm in the base, like whatever. But if we do it here, are we going to do it here? You know, if we build the habit here and we're always in the right position, then we're more likely to do it here. We're more likely to do it here. Like in the tree line earlier we saw, you know, like I'm going to be waiting in the trees instead of like in the lane. I am just always in the best spot possible. I am minimizing as many risks in case I just randomly get jumped in the most surprising way possible. It will still go as best as possible. A couple times here, so many heroes standing next to each other. Everyone just all collapsed for no reason. All right. On the minimap, I will highlight part of the job of whoever sneaks out is to place wards. The reason you guys are also scared is because you have no idea where they are. Someone's got to take the risk. Some people have to move out, split push, place wards. Otherwise, you would just fall further and further behind in gold and map control. And that's what's happened to you guys. The gold lead's grown up a lot. Even though they're constantly grouping as 5, you guys are not responding to that. I think instead of showing you Shadow Demon stuff, I'm going to show you a Tundra game where they manage this. We'll see. Let me see if Shadow Demon is played by one of them. I know for a fact Tundra did what I am trying to talk about, but it's not Shadow Demon related. Unless they did play a Shadow Demon game I forgot. I don't know. I think you understand the concept I'm talking about pushing out the lanes. So maybe you don't need to see that. Maybe you'd prefer to find a Shadow Demon game to look at. You can let me know. But going back to items, this is why Yules won't work to protect you. I need to save this guy right now. I don't have a Force Staff. I don't have a Blink. I don't have Aether Lens, so can't save him. I probably wouldn't save him anyways. And then once they decide to go on you, at some point they will build BKBs, and then your Yules will not stop them. So you'll have to Yules yourself, which means you'll just fall back down and be killed. So this is where you need things like Blink, and you didn't jump this guy, you never would have even walked close enough to get caught. Or Force Staff, and assuming we didn't Force Staff forward to save him, when I get jumped and he's BKB'd, I can Force Staff myself away. Now, he might have something like a Nullifier. That is true. But what comes first, Nullifier or BKB? It's usually the BKB if they're building BKBs. Nullifier is actually uncommon in pubs. Not a lot of people build Nullifier when they should. So Force Staff tends to be useful for longer, even if it is eventually countered. We're the best 3 midders right now. Players? Or like heroes? Heroes for pubs, I would say like Ember. I'm kind of blanking.
Someone took out the Radiant's courier. Dire's top rats.
I need my like list of things.
Killing spree.
My brain is fried.
Dire's top rats didn't make it.
Ember's definitely up there. Viper and Razor are okay. Where's my list? Puck is in a pretty good spot. Beastmaster. If you play Shadow Fiend mid, that's kind of back a little. Dragonite Queen. Void. They're all in a pretty decent spot. me see Shadow Demon games. Let me see if anyone played Shadow Demon versus... I doubt there's a Night Stalker. It's pretty uncommon in pubs. But there are other heroes who jump the back lines. And I think that's something we could look at.
Bold and sweet.
A lot of these pros are doing this aura building Shadow Demon. The Yolacor went Shard first. What in the heck? Oh, they had a new bow. I don't know if any of these are quite what I'm hoping to show. There is a loss here. It's a pretty long one. Maybe we could see a I guess that's what's happening, right? A losing Shadow Demon game. Doesn't look like they recovered a win, though, so it's just a pretty sad... I don't know if we'll find what we need to find if they're losing the whole time.
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
Void Spirit or Razor mid, who would you expect to win the lane? Razor should pick up more CS, and then Void Spirit should hit 6 and try to make plays to recover. It's not as bad as many other melees, though, because Void Spirit has multiple tools to, like, deal with the Razor. What's that update? Well, let me see pubs. Maybe there's a Shadow Demon versus Night Stalker pub game somewhere. With the Shadow Demon. I try to Remnant pull Razor in her tower. If he gives that to you, you can. It's mostly you're just getting by the lane. So when they commit Link, you're like dissimulating away. Using Remnant to try to pull him back while you break the link. You can dodge some of like the plasma fields. Much like the Sand King versus Viper matchup we talked through earlier, you're not trying to beat the Razor. As long as Razor's not destroying you, that's winning. And then you just hit 6 and you rotate. A lot of the playmaker mids are like that. That's why Ember's kind of broken right now, because he can actually win a lot of lanes, even though he's very much a playmaker. But many playmakers lose lanes to stronger laners, but the recovery is that you will make plays to then get back in the game. Okay, we will just pull up a random, not like random. Oh, wait. Forgot, we can look at position 4 as well, Shadow Demon. Because positioning would be the same. Okay, we're going to try this one. We're going to see if we can just comment on some of the positioning moments. This is a position 4 Shadow Demon, but he has to avoid the storm. Has to be ready to deal with Mars Arena. There's going to be a Nyx looking for him. His ultimate will be very good versus the troll. So a lot of the same concepts are there. I don't know how... I think I caught the tail end of this game today, and I'm pretty sure they were saying Navi did not play all that well, so maybe... I don't know how good the concepts will be, but we'll take a look. We'll see what we get. Got destroyed by a Razor so bad over the weekend. It's not a fun time laning versus Razor if you're a melee hero. Void has a little bit better time dealing with it because of the stuff we said, but yeah, still not tons of fun. Razor does not farm that fast. He has decent farming speed, but it's not like the greatest in the world. And his ability to make plays is not as good as someone like Void Spirit. So those are your strengths. Don't try to beat someone in a lane that you're not supposed to. That's kind of the mistake, right? Is that like, oh, I want to try to win every lane. Like, oh, how do I do better here? It's like, no, you're supposed to lose. That's your thing. It's like, you lose here, and that's okay because you win in other fields. Let's jump ahead past, where do items start coming into play? He did solar first. He wasn't that worried about getting jumped to bat, and I guess he wanted this solar for his teammates. Okay, let's see how he's positioning here. Are they smoked right now? I don't know if it's bugged and they're smoked. I guess they're just walking in. Okay. Okay. Looking around, gathering information. Notice he's like behind trees, so people coming through smoked. They won't see him. One of the trees. They could probably have been a little further apart. And I guess they're looking for the kill now, which is why they're clustering up. Using Shadow well, Warlock also dropped from the high ground. Never mind. Pretty far back in the fight as this breaks out. Just gonna have to walk up to the Ember for now. Doesn't even need to disrupt. I don't know. We didn't really look at specific team fights in your replay because it was kind of rough. It's more about avoiding. All right, gets in the tree line. Nah, leaves the tree line. I don't know, he's like not getting too close in these fights, but I don't know if it's like anything special to talk about. Maybe. I mean, I guess sometimes I do see supports who are like, oh, I want to go contribute right clicks to this kill, but he's not, right? He's keeping his distance. He's throwing the spells, but he's not trying to like attack and get that close. Okay, ward. Little sneaky play here, guys. He warded here, he walks to this right side, and then dewards, so that when they see him on the minimap, he's attacking from here, and it's less suspicious, this area. They're like, oh, he came from somewhere here.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right there. You just got stomped by the Radiant's bottom tower. Seen Radiant's down and fortified their structure. Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
They are winning. I'm not sure we'll see as many concepts of the like play it safe, stay out of sight. Okay, TP's in, out of sight in the tree line. Okay, at least we get a small example there.
Might want to mine their top tower.
Staying out of sight till the stuff happens. It's kind of a stomp though. The enemy's avoiding them. It's not like stomp, but they're clearly winning. Getting to be more aggressive. I think we need, maybe I needed to find a losing game because in your game they were more losing. You guys were on the back foot, so you had to do more defensive stuff. This is the winning one. I thought he might still like position more safely in these fights, but I guess what I heard in the cast is kind of true. It seems like Na'Vi haven't really made a play so far.
The rune of invisibility.
Yeah, it's just like he just walks in and saves. It wasn't even like fancy on the positioning or anything.
Double
Just like, let me get over there and disrupt. Maybe if we play long enough, we'll find moments. This is why I think the pro comparisons, well, not that we can't do it live like this, but I think if we did a video out of it, it's got to be a little bit more search and find, because to find the proper comparisons, I think it's going to take a little bit. I wonder if it's almost easier to find a good example in a pro match, and it might be easier to find a pub mistake that matches it.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Doing it in that order might be better. If I make videos out of this stuff, I mean. Like, videos of, like, the pro comparison concept. I think on this live stream, some comparisons have been good. Some are kind of like this one, where it's like, sort of related, sort of not related. Because the situation's a bit different. Like this time, his team is winning the fight, so he's just looking for more kills. We would not have been doing that in the last game. The situation's very different. I forgot to timestamp that one. Well, whatever. It didn't end up being that great. I'm trying to find another one. I will just show you. I won't make I doubt I'll make a video out of this. So I think it'll be fine. Even though it's Whitemon once again. This is not Shadow Demon, but you can do something similar. And I'm just going to... Let's see, where did it happen more? This is one Ricky and I cast, but I don't even remember the exact times. This is just something anyone can try to do. I don't know what to timestamp this. Support space while losing or something, I don't know. We'll just use this as a quick example, but it's just the idea that, like, once you start losing, you avoid the enemy, you cut waves, dodge out. If you have more wave clear and survivability, it's easier to do for supports. Shadow Demon, you can kind of use some illusions for this stuff. You can use shadow poisons, so it's a little bit more awkward. But some farm, even inefficient, is better than no farm. So if I recall correctly in this game, Tundra, it's not that they were losing, but OG was finding fights and stuff at the start. Maybe the game before or after this was better. I can't quite remember. I think the game after this might have been even better. But we'll start with this one because we've already downloaded it. But Tundra was just avoiding OG a whole bunch. And people were dying. But as the people die, the rest of the team goes out to farm something else. And that's what you want to try to do in a lot of pub games when they're overly passive or you can't get your team to, like, really coordinate. Let's see. Let's go to, like, somewhere here.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
Okay. So right now, everybody missing. The kill happens bottom. Let me play. Hold on, man. Let me go on speed. Okay, so it turns out the enemy team is killing bottom, and so immediately you see them all, like, start moving somewhere else. Like, go get some more farm.
Dire's mid tower won't last.
We're losing that bottom tower, so make sure to trade and do something else.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't pretty
Maybe actually kill this Bristle here. Oh yeah, I remember they ended up throwing a bunch of ults and everything. Anyways, I don't care about this actual fight. Looking for how they move around the map. Maybe we need to get later into the game. Okay, they take bottom while that fight's going on. See Warlock pushing mid. You see like they're all farming kind of different areas. There was some grouping down here to take that tower, and then that's it. They're scattering again. As things get scary, he's like waiting behind trees near his teammates, getting ready. I guess they want to make a play bottom. What time is it? Is it a Wisdom Shrine? No. Move as a team, steal this farm. Shadowfina's backed up. Tide holding mid. So the most dangerous area has the most heroes. Gets his stack. This fight happens, and I guess they did want to take it. They had all their abilities, so they fight. No one's doing Tormentor 20 minutes in our pubs. Skip it. Skip it. This isn't quite what I wanted to see. This is why I gotta vet the stuff beforehand. You do see they're constantly scattered. When they're in farm mode, damn, are they in farm mode. They're like all in 5 different places farming different things. That is good. I want to find a moment. I'm sure Whitemon does it at some point in this game. I feel like he was constantly just pushing and jungling on his own. You did see him kind of do it there. He was pushing in top while Tide already left, taking the risk. He's doing it here again mid. These are kind of like risky areas that he is just going in on his own. You know, he gets killed here, whatever, right? Everyone else, like, start go. Move, move. They have to be careful of the Twin Gate, is why they're scared a little bit here. Void goes in here, lost this area. He's gonna start going top. Push this out. Maybe this is him pushing top. Push top again. Push top again. Gets killed. No worries, just a Warlock. Push the lane from here, got him to move over to deal with him. That means all these guys farm like this. Alright, Whitemon, where do you go next? Do you go bottom? It's pushing mid. I'll help him with the power rune. This one's pretty classic. He was doing a lot of jungling in like these areas. With this ward, he was jungling here. I guess he left already, but he was doing it here too, like on the enemy side.
Killing spree.
Can't do nothing about dire structures right now.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate if you don't usually comment, if you like to lurk, totally get that. I am kind of the same myself, funny enough, as a content creator. I actually rarely comment on things. But I appreciate you going out of your way to actually come out and say some nice stuff. Thank you. Happy to have you. Even if you want to go back to like lurking, it's all good. All right, I don't know. We're kind of zooming through. It's like we're sort of seeing some of the topics. I'll have to look deeper for it. I think it'll be easier to find a better example of that another time. I'm gonna grab the other replay we gotta do. I don't know. What do you guys think? Trying to find the comparisons of the pro matches is something we don't usually do. Do you think it's overall helpful? I feel some of them have been better than others. Like this last one or two didn't feel like we were quite finding what we need. Some of the earlier ones had better examples. Like that first Invoker one, and we got to see GPK Invoker, the way he played the map completely differently. I thought that was a good example. I don't know what rank this is. I'll just say unranked. No problem, Bloodflux. I like seeing what's proper to do, but it's also a case of good luck getting your pubs to follow up properly, for sure. Careful. Hef is laying down right by the wheels of my chair. I'm worried I'll roll them over. Maybe more map play to compare and replay review. I kind of agree. I think for that, we have to either stumble upon a really good example, or it's one I have to like, I have to find it in my own time and then make a, like, cut it together in the video so that it's not like what we just did and it's like looking through and it's like, it's kind of useful, kind of not. Gotta find that like very straightforward example. 7 a.m. here, gonna head over to campus. Have a good day. Thanks for hanging out with us to start your morning. If you knew ahead of time what pro comparisons we were doing, you could maybe help pull some examples. I'd appreciate that. Yeah, maybe that's another approach we could try. In the same way we kind of have like, we tried and are still doing topics on certain days. Maybe that's something. Like if we know... I guess we have to do the other order. Like I show a good example of like, hey, here's a pro rotating at really good times. And then maybe you guys have examples of when you're not rotating at good times, or like when you think is a good time and then it's like, this is good, or this is actually bad. Yeah, I don't know. The ordering of it is kind of funny. I feel like pro games might be too different compared to various ranked pub games. Maybe Immortal pubs versus your pubs has more utility where there's not such discrepancy in team coordination. I do kind of agree. It puts me in a bind a little bit because... So ignoring the comparability, time-wise, it is just easier for me to talk through a theoretical example, right? Like, oh, you did this pull, but this pull is bad. The right thing to do is X, Y, Z, you know? We end up paused and talking through it a lot. I have noticed, especially in the smurfing video, some of the recent stuff, I've been getting more feedback on like, there's a lot of pause time. But it's really hard to fit the information in without pausing. And it's really hard to find similar scenarios that don't introduce even more new information to play over instead. So like for pro play example, pro play is the easiest place to find the correct example, because then that's another thing. It's like, oh, well, Zach, you say like what the right thing is to do, but then you don't show it. It's like, but I don't know how to show it because they're not doing the right thing. Then the right thing to show is like the pro games. But then you'll get people who are like, oh, but the pro games aren't good comparison to the pub games, which I get. Like I understand all the stuff and everyone has like the different feedback. But that's why it's funny. It's like, I don't know how to fulfill all these things. I don't know. It's really hard to find similar comparable situations in Dota that allow you to not pause and talk about everything, but also fit all the information in and have like useful examples that cover all the stuff. Thanks for the background noise and education while I file my taxes. Happy to help. Everyone, make sure you do your taxes.
It falls to me.
Or at least in the US anyways.
This one is in the bag.
Okay, let's do this Phoenix game. 20 minutes. We were about even. Then we failed to really do anything. What could we have done map-wise or timing? Let me just see this on my graph real quick. So yeah. Oh, very even. This is right on the line. 20 minutes. And then honestly up to like 40 minutes is still pretty even. 6K at 40 minutes is really not much. So it's a pretty even game throughout most of it. Only towards the end does there start to be a bigger gold difference. Though even at these moments, like 20K is kind of fake at 50 minutes. So I'd say it's a fairly even game through most of this. For your team, before just jumping into moments, I know you mentioned 20 minutes, but let me look at the drafts. So some timings I would look for earlier. Wait, is this, what is this? Legion carry? Maybe Legion carry. Okay, so some timings I would look at for your game. Legion commander needs duels, no matter what lane she plays. Off lane is, of course, the most normal, but you see carry and mid legions because it's, you know, it's like, it's fun. It is what it is. No matter what she is playing, she needs duels. So once she hits 6, you want to help her out. Because once she has Blade Mail Blink, she can kind of do it on her own, especially if she has some duel wins already, because the Blade Mail gives her the damage to get kills, the Blink allows her to start the duel. But prior to those two items, she is lacking. She either can't start the duel because she built Blade Mail first, or she built Blink and then she may not have the damage to get the duel. So you often have to help her. A hero like Phoenix, you would help provide the damage since you can't really set up. You provide, all supports provide vision and setup. Setup is in like smokes and stuff, like being ready. And then whether you help her start the duel or you provide the damage in the duel depends on the heroes. So that's the first timing. Helping Legion get duels around her level 6. Tide Ravage, also a good time to do stuff. Anytime it's up, do stuff. Anytime it's not, chill. Beyond that, I don't know. Some aura timings on Tide, and then your egg. It really is about getting duels, because that's how Legion scales. Legion, and I guess Lion too. They have a more normal draft, right? They have like the Drow with a typical scaling. They should play around some of their ults. Looks like they have like a... It's not even bad, but it's weird. You know, like the off-lane Bat, mid Viper, maybe it swaps. It's legit, but it is a little funny. It's a little lacking. It's maybe something they'll mess up in this pub game where they don't have the traditional like Tide tank initiator front line stuff. Maybe that's something we can try to like play around. Let's jump to... We'll hop around a little bit. So, like, first, Legion hits 6. How soon do we help her get a duel? Maybe Ravage is up. How soon do we play with Ravage and or Egg? It looks like around 10 minutes we're close to the Egg. Looks like you're trying some of that Tranquil Boot tech. I don't mind. Let's do it. Okay, you now have your 6. Egg is a little weird to use with duel because the damage is so slow. But Sunray is not bad. I say we skip Sunray. I would get a point in Sunray over the second point in Icarus. I'm not I don't play a bunch of Phoenix, I guess. But I do think Sunray, like, at least one value point is pretty solid. If not more. I actually think Sunray is pretty good. Although this game, they're not that tanky, so.
Dire's top tower.
I think at least 1 point is still nice.
The Dire might want to mine their top tower.
Oh, right there. This is how the Tranquil's trick works. Tranquil boots are not an item that can be disassembled, but any item it exists in case you built the wrong item. Like you were building something else, but by chance you so happen to have the components to create something. So anytime an item is created, you have a few seconds to disassemble it. 10, I think, is the exact amount. You can disassemble it, and then after that, it's stuck forever. If you use the item or take damage and stuff, then the disassemble time ends early. Tranquil Boots, you assemble, you get the Tranquil Boots effect, and then you disassemble before the time expires. So then you get this stuff again. When you need it, you reassemble. So you unlock this boot, it creates Tranquils, you get the Tranquil effect. You disassemble, they all break out, they're all locked. You unlock 2. When you need it, you unlock the 3rd, reassemble, repeat. The reason people are doing it with Tranquils is a couple things. First, Tranquils are a good early game item, but their use drops off as time goes on. Like mid to late game, you don't really need the regen from Tranquils, and the other boots tend to be better. So, if you sold the Tranquil boots, you would get 450 gold back. 50 more gold buys you the brown boots, and then you got to buy the rest. But if you do this trick, when you decide you're done with Tranquils, you can just sell off these 2 for less gold, but you don't even have to. You could just sell off the Ring of Regen if you don't need it. You can keep the boots, The Windlace, casual Windlace is fine for a lot of heroes. And then you just build Arcane Boots. You build Boots of Travel. Offlaners are doing it. You build Guardian Greaves, Phase Boots, Power Treads, like whatever you decide you need later. Once you no longer need the Tranquil regen, you can do this trick. Now, maybe you're going to keep Tranquils. People still do this trick because Boots are 45 move speed. Windlace is 15 move speed. So together, that's 60 move speed together. Tranquil Boots give you 65, so that's an improvement. But if you take damage, the movement speed bonus is reduced to 40 for 13 seconds. So it's like an order of operations. Tranquil Boots is best by 5 movement speed. Boot Windlace is middle. And then broken Tranquil Boots are actually pretty bad. They're down here. They don't even give you the health regen, you know? So at that point, broken Tranquil Boots suck. The reason you get the Tranquil Boots is so you can walk around to fights and then be in the fight. In the fight, you actually prefer the components because you're not getting the regen anyways, and the base movement speed is more useful to you from just like Boots Windlace compared to broken Tranquils. So that's why people are doing this. It like covers both those things. The downside is you have to keep the slots open, and it's a little tedious to constantly do. I wouldn't recommend a lot of like pub players to have to start picking this habit up, but you can if you want. As long as it doesn't stop you from thinking about other things. Like if you're so focused on this, you're not looking at the minimap, you're not like, oh, who should I be playing around? What item should I build, right? I'm just thinking about disassembling my boots. Then that's when it's bad. But if you have the mental capacity to still handle this stuff, and then this is just like disassemble, reassemble, whatever, then it's fine. So I was using it more to not have to wait for the cooldown of being hit. That's another use for it. That's also okay.
Radiant structures must have been fortified. Mid-towers.
All right. So Legion has had duel for a while, and I don't see her having a duel. I have not seen you guys like get smokes, any of that. Get ready to help her. Try to find a duel. Actually, I should talk about this. So you walked. All right, so we were bottom. Right, you place this ward. You grab these runes. You're looking at top, thinking like maybe I gotta go. You walk mid. This mid rotation actually did work out because you guys ended up with a kill. Maybe we didn't help that much with it, but we did a little, so we'll take it. You then keep walking top, but are we actually fighting top or not? Because if I look at ults, we don't actually have Ravage. Maybe I do want the duel. Ah, she's really low, right? So actually, I don't really think we're making a play here. After this mid kill, bottom lane's empty. That's why you end up TPing down here, but now I definitely can't help top. So I think after this mid kill, take a look, figure out where am I going, right? Think about this, and then decide like, hey, no one's bottom. I want to walk there. And you head bottom first. If you're needed, you TP. You end up TPing down here because no one goes. And I do think someone should be here. But now, if anything happens top, we can't help out. And that feels weird. As a support, I would like to be involved when there's action.
The Dire might want the top tower.
When do we see a Legion duel? You did this from the low ground. Sentry's fine. Oh wait, it already happened. Hee. Oh, this sentry's fine. There are a couple funny spots. There could still be an observer here. Could be some over here, right? That you just happen to miss with this sentry. So I would recommend you walk up here, especially because in the time you came down here, what if a hero was standing in this area? They would have seen you and you wouldn't know. So you might as well walk up here and then see that there's nothing here and place it. Now, if you're thinking, well, Zach, what if I walk up here and then there's actually an observer here? They would see me. Well, then we should have checked that area instead of over here, right? The sentry observer combo is to like check the area and put it. So if we if we put a sentry that doesn't help us put the observer where we want to put it, then it gets a little funny. I don't hate it though. Like, all said and done, this is kind of a minor critique. Dropping this and then like doing a quick one up here is like fine. Okay, this is a great kill.
Radiant's mid tower's coming.
Still don't have a Legion duel. Still don't have a Legion duel. In fact, she's now being killed. Oh shit, it's happening. But did we make that happen, or did the enemy do that and Invoker saved our asses and rotated to that? I want us to help create that every time she has this stuff available. Now maybe she needed to farm up the blink. She now has the blink, and we should organize that, right? We should immediately buy smoke when blinks, blade mails, all that stuff is done, and we should get her involved. You're dead now, that's fine. You look through this, you're like, when's the duel? Okay, I'm gonna respawn and duel's almost up. Can we smoke and go? What does she need? Do we need other abilities? This game, you got Sunstrike, so that'll cover your bases a lot, even though Ravage and stuff is down. We just want to pick off.
Getting the business. Radiant's mid tower could use his bottom tower. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
Did we get a smoke? We do have one. How's Wallachia? I saw you casting. Yeah, we've been on the patch for a while. I don't blame you if you're like tired of that. It was good. I had a good time casting. I slept poorly, but that's not really related to the stuff. All right, we're at 2 duels, 1 duel. I thought she won this one. Not? Was it not in time? Oh, it ended just before. That's too bad. It was pretty close, and it wasn't too long after the smoke, so I'll give you guys that. It is 16 minutes, though, and then we've only at 1 duel, which is a little concerning for a carry Legion. Like, we want to help her get more than that. If you think about it, every duel you get... Which one's closest? Blades of Attack, maybe. It's like boosting her by 450 gold every duel you get. Doop, doop. Boost her up. What are they saying? Oh yeah, Wallachia was fun. Just didn't sleep well for whatever reason. I don't know. There's something, because it's the pressure. It's the fear of sleeping through the alarm and through the cast time. And so I know people don't like set. These are like the pros and cons. If you set a time and the game ends way before, there's a huge pause. And then people hate that. It is really nice for production and casters, though, when figuring out time zones, because it's like, oh, this is when I'm needed. I will be ready at that time. Follow by is great for viewers. It can be good as a caster, because it's like, oh, I don't have to wait around so long, like we can just do it. But when you have to wake up, and we do a lot for NA to EU, it's unfortunate, because it's like, you're waking up at like 4 a.m. to check, 5 a.m. to check, 6 a.m. to check, and then I just get up. That's the only downside. But that's not really Wallachia specific. That's like any casting. That's just me. Me and my poor sleep. But then you just nap after. Great nap.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Radiant's mid tower, I want to hang the top. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Okay, we kind of do stuff. That's a really good egg. I thought that would go better. Downside to carry Legion, I guess. They are really lacking damage. This is why carry Legion's really funny, guys, because you're just like, oh, you're supposed to farm? Oh, but you need to fight to get duels. Some of the smoke, some of the wards you're doing are really risky for no real reason. You can align this stuff. So rather than just like blindly walk up here and maybe you die, do it now. Like now you guys are smoked up. Now you put the ward down. Like, well, Zach, I need this ward to like figure out where to go. That's kind of true. But off of earlier plays and when it was safer to do, you had this stuff. So you would get kills like around these wards, or, oh, I saw people here, so we can go here blindly. And now we can go in. Or as you smoke and your smoke breaks, you drop the observer and then you finish the fight. Stuff like that. Because if you get killed here, then this smoke will never happen. That's another way to think about it. It's like, oh, I got killed, so my team doesn't feel comfortable smoke, so they jungle. Oh, I need to put the ward so that we have somewhere to go to smoke, right? It's like, I can't cover every single base. But there are times to safely deep ward without the whole team. That was not one of them. This is one where you want to wait with the team. Okay, do the two of you have a lot of damage? Not really. I know you, Egg and Ravage are a good combo, but at the end of the day, you still got to figure out like who actually does damage. It's Invoker and then this Legion, especially because I need to get the Legion duels. So you need to be looking at these two heroes and helping them. Helping Tidehunter with Ravage, like Ravage Egg, and then no one dies. What is the point? No point. So we got to make sure we work with these two, and they're back here. Where are we? Here we are. Daylight savings messed me up. It messed me up too. It got me. I will say, although I slept poorly on some of the days, I had a very chill morning on one of them. I was trying sailing in RuneScape. I never did sailing. That was the first time I tried it. I was sailing while watching Wallachia while waiting to cast, and that was a very peaceful time at 5 a.m. It was very zen. When you push out lanes like this, make sure you are... This goes back to the safe positioning we've kind of touched on. If anyone's in here, if anyone's waiting in the trees, they're going to see you. They're going to know where to go. After you push us out. This one, it's okay, because we have the safety of the tower, right? Clear this out. I know I want to push the next wave. That's great. So go through here. This is safer. This is in the tree lines. Further away. Hide in the trees. Let the creep scout for you. In the meantime, you can even jungle this camp while you wait. Then you step back out. Pew, pew, pew. Fire spirits from back here. Hide again. It'll just be safer. Do I stream to multiple platforms? Yeah, I multi-stream on Twitch and YouTube. You can use whichever one you prefer. I think I'm not legally supposed to say that, but I'm sure small streamers that can slip by. Big media. Alright, like this one's kind of risky. I know we want as much farm as possible. And actually I do see a couple heroes here. But as you get close to a tier 1, let's say Treant was waiting here. Shadow Shaman's actually an even better example because he has shackles, right? The time it takes for Hex Shackles to wear off, and Chicken Fingers if he has it, someone can TP in and then possibly connect and kill you. So anytime you're pushing side lanes, you always got to be really careful about showing. And you literally walk into the creep to like burn it down. So then it's like risk reward, you know? Range creep. Yeah, it's money. I get it. It's pretty good. You'd at least get the XP. Maybe you would have gotten the last hit from the spell anyways. But by walking in close, we have a higher chance. I get it. Dying? Pretty bad though, right? Like it's pretty extreme. If someone was waiting around here, blink Hex, catch me, and people TP and kill me, it just doesn't feel worth it. Especially because for that range creep, I could just jungle and make up the gold while having the same safety. More safety, arguably. So that's what I would recommend anytime you get close to certain towers, teleport locations, and when the heroes you're scared of are missing, which in this case would be like the Shadow Shaman catching us, Bat Rider catching us. They should be scared of Legion in a similar way, if she's doing well. Actually, I should also mention this, because you said, felt like we weren't really doing anything. How do we create stuff to happen? So you actually did your part here. So all this is good. I'm going to show you, actually. Go back in time. Mini-map. I want us to do something. Tactically, getting them to split up is a really good play to make, to then make the play. You pushed in top, so where's this drow going? She has left her team to come farm here. This is a good farming pattern in general. But what does this mean? She is here. Team is here. Someone would have split up. I don't know who, but that is some of the value of split pushing. So you do it first, right? It's like proactive, reactive. You proactively pushed the lane in. She reacted. But for that to complete the play, we must then proactively make the play at this time right now. Like right now, while she is clearing out top is when you want the play to happen. Because then she goes, oh shit, do I finish the farm? Do I go? Like, what do I do? So back here, you could already go. Like at this point, this lane is already pushing. The lane is already pushing at this point. You could already be heading to Legion to smoke, to join down here, to look for a play together. Let's say you want to push one more creep wave, sure. Fire spirits, nuke it, right? And then you get out of sight and you leave. This we end up showing, right? So they know we're up here. But you already leave. Let's say you go through the twin gate. Let's say you do TP here, smoke her, whatever, right? Or whatever the play is. The idea is I pushed in top. Someone's going to respond. And that means we have an advantage somewhere else on the map. So I got to get going. As the Phoenix, as the support, as the split pusher, I have to be moving to that other part of the map now so that when the person who's defending gets here, now if I go, like, oh, Drow's here, I'm going to go through the twin gate. I'm going to go join them. By the time we get here, Drow is done, and then she can just TP. Unless, of course, she TP'd here, in which case it's still fine. But she walked here, so she'll match what you do. The question is it your TPing starting and then she's TPing in and she makes it in time? Or is it like we're already doing it and then she's 3 seconds late? Did that make much sense, what I just said? My brain is going a little bit. Let me just change the way I say that. The sooner we go and make the play, the better, I guess. The better it will be for getting Drow to come up here. Opinion on underplayed picked heroes at the tournament. The only one that comes to mind right off the top of my head is Coddle. I'm really surprised more teams aren't playing, like prioritizing Keeper. Some teams are, like, it's coming back. But when 7.4 came out, a ton of people were doing it. It looked really good. And then they just stopped. And part of it, I guess, was Largo hype and everything. I don't know. People moved away. But I still think it's actually pretty good. And recently, teams are starting to go back towards it again. And I think he should be deserving of that attention.
Towers taking hits. Radiant's toughened up their structures.
Oh my god, we didn't kill her. Disaster. Oh, how does that happen? Oh no. Oh no. Is it because she has 10 dual damage? 20. So, we're now 26 minutes in. Let's say she dueled. What's the max? 1 duel a minute. Let's say she hit 6. Let's say it's just 10 minutes for easy math. 16 potential duels. I know we won't be that perfect. Let's cut it down. Let's say like even half of that, 8 potential duels. And we are a fourth of that. So some of that is, of course, going to be on Legion. But anytime you play with Legion, you really want to work with her. The sooner she builds up the damage, the better. It is built into the hero. It is the kit. She is balanced around the idea that she will pick up damage, and if she picks up enough damage, she will snowball. If she doesn't pick up damage, she's actually low damage, because that's the balancing act. It's like, oh, if she was balanced and then picked up more damage, she's broken. No, she starts weak, hits a midpoint, and then snowballs. You have to make sure Legions break through that to have impactful Legions on your team.
Double kill.
I don't know why she's not getting a blade mail. I mean, I know why, because she's trying to play carry Legion. She's like, oh, carries don't build blade mail, but why am I playing carry Legion then? I don't know.
Dire's mid tower will have
Is that our main lesson? What would we look at for a pro game to compare to this? A high MMR pub Legion and how frequently duels happen? At pro level, it's maybe like push out the lane, show up somewhere. We kind of saw, be really careful about diving forward. If your team is trying to make the play, it's sort of fine. But ask yourself, what role is Phoenix? Am I an initiator? No, I'm a counter initiator with Supernova. So you leading the way with charge, it has to be a bait around egg. Like, oh, they're going to try to kill me and then I'm going to egg. Oh, shit, I don't have egg. Well, maybe I'll Yules them, you know? Oh, shit, I don't have Yules. So be aware what we have. And if we're in this situation we're in, we don't want to go first. We want to, like, bait. In most cases, I mean, there's always going to be exceptions. I'm sure there's times to, like, want to charge forward. But the reason I called out in particular is because dive is your escape. So if you use the escape to go into the danger zone, how can you use the escape to get out of the danger zone? I got here with it. Of course, dive is a loop, so maybe you get here and you just let it continue, you go back out. Unless I get stunned or something, and then I'm just like in a bad spot. So always be a little careful of that. It looks like it should be maybe okay in this case. See how sad, look how many times the dual targets are barely getting away. So if you imagine how many times she attacks, and if she had 10, 20, 30 more dual damage, it's like these jobs are being finished. That's why it's so important to do early so that it keeps working later. But once you miss the first few, you miss the next, which means you miss the next, which means you miss the next. And then it's sad, sad times. I'd say that would be my main lesson for this, is less about the Phoenix and more about playing around a Legion. Let's see. I don't think there's been any Legion picks in the tournament, but we can probably find a high MMR pub of, like, let's do offlane Legion, actual Legion. We'll work with that idea maybe. Let's see if we can just see a comparison of the amount and frequency of duels. I personally, well, I guess it depends on the game, but when I have a Legion on my team, I make sure to have smokes, like back to back to back. Have one for the first duel, and immediately buy the next one. You don't have to strictly, like, smoke instantly every single time, but you always want to be ready. And if you can get it to happen every single time, it's a world of difference. Like, Legion with 3 duels at 14 minutes, as opposed to, like, the third duel at, well, for example, in your game, we never even got to the third duel, right? We have yet to have the third duel win. The thing is, I don't know how to timestamp this now, because doesn't make any. Legion Commander 3 Immortal, and they're gonna be, it's gonna be like, what kind of follow-up to Phoenix 4 is that? But it makes sense if you watch the Phoenix 4 part.
Everybody gets
All right, we skip forward. When does she get duel? Let's find when she gets duel. She looks like she's doing okay. Okay, we got duel. It's 7.5 minutes. Let's see how she and her team enable more frequent duels. If they do. Let's hope that's what we're finding here. For now, she is still jungling over here. What does she want to finish? Does she want to finish the Blade Mail before dueling more? What's on her team? I didn't even look at this. Her supports are not the best for going for early duels because there's a lack of damage. Like, Spearbreaker can help set up the duel, but the Grimstroke and the Spearbreaker don't really help provide damage for the duel. Also, the timing with Huskar would be a little later than usual maybe, but let's see. Duel 1! Do we count that? Sort of. It was like a play mid that she rotated to. We'll kind of allow it. Let's see if there's a follow-up duel shortly after. Supports smoking down here. Hey guys, I got duel. Let's take a tower. Let's get a duel. I'm gonna count that as an attempt to help her get a second duel.
Dire's mid tower won't
Which
last
maybe she should have stuck around for, and she would have gotten that second duel.
over that mid tower.
Maybe that was a little forced, I don't know.
Win and fortify.
But I'll count the attempt.
Radiant's top tower. Dire's mid tower.
Okay, she's got blade mail, so that's now the damage to finish duels. That one doesn't count.
Dire's top
As in, like, that wasn't the team setting it up or anything. It's her getting jumped. That's not really team setting it up either. It's not looking good, guys. This is looking a lot like the last game. The amount of legions being set up, besides that one focused attempt
Radiant's
that she didn't join in the end.
doing so good.
This is a weird time to grab a wisdom shrine. That seems bad to me. The whole team is rotating in and she left. I don't know. That's a weird champ from me.
Radiant's bottom tower.
This is like another example of not what we want. No one knows how to play around Legion. I guess so. Is this why this hero's so bad in pubs? Why Legions always seem like garbage? I don't know. I picked one where she had good net worth. I thought for sure that would mean that we would see a game where she got kills, but... I will at least say by the time we get to 24 minutes, I think your Legion was still at 20 and this Legion's at 90. So there were a couple more successful duels in that time. I'm not gonna read into like a single example too much.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Yeah, it's true. You do want to balance the farming and the fighting. This is not a great draft for it. Though the Inkswell's like decent to work with and the Spirit Breaker's nice. I think the Huskar Clinks part's a little funny. It's just not the same like easy delivery of damage. It is a weird one. But once you get some damage, you can do stuff like this. But imagine a Legion with like 20 damage. I actually don't think she would have killed him. Because she had 90, what is that? 70 more damage, and we'll say like 5 extra attacks. You know, that's like 350 more physical damage going in. And it could be more. Depending on procs and attack speed and all that.
Mega kill.
I think even just a note about leaving earlier when forcing people to rotate to make plays was valuable enough. Okay, I'm glad we were able to help with something. This example was maybe not the best. We're getting to see her pick up some duels now. Okay. What do I want to do? My brain's kind of going. I still woke up pretty early today because after like the last week, not even a week, 4 days. Is that how long we were casting? After like 4 days of waking up early, it was like built in. I still woke up at like I slept in. I peacefully woke up at 7 a.m., which is not that bad. But it's still kind of early for me compared to usual. The brain's going a little bit. We can try to answer some questions. North Calman played VS. I'm going to assume Vengeful Spirit as position 4. I always think that I'm overcommitting to buying anything to support my team every game, but I can't get my early items. When am I farming my items? Do we mean Vengeful Spirit? Void Spirit 4 is possible, although strange. Uncommon, I should say. No, it is Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit 4 is a little awkward. Vengeful Spirit is in a weird spot. Period. So if you feel underfarmed, that's probably because the hero does not have any farming tools. That's part of the reason. But she's also not that strong at fighting. She's in a strange place. Swap is so good, but the other things are just very, very mediocre at best. Is this like a casual crown? What happened here? We like changed our mind. Kind of did it. Kind of went tranquils. Or maybe you're doing the tranquil boots trick and it's looking funny on the screen. I don't know. I'll be honest. The actual items look fine. The rate they're coming in seems okay to me. The items itself is a little funny. Crimson Guard's a strange one to build. Probably wouldn't recommend that this game. Honestly, if you want like a greedy item as a support, probably go Ags more than like any of these auras. Because Ags is legitimately pretty good on the hero. Even as a support, it's great. It's really hard to farm to. But if you're going to go for something like a big item like a Crimson Guard, which is already a strange item on her, I would probably just say just do the Ags instead. Unless it's some amazing game for the item, but I don't know that this is that great of a Crimson Guard game. It's just like it'll do stuff, I guess, but we're not that tanky of a hero like Venge, so you don't get much bonus. And then Shadow Fiend is a really hard hitter more than a frequent hitter. Bristle's kind of the same as well. ES went full core. Earthshaker's at least a good hero for that, but it does suck. It does suck when that happens. But at that point, you just play like position 5. So I wouldn't even go for Crimson Guard. I would just do like the more regular items at that point. Still streaming. I don't even know if I stream that long compared to like other streamers out there. Like we're 5-ish hours in and I'm like, I'm kind of tired. I know some people do like crazy long streams relative to that. If you have a teammate who is being like really greedy, that's just, I don't know. It's like how it goes. I don't know that there's a trick to like, can I still get enough gold to also get my items? It's like, no, not really. Unless like the enemy's messing up, because there is only so much farm on the map, you know? That's why we have farm priorities to begin with. So if someone is kind of screwing you over and they're over farming, sometimes you're just going to have to like, you're going to have to bite the bullet and be the poor one on the team. Which Venge actually is a better 5 than a 4 in my opinion. So actually it at least kind of works. If you feel in general that's happening to you, like even ignoring this particular game, let's say you have a regular position 4. I don't know that there's an easy answer here. My answer is essentially the movie I made, which could have gone into even more detail, but I tried to limit it. To know where you can farm as a position 5, you need to know where everyone else is trying to farm, and then you have to adapt on the game. We can like pull it up and kind of like breeze through a little. I don't think it'll be that focused just because, like I said, I think we're reaching the end where I'm... losing focus. But we can play it and chit-chat. And I'm sure we'll point out at least a couple moments. Now we need a sequel, Gold Part 2. I kind of was thinking about it. When I was casting and I saw Tundra doing some of the stuff I was talking about, I was like, could I fit in a sequel? Not strictly a sequel, but like the practical example. Because that movie had few gameplay examples, just because it's hard to find the time for everything. It's like they're being showcased when Tundra does some of the stuff, and I'm sure I could find it in the other pro games. All right. I thought about it. Okay. What's your net worth at 10? That's not bad. Again, honestly, I think this game may not be the greatest example because the gold rate looks pretty acceptable. But we will inevitably still see some places that I'm sure you can get some extra farm. And I will try to highlight some of it.
And they're off.
This is gonna work. Well, Venno, relax, my guy. Alright, we get to get some CS here in moments like that. Okay, sure. I didn't think we would dive that hard, but it worked. Guess we could take it. I feel like we missed some CS for that, but a carry kill's usually worth it. I think you probably could have gotten that pull. Okay, I'm starting to see some over-fighting. This is only working because it's working, if that makes sense. As soon as one of these does not pan out, we will start wasting time. It's still okay up to here, because like all the plays have gotten kills, but it's pretty risky for the amount of CS we have missed. The Legion has 12. That's actually, that would like typically be pretty bad, you know? For every, what I mean is like, for all these kills, you guys are, you're 2-0 and 3, Legion is 3-1 and 2. That's about as good as you could possibly be, and our net worth is 100 higher than Shadow Fiend, who has 1 kill. And then everything else is just him CSing in the lane. So that's where, if a single one of these backfires, you start being really behind in the lane. And I wouldn't recommend fighting this much every game, because inevitably some will backfire. This is like exceptional. This is like every single one has worked out. This is the best case scenario, which means most of the rest are worse than this. And then the net worths drop, which would also be bad for you as a support, because like we're not getting pull gold, which is more reliable, the banner creep, stuff like that. We're getting gold from kills and assists. And again, as long as we are doing that, you see, we are going even with the people who are just playing the lane and being killed. Okay, we just kind of walked away from some creeps. You could have gotten some gold there.
Dire's top towers get beat down.
I don't know if I would recommend we fight this, but once again, it's like barely... no, this one did not work out. This time it's our turn to backfire barely. We'll say space. There's so much CS being missed, though. You're now also part of this. We should not be fighting this much. This is not good. We just need to hit creeps. We just need to hit creeps. All right, we're doing it.
You were doing very
You should go for the 8-minute rune more than be back. Oh, the shrine. I thought you guys already got this, actually. Okay, that's fine. Go for the 8-minute rune next. It's gonna be pretty dangerous for you to be here. So you're gonna try to farm this stuff, but it's pretty dangerous. And if anyone was here, you might die for it. If you go for the rune, you can maybe just play with Lina, get a kill with her, and otherwise be here. I also think buying a crown right off the bat's a little funny. It looks like you're rushing the Pavis, but I would probably buy at least the boots first. What are they doing? Where is their team? Where are they at?
The Dire doing very well. Very structures. Mid towers having technical difficulties.
All right, so Earthshaker. I mean, our net worth and gold are really good here. This is all fine.
Dire's
We're
bottom
gonna stack. Good.
The Dire best do something. Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower?
Okay, we haven't done anything with Lina yet, which we should try to do. I guess stacking for Lina's good, but she's also a strong hero, like early, because of the amount of burst she has. So either being in her lane or smoking her to another lane is good. You can get some money that way.
Dire's bottom tower's been disowned. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
Should be in the lane. Missing some creeps. So that's probably about 100 gold you can pick up right there.
Missing top.
We're also like always showing, so the enemy team's not scared. You should try to stay out of sight a little more. Have smokes ready, like one at least. You know, like the easy swap isn't here because they've known you're here the entire time. So if he gives you the easy swap, it's because he's bad. But then once you play versus good players, he won't give you the easy swap. But if you stay out of sight, then both good and bad players you'll get with the swap into the duel, into the echo, all that stuff. See, like, yeah, they like go in because it's bad, but it's fine. We'll make it work for now.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help. Dire's mid tower is difficult now.
So Lina's coming up here. This would be great if we had a smoke. Like, you could have met Lina here, smoked, and then killed SF pretty easily.
Guess what's happening
Mega kill.
It's not a good pull from Earthshaker. Still won the fight, at least.
Radiant's top tower's hurt. Dire's top tower.
Trying to maximize stats and tank.
More fuel for my fire.
I guess I'm open to the idea, but I think it's... I'm debating like if we need to go that far into it. That's not really the focus of this one, so I'm not gonna worry too much about it. I'm dead.
Dire's mid tower could use
Yeah, I don't know. We're at like 17 minutes, and I honestly think your farm is fine for the game. There's like moments here and there where we're talking like 100 gold and all that. And it just comes down to like being a little bit more mindful of the map and boosting the odds of play. So like smoking you and Lena will increase your time, like the payoff it succeeds.
Guess what's
There was the stacking was good, but then you like lost some lane creeps while being near the stack while your team farmed it, so you could have just left that to them and then you go farm. There's like small things like that which will boost your gold a little more, but for the game itself, it's totally fine. It's good, this game, honestly. Looking at it relative to the opponents.
about that bottom tower.
I don't, but that's fine. You're winning. It's actually, someone's got to sacrifice. Let's say you farmed and Earthshaker watched. You would be worse off. Venge's farm compared to Earthshaker's farm is like less meaningful. I'm not sure I'm understanding the issue, I guess. It's good, this game. Like, what's happening is good. There's maybe an extreme to it, like he's doing a lot, but
Dyer's midtown.
it's working, this game. That's fine. So you run bottom. This is another case of like, are we playing with the Legion enough? Another game where she's got 30 dual damage at like 20 minutes. I don't think I've seen you buy a smoke either, so that would be good. In my mind, I'm position 4, so I gotta farm more. The positions are a little fake. Just remember that. The positions are fake. The position 1 doesn't always have to be the highest net worth. It doesn't literally have to go in order of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The heroes have different orders. Because, okay, another way to put it, you're position 4, and then you're playing a position 5 hero. So, like, what should your farm be? Earthshaker's playing position 5, but he's picked a position 4 hero, or a mid hero, whichever way you want to put it. So, like, what should his farm priority be, right? If we go by positions, it makes sense what you're saying. That, like, hey, aren't I the 4, he's the 5. But the heroes you are playing, you're playing a low farm hero, and he is playing a high farm hero. So it fits. That's going into the wackiness of like a game. In Alchemist mid, which isn't that meta, but like you'll see it in pubs, that is not like, mid is supposed to be lower farm priority than carry, but Alchemist as a mid hero is actually super high farm priority, more so than a lot of carries like a Juggernaut. So then he would be the richest, ignoring his bonus gold. So like Dota's like very flexible, and I would just keep that in mind. Even if you're supposed to farm more, but you can get away with less farm and someone's being super farm heavy, then, you know, we just deal with it. We just go with it. Positions are a social construct. Exactly. It's all fake. You will see this in pro matches a lot too, you know? Someone like snaking on Chen will pass his offlaner. And it's fine. It's just how the heroes function. You're not going to hear Amar complaining. It's like, man, I won TI, but fucking snaking kept getting more net worth than me on his Chen. We won, but like, damn, you know, I'm supposed to be more farmed than him. He doesn't care. He's winning the game. In the pubs, it's similar. If it's working, it may not be proper, but there's like a million different mistakes happening in a pub game. So if you're winning, you know, let's just take it. Go up to a higher MMR game where the person playing position 5 is playing position 5, and we get to be a bit of a greedy position 5 playing position 4. Because Venge is like a little bit in the middle ground of like 5 and 4, but she can legitimately be a 5. Earthshaker's pretty bad as a 5 in my opinion, but I mean, I don't hate Venge as a 4. I think she's a little weak as a hero. But I think that's the good thing about playing Venge is that you're flexible. You know, if you get gold, you can be a little greedy, and there are items you like that you don't always have the money to build. But when you have stuff like this, like Earthshaker being super greedy, if you were also a purely greedy position 4 that I'm currently blanking trying to think of off the top of my head, but if you were, then your team wouldn't have enough gold. But the fact that you're a flexible hero and you can cover this for your team essentially, like, oh, you guys are all farming, I will function with less gold. Like, that's actually helping your team win. That's why I kind of like those heroes that do both. I like Jakiro, for example. You can play the game with absolutely no money, but if you get money, Ags is great, you know? There's a bunch of items you can build that are pretty good. Marcy is a hero who can do a lot with very little. Tusk.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
Thank you for prime subbing. I'm debating if I want to say Euler Sept
Won't last much longer.
or if I want to say Euler Sept. I half the time I want to call this Oil Scepter. It's a math joke out there for the nerds. Amar's the kind of offlaner who's farming crazy than his position. True! Skitter's over there like, aren't I the position 1? Why do I have less money than everybody? But as long as they're winning.
Having technical difficulties.
It's very flexible to the game.
Them Dyer buildings. are
You get it.
tough as
It is
nails
Oil
now.
Sept. Nice. Euler Sept. I like it. Why is SD not a mid? Shadow Demon? It's a niche pick. There are some people that do it. Freaks.
Fuel for my fire.
So mids, the strength of the mid lane, 1-on-1. So you want to be strong at that. Ideally, you're gonna have to play that 1-on-1 lane. You're gonna get a lot of XP. So you want to be powerful based on levels. You also still want gold scaling, but like level, especially the level 6 timing, should be meaningful. The mid lane is in between the top and the bottom. That's why it's the middle. So you could be good at going from side to side and like get stuff done. Shadow Demon is just kind of funny because like, let's do like a comparison. Let's do Zeus with 4,000 gold, right? You can imagine how that's annoying. It's like, oh, he's got arcane boots. He built like a Kaya. His nukes. He throws 3 spells and I take 700 damage in 1 second. You know, it's like, oh, that's annoying. The fact that Zeus is high level early with money, that's a pain. Who's another like typical mid hero? Tiny. You know, Tiny buys a blink avalanche toss, you're dead. You know, you're in a weird spot, you're dead. It's very fast. You know, Storm Spirit level 6, zip, boom, making stuff happen. Ember doing stuff. If you imagine Shadow Demon as a level 6 mid laner, I'm gonna kill you. Watch out. Watch out. Hang on. I'm getting there. Hold on. 3, 4, I'm gonna get you. Watch out. 5. He's got to stack up a lot of shadow poisons. And you might miss. And if he wants to disrupt to set things up, that's a whole lot of time he can't do damage that people can respond. And it's like, oh, well, I'm going to burst him with Demonic Purge. It is good. Also takes 5 seconds to activate, right? It's just kind of funny. As for rotating, he's not that fast. He's not that mobile. What will his mid build be? You know, it's like there's a lot of places where it's a little strange. It's a little strange. His farming speed comes heavily off of Shadow Poison on stacks. So your team has to stack a bunch for you to do this and then get an Aghanims, a really early Ags. That is the most successful mid Shadow Demon builds I have seen. The others are meme builds where it's like you play with the illusions and build up menace stacks. But it just takes so long for that to be good. I mean, anything can work in lower ranks because they don't understand. You know, like Luna mid is surprisingly common, but maybe not that surprising. But it works when people walk up and let you Eclipse. Same with Shadow Demon. You know, it's like, what does that hero do? Who cares? He's so weak. And then like you build up a bunch of mana stacks, a bunch of Shadow Poison, and you kill him. It's not the worst mid, but it's certainly not the best mid. I would, you know, of every support you could put in the mid lane, I like him more than some others. I would not put it too high up. Why'd Io fall off so hard? I'm a little surprised. Spirit Vessel is very popular right now, to be fair, which is good against his healing. And he's also really not that strong of a laner. Most supports right now that are good are very powerful laners. And Io is not. Io is a very get through the lane via healing. We play the map with mid to late game relocation stuff. Some like hyper carry type things with Io. That's been his typical identity. And that's just not very good right now. There's a lot of fast-paced gameplay. There's fighting over Roche, fighting over Tormentors, and Io just is not that impressive at those times. But it feels like it shouldn't be as bad as like literally no one's doing it, but maybe it is. Io plus Largo could go crazy. It could kind of be like the Witch Doctor off-lane thing, but you need level 6 on Largo plus the song to do that. I could see that being good, though, in that same idea. I just worry it takes too long to get there. Witch Doctor, when he was at off-lane, like, you took that level 1, level 2, right? It was immediate impact with the Io. Largo Io would lane very strangely until level 6. And then the combo is kind of there. I used to be first phase pick ban for years. I will also say people got a lot better at playing the map, which is something Io is really good at. And the meta shifted. Like, for a long time, hyper carries were the thing. You know, you pick a really good carry matchup, and Io made that better, played the map, blah, blah, blah. But as things have scattered, there's less hyper carries. Playing early game mattered more. Support scaling mattered more. Io actually has okay scaling and some, like, really strong late game talents. But, I mean, he can return. I just think his numbers need to go up. And then he could be okay again. But you can get global presence through other heroes now. You know, if you think to the past, we now have Dawnbreaker. Underlord's Fiend's Gate is easier than it used to be to use. Who are the other globals? Nature's Prophet as a core became really popular. I guess Boots of Travels have already, like, been in the game. What else? Spectre. I guess Spectre with that, had that brief Shadow Step phase, and she was kind of good then. She's back to being kind of bad. I also think a lot of the best IO teams have, like, retired. You know, like Secret and Nigma, Old Liquid, like they were the IO guys, like some of the top IO teams, and they've kind of, you know, gone out. Nigma actually still kind of does it, right? Like when they make it to tournaments and no one else is doing it, like they would do it. And then you're like, oh, this is why we don't see it that often. It's not that strong of a laner. They're like getting by, but it's just not that good. Yeah, he's on coaching duty. Although, did he... Wait, they got knocked out, didn't they? Or am I crazy? Yeah, they lost to Tundra, right? Spoiler, sorry if you didn't see it. Titanic lost on Luna. It's too bad. Okay. Probably gonna play Dota tomorrow, actually. Unless I come up with a video I want to make, which I don't have anything off the top of my head. I think we're just gonna stream a little bit more. So we'll probably be playing. I don't know what we'll play. Are you playing any tonight? No, not tonight. Tomorrow, I think. Tomorrow and Friday. Friday for sure. If I come up with something I want to do tomorrow, I might do it. I could just take the time off because kind of work through the weekend. I've kind of built up chores and stuff to do. But I think we'll stream. I guess you'll find out tomorrow. But we'll definitely do Friday. Claim your reward. I haven't even played a game, though. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this.
Oh, hello.
Who are you?
Are you a friend of my brother's? Or are you breaking into his safe house? Or are you a friend of my brother's and you're breaking into his safe house?
That seems like what his kind of friends would do.
It doesn't matter. That armor you're stealing is called the Lotus Calyx, by the way.
Does Death Prophet seem like the kind of hero that would steal?
Knowing my brother, there's a good chance you're stealing it back from him. Oh, in any case, keep it. Have you seen my brother, by the way? He told me to meet him here and his letter made it sound urgent. Which means someone's trying to kill him again.
Sister! Quintessa, you're not... Oh, hello, hero. That armor looks really terrific on you. Quintessa, you're not going to believe this, but someone is trying to kill me.
She knows her brother. To meta, you are stealing a DP cosmetic. Whoa. Yo, this ghost is kind of cute though. Little buggy. I probably won't use the rest of the Death Prophet set, but maybe this little buggy ghost. Yo, what's the tier 2? Black and red version. That's like the trend. Seeing this bend with him is so funny. I know other armors do, but it's just funny to imagine this plate like molding with his stomach. Yeah, I don't think there's been a Quartero set of a hero that like I really play that I was like, I need this set. Maybe that's some of the reason I haven't been that motivated to grind out stuff, but I like the idea. It's like free sets coming in with a fun story, you know? It's no problem. Quartero itself, I know people complain about Quartero, like why are they doing this instead of other updates, and I get that. But I also think Quartero on its own is like a great concept. You know, it's too bad it gets flack just because, like, the issue is really the other stuff, you know, like the lack of other patches. The Quartero on its own is a great addition to the game. No problem. I'm here to praise support. That's our place. Let's see, who... Ooh. I gotta go eat. I'm hungry. I made a giant pot of... It's not really like chili, but it kind of is. It's like a chili inspired. There's a packet of like variety beans from a grocery store, and then I add like tomatoes and all that stuff to it. So it's kind of like a chili. Made a giant pot. I'm kind of tired of it, but we're almost done. I think after tonight, I'll be done with it. Yeah, it could be deadlock. I don't really blame the Valve employees. I don't know. We've never known what'll happen with Dota, so I just don't sweat about it. I just try not to sweat about it. Make it into a lasagna. I don't really know how to do that, but that is an idea. I would kind of... That could be cool. That could be cool. But I'll just finish it, meeting it with some pasta, and then I gotta cook something else. What's the worst problem to have, guys? To be bored of what you're eating because you're eating chili for like the 5th day in a row, or to have to cook a new meal. Oh, I generally like cooking, but when I'm tired of it, or like when I'm busy, I don't want to cook. Now I gotta think about what to make. What do I do? I'm gonna have to think about that. It's easy to freeze. I don't know why. I rarely freeze things like that. I should just make it, freeze it, unthaw it later. But typically if I make something, I eat something. That's how it goes. It's been made, it must be eaten. But maybe I should. Maybe I should try that. I'd get less bored of eating the same thing all the time. I always freeze chili portion to have with nachos during tournaments. Oh shit. Now. Now we're talking, Pasmati. Now that's an idea I can get behind. Time to see if I got some kind of container available for freezing. It's not really a good kind of chili for nachos, though. Maybe next time. Maybe next time I'll make a better chili. Again, it's not really chili, which is why it's probably not that good of chili. Maybe next time I'll follow a proper chili recipe and then I'll try that. Because that is a good idea. And, you know, it won't be me during tournaments. It'll be us during a stream. It'll be coaching session with chips. The whole thing will just in between. It'll be so annoying. I'll have to edit out the sound. All right, that's a good idea. All right, anyways, thank you for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll play some stuff. I don't know what we will play. We'll come up with something. We'll be playing more Dota. Okay, I'll see you later. Bye, everybody.